Hjärtligt välkomna till morgonens sändningar från Bokmässans globala torg. På det globala torget är det civilsamhällesorganisationerna inom biståndet som ställer ut tillsammans. Vanligtvis i Göteborg med en massa härliga människor omkring oss. Detta år är vi på webben. Vad är civilsamhället, kanske någon undrar? Ja, utanför familjen så har vi staten, företagen och det civila samhället. Och det civila samhället, det är allting som vi gör tillsammans för att vi är fria människor. Det är allt från vägföreningen till byalaget, till kören, till knattefotbollslaget. Och det globala torget, det arrangeras av människor som är intresserade av internationell solidaritet, jämställdhet, demokrati och mänskliga rättigheter. Och som har organiserat sig för att bidra till en bättre värld. Det är vi som arrangerar det här torget. Igår pratade vi väldigt mycket om demokrati, väldigt mycket om FN. Vi gjorde flera nedslag i östra Europa. Allt det här finns att titta på i webben. Varje seminarium är ungefär 20 minuter, vissa lite längre. Idag har vi tema jämställdhet och där ska vi börja. Och vi har också en alldeles egen Sydafrika-satsning. Vi har en studio i Sydafrika som vi kommer att få prata med. Vi börjar med en pigg 20-åring. Vi ska prata om resolution 1325. Varsågod Alexandra Pascalido.
Tack så hemskt mycket Martin och hjärtligt välkomna är ni alla till Globala torget. Här avhandlas ju de livsviktiga frågorna skulle vi kunna säga. En pigg 20-åring kan man ju verkligen kalla det, för det handlar ju om den här resolutionen 1325 som heter Kvinnor, fred och säkerhet, som antogs i oktober för 20 år sedan. Och när den här resolutionen antogs så var det en stor seger för kvinnorättsorganisationer, inklusive Kvinna till kvinna, som efter 90-talets konflikter på Balkan och i Rwanda hade fått nog av kvinnors totala frånvaro ifrån fredsförhandlingar och vid alla liksom mäktiga sammanhang. Och kvinnors perspektiv som verkligen lyste med sin frånvaro. Men resolutionen var bara startskottet på ytterligare årtionden av hårt arbete för att garantera kvinnors självklara plats och en roll i arbetet med att bygga fred. Årtionden som dessutom, som vi alla märker, har kantrats av ett monumentalt motstånd skulle vi kunna säga. Och ett monumentalt motstånd i flera olika länder. Vi kommer få lyssna på två fantastiska kvinnor som har ägnat sina liv åt att kämpa med dessa frågor. Och före detta utrikesminister Margot Wallström och Kvinna till kvinnas generalsekreterare som båda har kämpat för förverkligandet av den här resolutionen 1325, kvinnor, fred och säkerhet. Hjärtligt välkomna hit. För detta utrikesminister Margot Wallström och Petra, du är generalsekreterare som vi precis sa. Och jag tänker 20 år är det nu i höst. Och om jag börjar med dig Margot Wallström, du har ju länge haft ett enormt engagemang för att kvinnor i konfliktområden ska få sina rättigheter tillgodosedda. Du jobbade under flera år som FNs särskilda representant i frågor som rör just sexuellt våld i konflikter. Och när du var Sveriges utrikesminister så lanserade du den feministiska utrikespolitiken som alla mycket väl minns. Och det här var ju en av de viktigaste pelarna i den feministiska utrikespolitiken. Så jag skulle vilja backa bandet och fråga, var kommer det här engagemanget ifrån?
Ja, varje person som är politiskt intresserad upptäcker ju att det existerar fortfarande så mycket av diskriminering mot kvinnor och flickor runt om i världen. Och för min del så var det också så att man upptäckte tidigt redan som SSU-are, som är min bakgrund, att det var inte rättvist och det var svårt och tungt att jobba politiskt och få gehör för sina idéer. Och sen har det här följt med mig genom mitt politiska engagemang, och insikten är ju ganska enkel. Mer kvinnor betyder mer fred. Så det hör hemma i utrikespolitiken, och det var därför som jag dristade mig till att deklarera att vi skulle följa en feministisk och skapa en feministisk utrikespolitik. Och det vet vi av den lilla forskning som finns om kvinnors deltagande i fredsprocesser och som de som skriver under ett fredsavtal, att då räcker freden längre. Så att säga. Det kommer fler alternativ upp på bordet och det blir en hållbarare fred. Så det är väl en självklar utgångspunkt.
Hur påverkade tiden dig, den här tiden då du arbetade som FNs särskilda representant? Hur påverkade det dig?
Väldigt mycket.
På vilket sätt?
Ja, jag brukar säga att det gav mig både ett tyngre hjärta och mardrömmar, men också stort hopp för framtiden. Därför att det här var ju en verklighet för så många kvinnor runt om i världen, eller är fortfarande dessvärre en verklighet för så många kvinnor, att sexuellt våld används som ett vapen och en strategi i krig och konflikter. Och då man möter dem som har varit utsatta för det grymmaste och hemskaste nästan som en människa kan vara med om, så säger de att vi är inte bara offer. Vi vill verkligen också få höja våra röster, vi vill att någon ska lyssna på oss. Och det enda vi kunde ha med oss när vi kom från FNs sida ut till Kongo eller vilket land det än var, eller Colombia, så det enda vi kunde säga var att vi kan ta med era berättelser till säkerhetsrådet. Så att nästa gång så finns det här i resolutioner, så kommer man att göra allt för att se till att vi både förebygger men också straffar förövare av sexuellt våld i krig och konflikter. Så där har vi gjort framsteg, och det har ju varit 8 resolutioner efter 1325 som faktiskt har lyft just den här aspekten, för den är så viktig.
Varför är det här arbetet så viktigt?
Därför att det förstör en människa. Det är liksom den värsta intrång i din personliga integritet och i din kropp som man utsätter en annan människa för med våld. Det påverkade familjen, så påverkade din by, så påverkade hela ditt land till sist. För ofta är ju kvinnor de som bär, sa jag ofta, att kvinnor bär vatten, de bär mat, de bär allt de ska sälja, de bär familjen, de bär barn, och de ska inte bära en skuld för att de har blivit våldtagna. Men allt för ofta har det sett ut så.
Och också den här väldigt destruktiva maskulinitetssynen på kvinnan som ett vapen. Absolut. I krigföring. Jag tänker Kvinna till kvinna har ju jobbat väldigt länge med de här frågorna, och ni var ju med och lobbade för det här redan innan den här resolutionen 1325 antogs för 20 år sedan. Varför valde Kvinna till kvinna just detta fokus? Att arbeta internationellt för kvinnor i krig och konflikt?
Ja, precis som nämndes tidigare, Kvinna till kvinna bildades ju under 90-talet när rapporterna från krigen på Balkan började komma om de sexuella övergrepp och det våld som kvinnor utsattes för. Och då kom den svenska kvinnorörelsen och den svenska fredsrörelsen samman och bara agerade. Så man kan ju säga att det var inte så att det var ett val. Det var inte några som satte sig ner och tänkte vad ska vi arbeta med? Utan världen såg ut som de gjorde, och det skapades ett upprop och de sa i princip enough. Det här funkar inte. Det kan inte vara på 90-tal, det kan inte vara mitt i Europa. Vi kan inte stilla tigande titta på när kvinnor utsätts för det här brutala våldet. Så det började som en aktion väldigt direkt där och då, och har sedan under de här nästan 30 åren vuxit in till den organisation som Kvinna till kvinna är idag.
Ja, och det är inte direkt så att Kvinna till kvinna inte längre behövs efter allt detta slit i decennier, skulle man ju säga. Utan jag skulle vilja, Petra, att du förklarar hur arbetet ser ut idag. Vad gör Kvinna till kvinna idag?
Kvinna till kvinna har i princip behållit samma modell som vi började med på 90-talet. För det var ju då att mina tidigare kollegor som faktiskt åkte ner till Balkan och besökte flyktinglägren och besökte de här länderna och insåg ju väldigt snabbt att okej, det är inte så att kvinnorörelsen, fredsrörelsen från Sverige behöver komma hit och tala om vad som ska göras. Här finns det massor med kvinnor. Och precis som Margot sa, de som ville ta ägandeskap över att bygga sina samhällen, som ville ta ägandeskap över sina liv, som inte ville vara offer. Så väldigt tidigt bestämde vi på Kvinna till kvinna att men vi ska stödja de här kvinnorna i deras organisering. Och det är samma modell vi arbetar utifrån idag. Vi stödjer kvinnorörelser i länder där det är konflikt. Vi befinner oss i några av de tuffaste områdena i Kongo, Syrien och Irak. Men vi är också fortfarande kvar på Balkan. För bara för att kriget tar slut så betyder ju inte det att det är den så kallade positiva freden och att det finns en säkerhet för kvinnor. Vi känner ju alla till våldsnivåerna har höjts i samhället, även i hemmen. Och det är massor med processer som behövs byggas på och jobbas på och skapa rättvisa efter att du blivit utsatt för sexuellt våld till exempel och få det erkännandet av det som krävs.
Och det vi ser är ju att även under fredstillstånd i länder som är demokratier pågår ju också någon typ av ett lågintensivt krig mot kvinnor där kvinnor inte känner sig trygga ändå. Och jag tänker att Margot, du har ju ändå lyckats krossa alla glastak under dina år liksom, med det här arbetet. Och du har ju nått den högsta tänkbara politiska nivå man kan nå. Under din tid som utrikesminister så hade du också en unik möjlighet att påverka världspolitiken genom bland annat Sveriges plats i FNs säkerhetsråd som ju är alternerande. Och samtidigt så sammanföll det här med att till exempel Trump kom till makten, och är det ju inte bara Trump, men vi har också sett över världen en backlash mot kvinnors rättigheter och kvinnor generellt skulle jag vilja säga. Så hur ser du på utvecklingen under din tid när det gäller just de här frågorna?
Ja, det är både framgångar och stora bakslag. Därför att man måste se tillbaka och säga att det är klart att kvinnor har kämpat så hårt för att flytta fram positionerna från och med den här resolutionen. Och väldigt mycket har hänt. Man mäter på ett annat sätt resultat, man följer utvecklingen, man har genderrådgivare i FN-missioner som finns runt om i världen. Men fortfarande så är det så mycket kvar, och det har kommit en backlash som du sa, som består i framförallt att man ger sig på kvinnors sexuella och reproduktiva hälsa och rättigheter. Aborträtten till exempel, möjligheter till sexualundervisning och allt vad det kan vara. Och det verkar som att de här, jag kallar dem autokrater, det är ju mäktiga män som nu styr några av världens rikaste och största länder. Och som gör allt för att behålla makten, och ofta så är en av de första insatserna att skaffa sig kontroll över kvinnan och kvinnors liv. Och det här har de gemensamt.
Reträtt, tänker jag. Det är en enorm reträtt också för er som har jobbat så länge med de här frågorna.
Ja,
eller hur?
men det är ingen kamp som man kan säga att nu är det allt färdigt. Nu kan vi liksom koppla av. Det är som med demokratin, att den måste vidmakthållas och hållas levande, och vi måste kämpa ständigt. Och så måste man tänka så här, det är inte glastag, det är oftast ett tjockt lager av män som hindrar oss.
Kanske var fel att jag nämnde Trump, tänker jag, för att de här bakslagen som du ju nämner faktiskt också finns närmare i vårt grannskap i Europa, inte minst, eller hur?
Ja, det är viktigt, men det är viktigt att nämna Trump också där, för att det är ju så uppenbart vad Trump gör, och tyvärr så är det liksom en kristen höger som använder presidenten också som ett vapen mot kvinnor, och det här är ju en fråga om liv eller död, och det måste man ha klart för sig. Om man säger att vi slutar med sexualundervisning eller vi ger inte kvinnor rätt till abort, så är det på liv och död.
När du blickar tillbaka till Margot Wallström, då tänker jag så här, vad är de främsta framgångarna, tänker jag?
Ja, framgångarna är ju med rättigheter, alltså att kvinnor får lagliga mänskliga rättigheter respekterade runt om i världen. Man måste ju veta att jag har rätt att klaga, jag har rätt att få lön och alla förmåner och allt det där som tillfaller män också normalt i ett samhälle. Och då måste lagstiftningen vara utformad på det sättet. Det finns ju man har höjt medvetande grundläggande nivån. Jag menar, i vårt land så säger vi att vi är feminister. Det är egentligen inte så många som ifrågasätter att kvinnor och män ska ha samma rättigheter och skyldigheter och möjligheter i ett samhälle. Så att och debatten finns där om kvinnors roll. Fäder som tar större ansvar också för sina barn och familjer och så.
Och vilka skulle du nämna konkret som de största utmaningarna under ditt...
Ja, då är det ju fortfarande det här, att det är våldet mot kvinnor. Jag skulle säga att det är, därför att det finns i varje land. Ingenstans finns ett hörn där kvinnor slipper våld.
Det finns inga trygga rum.
Nej. Och våld drabbar förstås män också. Men här handlar det ju väldigt ofta att det är den som du ska älska kanske och som du har gift dig med eller har ett partnerskap med som är den som utövar våld. Och det här har ju blivit tydligt nu under pandemin hur det drabbar kvinnor. Och så detta och den dag som du inte kan känna dig säker i ditt eget hem, hur ska du kunna orka ta ett ansvar som är större för samhället och för allt det som du vill vara?
Finns det något du ångrar? Snarare finns det något du önskar att du hade gjort när du var på den här högsta tänkbara maktpositionen?
Inte ångrar på det sättet, utan det är ju så här att allt är ändå på något sätt oavslutat. Eller det här arbetet måste fortsätta. Men jag tänker ofta på de här kvinnorna som man träffade. Att det är för deras skull också som vi har en skyldighet att fortsätta. Och när vi tjatade i säkerhetsrådet, vilket vi gjorde och fick resultat som också var påtagliga. För det handlade ju till exempel om att bjuda in lika många kvinnor som män att komma och briefa, alltså komma och prata för säkerhetsrådet. Och då tjatar vi och så frågar vi hela tiden och genom vår FN-ambassadör, var är kvinnorna, sa vi. Finns de omskrivna? Finns de representerade? Och så undrar man, blir det något resultat? Och till slut så när säkerhetsrådet åkte till Mali, då kom kvinnorna fram till vår svenska ambassadör och sa tack så mycket för att ni skrev in det här i resolutionen om Mali. För att det var första gången vi fick träffa presidenten till exempel. Så då har det ändå en betydelse. Det löser ju ingenting på en gång, men det är ett första steg.
En uppluckring. Och jag tänker att Sverige är ju ändå i frontlinjen, den feministiska frontlinjen globalt, eller hur? Och Sverige är också något av en fredsduva, skulle vi kunna säga. Men jag kan tänka på en sån här sak som, varför skrev inte Sverige på mot ett förbud av kärnvapen, den här FN-resolutionen till exempel?
Ja, det fanns ingen majoritet för det. Det fanns inte tillräckligt politiskt stöd för att göra det. Tyvärr, säger jag, eftersom alla förstår att det här är en fråga som engagerar mig väldigt mycket. Men det är inte uteslutet att det kan hända. Den dörren står öppen. Och det handlar ju om att se till att det blir också där en konvention som är effektiv. Och det arbetet måste fortsätta. Därför det här är en viktig fråga för många kvinnor.
Och det arbetet måste fortsätta. Och det är bland annat exakt det arbetet som Kvinna till kvinna bedriver och genomför runt om i världen, eller hur? På allt fler platser. Och bland annat de här kvinnorna som är engagerade i civilsamhället. Som är avgörande när det handlar om att påverka storpolitiken. Och flytta fram positionerna och kräva sina rättigheter och medvetandegöra. Och även om jag tänker att stödet är starkt, precis som Margot nämner, bland svenska politiker, så är det inte alldeles självklart i andra delar av världen. Utan vi ser också att utrymmet för civilsamhället krymper. Så då tänkte jag fråga dig, Petra, vilka har enligt dig de största framstegen och de största utmaningarna varit?
Ja, men jag tror att det relaterar jättemycket till det Margot sa. Så om jag ska välja ett framsteg eller någonting som har betytt väldigt mycket för våra partners, så var det ju när Sverige och när Margot Wallström lanserade den feministiska utrikespolitiken. Jag vet faktiskt inte hur många möten som jag har suttit i när jag har fått du måste framföra ett tack till er utrikesminister. Det är så viktigt för oss att det finns en människa med makt som har ställt sig upp och sagt, jag är feminist, jag tror på att den här analysen är viktig. Och det har betytt väldigt, väldigt mycket för vårt arbete och för kvinnor som befinner sig i ganska ensamma positioner i de här utsatta länderna. Och en stor utmaning om jag relaterar till det du säger om våld också. Jag tycker det är så viktigt för att om du inte känner dig trygg i ditt hem, om du utsätts för våld, hur ska du våga orka kliva ut i samhället och vara en aktör för förändring? Och det här är ju någonting som vi har bevakat under väldigt många år på Kvinna till kvinna. Och i en rapport vi tog fram för några år sedan så kunde vi se när vi frågade våra partners så hade 70% utsatts för hat och hot. Och det tyckte alla var mer eller mindre normalt. Nästan 30% hade utsatts för mordhot. Och 14% hade överlevt mordförsök. Och då är det alltså för att man väljer att ställa sig upp i sitt samhälle och säga så här, jag tycker inte det är okej med våld mot kvinnor. Och när man listade de saker de arbetar med, så den farligaste området att engagera sig i, det är att säga så här, nej, det är inte okej med våld mot kvinnor i samhället. Och det är ju en otrolig utsatt position. Vem kliver in i den?
Men jag vill också säga att det handlar ju om arbete på alla olika nivåer. Och om då det här handlar om en politisk ram och politiska uttalanden så menar jag att det måste ju alltid omsättas i handling. Och det har varit viktigt. Feministisk utrikespolitik är inte en slogan. Det är någonting som vi gör också dagligen genom alla våra ambassader ute i världen och genom de resurser som vi kan mobilisera också som ett utrikesdepartement och en regering i Sverige. Men för att säga också att och returnera, därför att det Kvinna till kvinna har gjort är ju att det började med att kvinnor behöver sanitetsutrustning, kvinnor behöver skydd. Och jag har själv besökt ett sådant projekt i Bosnien-Hercegovina där Kvinna till kvinna drev ett skyddat boende för kvinnor. Och där de berättade att det var, och det är ju ett så bra namn, Kvinna till kvinna, att det här var faktiskt kvinnor som kände att vi måste hjälpa våra systrar.
Precis, och över alla etniska
på
gränser. Jag var på samma, och det är fantastiskt att man också, det här systerskapet som uppstår, att man också över alla gränser, tänker jag. Men du nämnde också coronapandemin och den har ju på något sätt också aktualiserat orättvisorna när det gäller också kvinnors utsatthet. Men också har vi sett, apropå det ni båda nämner, att kvinnor bär samhällen, bär familjer. Har vi också sett kvinnor vara i frontlinjen inom vården, överallt, inom hemtjänsten, när de tar hand om de äldre och de yngre. Vad är liksom det viktigaste vi kan göra nu och utifrån det som har hänt med coronapandemin, som samtidigt också i många länder där man har haft lockdowns, där våldet i hemmets trygga vrå har eskalerat och blottat kvinnors utsatthet. Vad kan vi göra nu?
Men på något sätt så riktades ju strålkastarljuset på kvinnornas situation och kvinnors liv och kvinnors uppgifter i samhället. Och så hölls det fram och alla så att säga lovordade de insatser som inte minst kvinnorna i vården och omsorgen gör. Och det är klart att jag tror att många av dem säger så här, och då får ni nog faktiskt ta och visa det också. Då får ni se till att vi har hyfsade löner och bättre arbetsvillkor och uppskattning och hjälp där hemma. Så att vi faktiskt orkar göra allt det här svåra. Och nu är det så många slogans som man börjar bli trött på om hur vi ska liksom bygga tillbaka bättre, och ni vet alltihop där. Och tills vi har sett hur det görs med en bättre äldreomsorg, med bra villkor i alla de här jobben som har betraktats som kvinnojobb, så får vi nog vara lite försiktiga med tjusiga uttryck bara. Det här måste ju omvandlas till en politik som är bra för kvinnor, och vi måste göra mer med hjälp av män också för att få bort våldet mot kvinnor. Det är hemskt att det fortfarande är ett så stort problem i vårt samhälle. Allt från så kallat hedersvåld till mord på kvinnor. Och det här är...
Och inte minst de som kämpar för Kvinna till kvinna, som får enorma repressalier också. Absolut. Eller hur? Utsätts för fruktansvärda attacker.
Ja, det har ju såklart ökat. Men jag tänker också om vi ska återkoppla till resolution 1325 och att vi då haft 20 år av den här agendan för kvinnor, fred och säkerhet. Så någonting som har blivit väldigt uppenbart under covid-19 är de ekonomiska konsekvenserna. Vi ser nu att fattigdomen ökar. Det är kvinnor som har osäkra jobb, det är kvinnor som inte har utbildning, vi ser att tonårsgraviditeterna ökar, flickor kommer inte komma tillbaka till skolan. Så någonting som vi nu på Kvinna till kvinna kommer att driva inför då, det är i slutet av oktober, precis som du sa, resolutionen fyller 20 år, det är att länka den här ekonomiska rättighetsagendan till kvinnor, fred och säkerhet. Margot, du nämnde tidigare att det har kommit ett antal så kallade uppföljningsresolutioner som har liksom breddat och fördjupat den här agendan. Så vi har faktiskt tagit fram en skuggresolution som vi kommer presentera då om en månad.
Är den hemlig nu? Du kan inte berätta, läcka lite?
Den är inte så hemlig så att jag inte kan tala om den här. Det är en skuggresolution. Men när vi tittar på då hur man kan... Vi behöver länka kvinnors ekonomiska makt helt enkelt. Det är ju en grund för att du ska kunna ta dig ur ett våldsamt förhållande eller för att du ska kunna ta dig in i en position i samhället där du faktiskt kan förändra. Så den här kommer vi att presentera och självklart lobba hårt på de svenska representanterna och försöka få dem intresserade av att se om vi skulle kunna lägga till den här delen. Och det här är inte någonting som vi har suttit och hittat på själva på vår kammare på Kvinna till kvinna, utan det kommer från en ganska stor rapport som vi gjorde under förra året när vi pratade med kvinnofredsbyggare över hela världen och frågade dem, vilka ämnen tycker ni saknas i agendan? Och då var det just det här med kvinnors ekonomiska egenmakt och rättigheter som de säger. Om inte det är med, ja, då är det mycket som inte funkar.
Och det här är ju en del av en feministisk utrikespolitik också. Så är det i till exempel de handlingsplaner som upprättas varje år, så är just det här med ekonomisk egenmakt en väldigt viktig sak. Därför fortfarande så diskrimineras kvinnor när det gäller att öppna ett bankkonto, kunna starta ett företag eller faktiskt få ta de jobb som man önskar. Och det är mer än 100 länder, säger Världsbanken, som fortfarande diskriminerar kvinnor när det gäller vilka jobb de ska kunna ta.
Över 100 länder.
100 länder.
Ja, det är helt otroligt.
Eller att kunna ärva till exempel i konflikter.
Ja,
om din då
ärva land.
Eller om din man
dör. Är ju
dör.
grundförutsättningen också för kvinnors frigörelse generellt. Alltså det är omöjligt att... Men om vi blickar framåt, eftersom vi fick några minuter här, så skulle jag vilja veta vad önskar ni er, eller om ni hade en trollstav, vad skulle ni göra just nu för att innan månaden är slut, oktober då, och resolutionens 20-årsfirande, vad skulle ni göra för att förändra kvinnors situation i världen?
Ja, det första som man önskar sig nu, som kommer hända i början av november, är ju att det måste bli en annan president i USA. Därför att det som är liksom en stormakt i världen och ändå en demokrati måste faktiskt få en annan ledning. Annars så far hela världen illa av det. Men jag tror att det fortfarande gäller det som jag försökte jobba med också med feministisk utrikespolitik. Det gäller rättigheter, mänskliga och lagliga rättigheter för kvinnor. Det gäller representationen, att vara med, att faktiskt bli lyssnad på, sitta med där viktiga beslut tas. Och det handlar om resurser. Och det är de egna personliga resurserna, ekonomiska och andra. Men också hur samhällets resurser fördelas mera rättvist mellan kvinnor och män.
Vad säger du, Petra, avslutningsvis?
Ja, du gick ju ganska stort där med amerikanska valet. Om jag skulle gå ännu större, om vi börjar med att krossa patriarkatet. Det är väl feministernas standardsvar. Men om jag ska gå lite mer konkret då, kanske, så tänker jag nog ändå att fler aktörer som ändå har makt och möjlighet att påverka inser den otroliga kraft som finns i kvinnorörelser över världen. Och det visar forskningen att en stark och oberoende kvinnorörelsen är den främsta och viktigaste delen för att ett land ska kunna pusha jämställdhetsagendan och arbeta för kvinnors rättigheter framåt. Att fortsätta att stödja de här aktörerna och ge dem precis de här delarna som Margot pratar om i den feministiska utrikespolitiken. Att se dem som de politiska aktörer som de är med den erfarenhet och den expertis som behövs för att bygga ett stabilt samhälle framåt. Att fortsätta att prioritera de aktörerna.
Och fria och oberoende media och en debatt som tillåter kvinnliga journalister att arbeta utan att bli utsatta också för hot och trakasserier och våld. Och det är en väldigt viktig del för att vi ska kunna fortsätta debatten om de här frågorna.
Precis, och det ser vi ju sker också även här hemma i en av världens mest moderna demokratier. Och när man då träffar journalistkollegor och kvinnliga journalister i andra delar av världen så är det ju helt fruktansvärda historier man får höra. Men jag tänker, du som ändå var pionjär och lanserade den feministiska utrikespolitiken, smittade den av sig? Kunde du se att det blev ringar på vattnet?
Ja, det gjorde ju det. Det är i alla fall 5 länder som har följt efter, och det är inte små länder heller. Det är länder som Mexiko, Kanada och andra som faktiskt, och Frankrike som också deklarerar att de ska föra liksom med en feministiska förtecken sin utrikes- och biståndspolitik. Och det är väldigt glädjande, och jag har nyss talat också med Australien som är intresserade av att förstå hur vi har jobbat med den här frågan. Så att, det har det gjort. Men man vill se resultat. Man vill ju i så fall att de ska göra samma sak. Att upprätta handlingsplaner och använda, så att säga, att inte bara ha det som en slogan, utan att använda detta som ett verktyg och se till att man gör skillnad.
Jag tänker, vi har nämnt USAs president ett antal gånger här, och jag misstänker också det för att han har en sån enorm påverkan på den globala arenan. Samtidigt som vi också talar om bakslagen och utmaningarna, så har vi också sett allt fler starka kvinnliga ledare. Nya Zeeland, Finland, med olika länder.
Och kvinnor i civilsamhället.
I civilsamhället,
I Belarus,
precis.
I Irak har vi våra partners,
Belarus,
i Libanon. Så ser vi att kvinnorna är ju ute på gatorna, och kvinnorna är med i demonstrationerna, kvinnorna leder de här demonstrationerna.
Och vad kan vi göra? Och det tänker jag mig att många som tittar på det här programmet också vill höra er veteraner. Vad kan vi göra för att stödja de här som är i en väldigt, väldigt sårbar och utsatt situation? Alltså det är en stor skillnad på att vara kvinnorättskämpe i Saudiarabien eller Egypten eller Grekland för den delen, än att vara det i Sverige, där det är, precis som ni säger, också lättare att vara feminist här. Vad kan vi göra för att stödja de här kvinnorna som Kvinna till kvinna jobbar med?
Ja, men jag tror att det är faktiskt hela vägen från att liksom ta ett personal stance. Personligen så tycker inte jag att jag tycker att den här Instagram-feminismen som omnämns ibland, jättebra. Om det är ett statement som du kan göra för att visa på att du stödjer någonting, det är ett steg. Men det finns ju såklart massor med steg fler som du kan ta till att engagera dig i ditt eget samhälle. Massa organisationer i Sverige. Eller att stödja organisationer som Kvinna till kvinna för att nå ut bredare. Men jag tror att den här internationella solidariteten emellan kvinnorörelser över världen, det är också någonting som våra partners väldigt ofta återkommer till. Hur viktigt det är för dem att det finns någon som bryr sig i något annat land någon annanstans, och som ser det arbete som de gör och som faktiskt till och med vill stödja det. Så jag tänker, man får väl känna lite själv vart man befinner sig just nu, och liksom på den här skalan av engagemang hur djupt man vill gå. Men alla steg är bra.
Vi talar ju ganska mycket om the toxic masculinity, den giftiga, vad säger man, de destruktiva maskulinitetsnormerna, som ju också ofta länkas till just krig, eller hur? Konflikter och så vidare. Och jag tänker, motsatsen, är det någon slags fredligare, feminin...
Nyfiken feminism kanske.
En nyfiken feminist.
För att citera Cynthia Enlow, min favoritfeminist all times.
Men så då undrar jag så här, är en kvinnligare, en mer rättvis och jämställd värld där fler kvinnor finns i maktpositioner och driver den här typen av frågor om trygghet och säkerhet, är det inom räckhåll?
Ja, det är klart att det är inom räckhåll, och egentligen borde det väl börja med att titta på barnen. Alltså hur vill vi att barn, och för min del liksom, hur vill vi att barnbarn ska få växa upp? Vad är det vi vill lära dem? Vad vill vi prata med dem om? Vilka roller är det vi tänker oss att de ska få ha i fortsättningen? Och självklart så tror jag, har man en pojke och en flicka så tänker man nog att båda ska få ha samma chanser att välja skapa sina egna livsvillkor och välja utifrån vad de själva vill och är intresserade av. Så att föra den här diskussionen i hemmet tror jag är jätteviktig om könsroller, och att försöka vara goda exempel. Och jag tänker ofta, gör någonting osjälviskt. För vi lever i en tid där allting är liksom, man ska spegla sig själv på något sätt, det är så här selfie-tid. Så gör någonting för någon annan. Precis som Kvinna till kvinna har varit ett projekt där kvinna till kvinna är principen. Så hjälp någon annan, och så kommer livet faktiskt också att bli bättre.
Och med dessa visdomsord vill jag tacka er, Petra Tetterman Andorf, generalsekreterare på Kvinna till Kvinna, och Margot Wallström. Margot Wallström, ikonen. Tack så hemskt mycket för allt detta. Och jag tänker att vi bär med oss de här orden. Gör något osjälviskt, gör något för någon annan, så kommer allt bli bättre. Tack så hemskt mycket.
Hej och välkommen till lördagens sändningar från Bokmässans globala torg. Det globala torget är civilsamhällesorganisationerna inom biståndet som ställer ut tillsammans. Det gör vi varje år på Bokmässan i Göteborg och träffar en massa trevliga människor där. I år, på grund av pandemin, så är vi bara på webben. Idag har vi som tema jämställdhet, och vi har också en Sydafrikasatsning som ni kommer att få se mer av om ni följer oss i sändningarna. Men nu ska vi titta på ännu ett seminarium om kvinnor, makt och politik före och efter Irans revolution. Och det här arrangeras av den iranska kulturföreningen IKFC. Jag lämnar över till detta.
Comparing political power and Iranian women's influential power in pre-revolutionary and post-revolutionary Iran. I would like to thank Olof Palme Foundation and friends in Sweden for your kind invitation and for raising such an interesting question, which I am trying to have appropriate answers to it. Here is the question. Comparing the political power and Iranian women's influential power in pre- and post-revolutionary Iran. I doubt that despite the entry of the important social media factor into the spheres of political influence, these two historical periods can be easily compared. The situation of the world has gone through a major transformation since 1979, when the Iranian Revolution took place, to the present day. 41 years later, it has changed for an extent that making a comparative study is almost impossible. Social media has shifted and continues to change the whole comparison situation, but this factor did not exist before the Iranian Revolution. It exists today. Social media cannot be ignored, and its role in assessing the political weight and influence of Iranian women cannot be forgotten. In pre-revolutionary Iran, macro policies were enacted to reform the laws in favor of women. In that particular era, of course, rights such as the right to vote, the right to enter the parliament, and membership in the cabinet, government, as well as the right of women to be judges, ambassadors, or having high-level positions in management were gradually accepted. These positive developments are historically commendable, but before the revolution, Iran was deprived of democracy, independent political parties, independent political organizations, and a free press. Therefore, only those men and women could exercise political power who were close to governmental power circles. Women in parliament and government were involved in government mechanisms instead of advocating official policies. But ordinary women in the country whose voices could not be heard in the absence of independent political parties, free press, and empowered civil society could not be influential and could not explain their approaches, which were of course different from official policies. In other words, although women's enjoyment of revolutionary political rights was a promising event, in the absence of democracy and elections and an independent parliament, one cannot say women became an influential political force in the country. Women had gained the right to vote in parliamentary elections and to enter parliament. Women were able to enter the cabinet and occupy some top management positions. Women had the right to be judges. Women enjoyed social freedoms. Women were present and active in society with the right to choose the type of clothing they wished to wear. Women could establish organizations aiming in eliminating gender discrimination or organizations associated with other civic activities, provided that the founders had no history, background in criticizing the Shah's official policies. Under the power and protection of governmental organization, female lawyers had become a force for demanding the amendment of laws in every possible way and demanding the daily needs of women from legislative bodies. The women of the court, Darbar, were able to establish good relations with the UN, United Nations, and sent delegates to the world assemblies. Women were approaching high-ranking diplomatic positions. Laws were enacted in favor of women in the family and private spheres. Also, women's right to divorce, custody of children, increasing the marriage age, and other kinds of rights were accepted. However, there was still no trace of social media. The real space was the only platform for political maneuvering, and this space was often majorly occupied by men than women. Outnumbered women in politics and decision-making. An exception. An important political role that women played at that time with equal power over men was their completely populist role in the Islamic Revolution and the collapse of the Shah. This role was played by the networking of the Shah's religious opponents, which ultimately led to the victory of the revolution in 1979. Through the religious populist power, Iranian women turned into a revolution force, but they could only play a small role in changing the Shah's policies, despite the power they gained and their increased representation in the parliament and other political arenas. In the current situation in which Iran is after the revolution, we have entered the fifth decade of the revolution. During this period, the definition of women's power and political influence have changed. This power is not only limited to how women from the ruling class of society have participation rights. There is another very important factor at work that we can utilize to measure the extent of women's political power. In today's situation, similar to the pre-revolutionary era, Iranian citizens suffer from a lack of democracy, independent political parties, independent organizations, and a free press. But the global communication revolution has become another possibility for women and men. Therefore, women could make up for shortfalls in management and governance in the Islamic Republic and could liberate and activate their forces in cyberspace through the consideration of their voices. Each time they become a lever of effective pressure on Iran's authoritarian and religious patriarchal government. Few women have passed through ideological filters and held positions in some important decision-making bodies in the Islamic Republic and are able to do their work within a small number of them, but they do not have the necessarily political power to change or transform government policies and cannot go beyond the ideological boundaries of radical Islam, else they are expelled from the political scene. But social media has allowed large numbers of Iranian women living in Iran and abroad who do not align with government ideologies to become a political force and influential power. For example, in the current year, this force has defined itself with a protest movement against honor killings and #MeToo movement, which is a protest against the denial of women's right to life on the pretext of honor and sexual harassment of women. In the context of political obstruction of the Islamic Republic of Iran, this force has been able to impose its weight on the mechanisms within the country's political system and force authorities to explain in various ways. Although there has been no change in the narrow religious legislative system of the country regarding honor killings, Iranian women's political force has shown itself to the world in cyberspaces, and their protesting voices have been influential. Today, from the heart of this fusion of voices in harmony, so many campaigns are emerging that will undoubtedly play great roles in the future of Iran. Therefore, one cannot limit the political and influential power of women to the extent of their presence in the spheres of government. Unlike the pre-revolutionary era, this force makes good use of social media as a way of becoming levers of pressure, and it will undoubtedly become a capacity that, in a situation where there is a rift in the power of the Iranian government, this capacity will be activated and will once again bring about a change in the system of government in Iran. This time, on the wings of social media and not populist movements. Now, we look forward to the future, where women with a capacity that has been built play a significant and leading role in the big political transition, the transition from an Islamic regime to a democratic secular one, a transition that is peaceful and not populist.
Hej, ni är mycket välkomna till lördagens sändningar från Bokmässans globala torg. Det globala torget är civilsamhällesorganisationerna inom biståndet som ställer ut tillsammans. Vanligtvis i Göteborg där vi träffar jättemycket trevliga människor. I år finns vi på webben. Allting livesänds, allting kommer ligga kvar också och man kan kommentera och komma i kontakt med de som är här och talar på det sättet. Hoppas att det kommer att funka bra. Dagens tema är 2. Vi kommer att prata om jämställdhet hela dagen och vi kommer att prata väldigt mycket om Sydafrika i vår egen Sydafrika-satsning. Och i nästa seminarium så kopplar vi ihop de här 2 delarna. Och det här är då inte arrangerat av det sydafrikanska turistkontoret utan titeln på det här seminariet är Ett krig mot kvinnor, könsbaserat våld och könsbaserade mord i Sydafrika. Arrangör är ACT Svenska kyrkan och samtalsledare Maria Bard.
Welcome to this session organized by ACT Church of Sweden at the Global Square at Gothenburg's Book Fair. The title of the session is A War on Women, Gender-Based Violence and Femicide in South Africa. On the 4th of June, 28-year-old Segofatso Pule left her home to buy clothes for the child that she carried. It was her first child, and she was excited, of course. However, she was found the next day, hung in a tree, stabbed to death. That day, Segofatso Pule became 1 out of 8 women killed every day in South Africa. President Cyril Ramaphosa has referred to the situation when it comes to gender-based violence and femicide as a war on women. And to this already acute situation, the COVID pandemic has of course made the situation even more difficult. However, gender-based violence is not something that's new in South Africa. It's been something women's movement and activists and organizations have been combating for years. So the knowledge is there, the policy, the legislation, and funding to a certain extent. Yet South Africa is still having some of the highest level of gender-based violence in the world. But why is today's panel talk? We would like to discuss this issue. Why do we have the situation we have today in South Africa? What role does norms and attitude in society have to enabling this form of violence? Why is the need for access to sexual and reproductive health and health services important for survival? And the entry point for a discussion, it is of course South Africa. But as we all know, this is not a place limited to one country or one continent, but it's actually something that's worldwide. We know that in Sweden and we know it everywhere. So we also want to take the discussion to the next level and discuss the global backlash that we see when it comes to SRHR and women's rights and bodily autonomy globally. And all of this will be discussed by this distinguished panel that you all guys will see in front of you here right now. We have Nompile Kakwese with us, who is leading the Survivors Network Pepisa. She is herself a survivor of gender-based violence and active in these issues in the women's movement in South Africa. We have Dr. Tlaleng Mofokeng, who will be referred to as Dr. T further on in the discussion, who is a medical doctor, a human rights activist, and recently the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to health. And we have with us also Professor Charlene van der Veld, who's the head of the Department of Gender and Religion at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And my name, who will moderate this talk, is Maria Bard. I work for ACT Church of Sweden as the regional representative to Southern Africa. But let me take us back to where I started. Segofatu Pule. She is the reason that we are here today and that we are joining together and discussing all these important matters. But too often, stories like Segofatu Pule's is not heard. It's forgotten or it's hidden away. ACT Ubumbano, it's a network in South Africa containing of faith actors, civil society organizations, a partner to ACT Church of Sweden, and through their voice app, young women have been able to share their stories at a safe place. Because telling your own story, it's an act of empowerment. And for many, it's an important part of their healing. Now, Pilo, I will start the discussion with you. You were part of working with this Young Women's Voices initiative. Why was this important for you to be part of?
Thank you very much for that opportunity. What is important is having to voice out, more especially as survivors of gender-based violence, where we did not have platforms to tell our stories and hear each other's stories. So for me, this has been a great experience and a platform where I can openly share, given that the consequences we suffer after trauma and after the violation, where we don't have other resources or other platform where we can tell our stories and find that comforting but empowering ways of expressing ourselves and learning from other survivors. So for me, having that opportunity to listen to other survivors, but simultaneously telling my story, I think that gave me strength as a survivor to go out there and reach out for even more personal support.
And what do you hope that the Young Women's Voices initiative will have for others?
I believe that the more that it reaches out to other communities, to other rural communities, it will then give survivors, women, a platform where they can have that safe space to each other, create that safer environment to each other, to have that moment to each other, to empower and advocate amongst each other, knowing that there's power in voicing out, and then we create that space so that we don't keep recurring and re-victimizing ourselves because of not speaking out.
Yeah, because that's when we spoke before this talk, you said that you yourself had suffered the consequences of silence because you had waited yourself before seeking help. what did that mean?
I suffered for many years because I did not, I never related to other survivors. I never knew other survivors of sexual gender-based violence. So to me, this was just my story, and I suffered in self-confidence. I suffered, and why me? That why me is that comes as a consequence of being violated. So now reaching out, hearing other stories, then heals a lot, and then you discover that it's not just part of statistics, but actually there are women like you out there now. Meeting them in personally, seeing personal stories, then move your perspective and your mind of not being just a statistic, but a voice to other women.
Thank you for sharing that. And you're yourself leading a survivors network called Pepisa. What does that, what do you want to achieve with this network? Why do you think it's important to have a network as such?
I believe we have so much services for survivors in South Africa that support women, but I saw the blind spot of not having so much survivors groups where we can do healing sessions and have to carry each other emotionally even after these sessions, because these recurring consequences I've been telling. So we're just creating that platform that there is no time frame of healing. So we have that continuous healing to each other, and trying to bring even awareness to other women of knowing these services and being a safe space, and create these small environments, even in our small groups, even in our smaller communities.
And today the government of South Africa have taken several steps to address the issue of gender-based violence today. But what do you think the government should do even more, according to your experience?
What I like it's the inclusive of civil society organization, those small community-based organization. But I think the emphasis should be more now, even in creating spaces or having awarenesses, or the more focus on the change of attitude. How do we then concentrate more in perpetrators than having these more survivors? How do we then? So I think the more thing that should be done now is to see where are the blind spots, because of all these platforms survivors have been having, but we still see cases rising. We see GBV is now dominating. So what are we missing? And then that might be the mind change. How do we move from this patriarchal issues that we have even more in rural areas, where men are groomed in a certain way that is not so comfortable for women? So I think the focus now should be more on attitudes and patriarchal system that we live in.
Thank you so much, Nompila. Let me continue. Thank you, Nompila. Dr. T, we've been listening also to I mean, the situation in South Africa, it's so horrific and extremely frustrating. When we spoke prior to this meeting, I felt a lot of, we spoke about anger, and I could feel you were angry. Can you tell me something about that? Because this is what I'm sensing from many people in South Africa. There's a lot of frustration and even anger about the situation.
Yes, I think anger is what I would use to describe, and also a feeling of helplessness, a feeling of not being able to thrive, and just really the impact of violence, living under a constant threat of violence, or surviving violence, or experiencing violence is such an isolating moment. And for many of us in this country, we've been enduring years and years and years of violence, and often feeling unheard. And I think it's that feeling of not being heard and not being seen and not being validated in that anger as if, you know, women and people in civil society are overreacting. Yet we know the impact of violence is often for many people a long-term problem that has immediate and quantifiable negative health outcomes, mental health well-being, of course, as well as physical well-being. So the anger is from many moments and many times of advocacy and ways that have failed, and women feel that the government has failed in responding and in creating a country that's safe for everyone that live in it, especially women and children.
But how is that even possible? I mean, you are one of those champions who've been fighting for so many years, and listening to all of these human rights activists and scholars in South Africa, and even listening to the president giving speeches about this, prioritizing, setting this is a war on women even. How is it even possible that you're still in this situation right now? What's your analysis of that?
So one of the main problems with South Africa is that we struggle as a country and those in governance to translate our constitution and our policies, which are rightfully based on human rights, right? They use a human rights framework, but there's no translation of those documents and those policies and that constitution into services. There isn't a translation. As much as the constitution gives us all these rights to the freedom of violence and a life that's free of violence, when we are living every day in our homes, navigating public spaces, public transportation, when you are at work, when you are at churches, when you are shopping, there isn't a space where we are safe. And therefore, the frustration is that we have all of these rights that are affirmed in the Constitution, yet in reality, our experience is not one or that promotes and then protects those rights. And I think the problem really, again, which is really a fundamental problem, is that there hasn't been a resourcing, a financial resourcing, and a plan that looks at how to sustain the resources that are required to have a comprehensive response. So if you look at prevention strategies, there isn't still an understanding and a quantification of how much money is required annually to actually make sure that we implement prevention strategies at all levels of governance and of society. There isn't a full understanding and a resourcing of immediate victim-centered support for those who survive violence. And there's continuous delays in terms of accessing the courts and accessing justice for those cases which have become a criminal justice system issue. So there's a continuous feeling of we are just being let down by the system, by lack of implementation, by lack of resourcing that will tell us that there's political will to fix the problem. And I think that's another problem, is that there's a lack of political will that is demonstrated that will make us as civil society feel safer and feel heard.
How can you actually change that? How can you, what is needed to change that, would you say?
So I'm placed at a national human rights institution, the Commission for Gender Equality, and it's a constitutional body that was mandated to promote and protect and advance gender equality in South Africa. And the vision is to have a society that's free of oppression based on gender and sexuality. And one of the roles that we have is to play oversight and monitor all public and private, as well as civil society institutions. And one of the roles that we have been playing as the Commission for Gender Equality is being present when that National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence and Femicide was being drawn up. We were part of that process, and we continue to be engaged in terms of the different government institutions, from the Department of Women and Youth and People with Disability to Department of Justice and Correctional Services, Department of Social Development, Department of Health, the National Prosecuting Authority, to ensure that in all the solutions, in all the plans that they have, including the important Ministry of Police, there is a gender lens to it, that we don't truly leave anyone behind, and we are really inclusive in terms of thinking about people who have disabilities, thinking about the LGBTIQA+ community, which continue to experience homophobic rape when you are talking about Black lesbian women in South Africa. So our role is, one, to monitor, but secondly, make legislative suggestions, as well as give advice, especially when it comes to this council that will overlook the implementation of the National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence and Femicide.
And going back to your experience of being a medical doctor yourself, you have also met a lot of women who've been exposed to violence, been raped, and different forms of violence. What role would you say that accessing SRHR services have to actually be able to continue that healing process?
We continue to have an unmet need for services. So if you are a survivor of any form of physical or sexual violence, you don't know what you are going to find at your nearest public health facility, whether it be a clinic, a community center, or a hospital. There is a lack of information just about what services constitute a service for survivors of rape or sexual or physical violence. There are a lot of delays to accessing services, even if you present yourself as a survivor to a healthcare facility. We do not have adequately trained forensic medical staff, as well as social workers and psychologists who are forensically trained, and therefore there isn't a seamless referral between the allied medical health support services as well as the clinicians and the doctors and the nurses, which means that there are delays in terms of care. So if someone presents to a clinic, it may take them a month before they have any contact with a psychologist. And that raises a question about immediate emotional support and debriefing and containment. It raises questions about the evidence that's required to be collected for the DNA evidence kits. We know the more time is prolonged and elapses after the violation, the harder it is to have good quality evidence. So there is also a lack of coordinated response between the hospitals and the healthcare system and the policing, which have to then bring the evidence kits that are going to be collected, which means then the quality of the evidence that's presented to the court when the time comes for this case to be presented in court is very poor. And this is one of the reasons that leads to poor prosecution statistics, which again says to women, this issue is not being taken seriously. If they report, they present to healthcare facilities, there's gross delays and undignified care. And what ends up happening in the court is also a testament to say no one takes this issue seriously, because even if we report and do all the right steps, the rapists and the perpetrators still walk away scot-free.
But the government has taken several steps, taken several initiatives to address the situation. Would you say that what you're talking about now, is that prioritized? Or is it something that needs to be further pushed into that agenda that's being formed right now?
So one thing about South Africa that, we always have to remember, and I'm not sure that our leadership and the people in governance take seriously this issue. South Africa has a history of colonialism and apartheid, right? Which still has impact in terms of spatial planning in this country. So your geographical location in South Africa still determines what you have access to and what you don't have access to. If you are in the urban centers, you are still more likely to access services than someone in the peri-urban and rural areas. So if we are coming up with plans, we have to think beyond just talking about what needs to be done. We have to go into the nitty-gritties of understanding what access looks like to people. You can build 100 clinics and build them in urban and peri-urban areas, but the rural community, which is still the majority in this country, will still not be able to access services. So services have to be where people are. Services must come to people. People can get to services, and COVID-19 is a good example to illustrate what we mean. We've always known that violence disproportionately affects people in the rural areas. It affects women, it affects LGBTIQA+ people. But with COVID-19, with the lockdown regulations, it meant even those communities that heavily rely on public transportation to get to work and to get their essential services, including healthcare, could not get there because there were curfews, public transportation was not operating in some areas, and therefore the militarization as a response to COVID-19 did not help at all. When women already don't feel safe in their own homes, now during COVID-19, women will not feel safe to now go and go outside of a curfew, risk being abused by the military or the police themselves because they have broken a curfew while they are running away from a violent situation within the home or the community. So there needs to be a much broader thinking and a deepened and a nuanced understanding of the issues that impact the different communities. And unfortunately for us in South Africa, spatial planning and geographical location of services is still very much an important factor that will lead to either increased services or unfortunately continuing to leave many communities in the margins.
Because this is also what Nopile said initially. Nopile, you said as well that there's a need to understand that in rural areas, the patriarchal norms are much, much heavier than they will be in urban areas. And you were also talking about the challenges of living in the urban context here, Dr. T. But do you think that norms and attitudes do also impact then accessing these services?
I think it's important because norms and attitudes often drive prejudice and discrimination. And there is a culture where, and globally everyone refers it as rape culture, right? That we are all living in societies and countries and communities that actually enable violence to keep happening. And it shames the people who are survivors. Even the language that we use, right? We always center the person who violence happened on. We know the victims, and it's the women's faces who are in the newspapers and that are being referred to in radio bulletins. But you don't see the faces of the perpetrators because they are protected by the law because there's allegations against them. So even how we cover stories, there's a way that we cover them that puts shame on the person who has survived. So when you have been raped, when you survive violence, some of the internal dialogue that you are having with yourself is firstly, will they believe me? Because rape culture has made it and normalized the fact that we expect women and children and the LGBTIQA plus community to only walk around in the daytime and modify their clothing so that they can then not be raped, which is wrong. It's completely false. We all have a right to occupy public spaces and walk and be where we need to be, wherever we need to be, and get dressed and do whatever we need to do. But rape culture says, why were you walking there? Why did you go to that party? Why were you in that office building alone? And yet women are working late, long hours after work. Who must come and sit with her in her office while she's working late and trying to reach her targets and her deadlines? So rape culture enables violence. Rape culture, again, says that perpetrators have no social consequences. Right? And in many of us, in all of our countries, whether it's the global south, global north, developed countries, men continue to get away from consequences, but also they get elevated to positions of leadership, knowing that they are perpetrators with a history of violations and violence and sexual and physical violence, and yet they end up being elevated to positions of leadership, which means there's absolutely no consequences for violence as a society. There is just absolutely no social consequences for being a rapist or a perpetrator.
You actually said when we spoke also before that maybe the women of South Africa should sue the government for not doing their job.
So you have to think about accountability, right? And recourse and justice. And what does justice look like for survivors? And I have a medical doctor who's treated toddlers who've been rape survivors, all the way to grannies and people in their 80s, right? And justice looks very different to all of those people. But ultimately, it's about accountability. And unfortunately, we've seen it previously with the civil case, right, around access to antiretroviral treatment to prevent mother-to-child transmission. That problem was escalating. It became a health emerging problem in South Africa that was not properly responded to by government and leadership, up to a point where it escalated, where civil society had to intervene to force the hand of government. But the only way civil society can hold the government accountable, unfortunately, is through a court process. And so it shouldn't get there. But what else must women do in South Africa? What else must they do? What else are they left with? Because we have marched, we have filled the streets, we have shut down the country, we've marched to institutions of business and financial institutions and corporates We continue to put our bodies on the line day after day in institutions of higher learning, and there is just no response. And so the question is, what then needs to happen? And that is possibly the only avenue that hasn't been explored by women, because going to court costs money. And again, we're talking about a patriarchal society, a patriarchal country that where rape culture is normalized. And so for women to do that, it will take, unfortunately, quite a strategic effort. But that's, for me, it's the only thing that women haven't done. They've done everything. We speak, we keep talking, we do interviews, we march, we do everything. And perhaps, I think for me, it's the only avenue left.
Thank you. I will continue. We should continue with Charlene. So both Nompilo and Dr. T have spoken about the importance of the challenge of living with patriarchy and the importance of addressing norms and attitudes. As a professor working with gender and religion, working with these issues on a daily basis, norms and attitudes, what do you think? What's your comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to talk about Dr. T's remark about the disconnect, between our constitutional dispensation and then the lived realities and the access to services by people affected by gender-based violence. And I think every time that, and I think my students roll their eyes now, every time that I start my thinking around gender-based violence, always refer to the work of Professor Rachel Jukes at the Medical Research Council in Pretoria. She did a massive study in the South African society asking about the causality of gender-based violence. So asking why, if we are doing all these things and if we're trying to make an impact, what ideologically underlies the rape culture and the culture of gender-based violence in South Africa? And she alludes to two really important ideological hooks at the bottom of her construction. So she says it's not one thing that causes it, right? It's a constellation of factors, and these factors are complexly linked to each other. But she says ideologically, gender-based violence is informed by two main issues. The first is the ideology of male superiority. And then secondly, a culture of violence. So in default situations of conflict, South African responses is violence. And this, as Dr. T has also mentioned, is deeply informed by our history of colonization, apartheid, dehumanization that people have suffered. But I think patriarchy, and it's interesting how very seldom people want to really go down into the heart of it, which is patriarchy, and really want to sit with the complexity of that and to think about how this systemically informs our society. An ideology that constantly affirms the fact that men have more value than women. If you live in a society where that is constantly reiterated, it's no surprise that our landscape looks the way it does. And I think, and it's really interesting to listen to the discussion. If you think about the two places where that ideology is bolstered in the most profound way in the South African context, is probably within landscapes of traditional culture, where male superiority is sort of lorded over, and people structure systems and families and societies around that notion. But the second place, and this is where the work I do sort of links into the conversation, is to say on a Sunday morning at 9:00, faith communities across the South African landscape meet and we read sacred scriptures, and we gather in institutions and in society where we also keep on telling communities of people that men are superior to women, that if we read the Bible, God says men are somehow more human beings than women. If we continue to perpetuate faith discourse that uncritically engage with patriarchy, nothing will change. Because on a Sunday morning, that is reinforced. Children grow up in that. And to come back to Nompilo's point, where's norms and values formed? Yes, in the family, but considering the South African family landscape and how often, kids come from broken homes, or or single-headed households, how often our responsibility around the creation of norms and values farmed out to faith communities. So then you send your children to faith communities where it's reinforced that men are superior to women. If that is the case, if that's what we continue saying, then people can make nice promises and bring out strategic plans and say all the right things on the news. Even our president can say that. But if we're not willing to interrogate patriarchy as a value and as a governing ideology of our society, we're never going to move in the right direction.
And how can faith actors, or what you're talking then about, how can you work with them? How can you, how do you work actually?
Okay, Maria, I think that's a really important question, and often something that people within civil society or even NGO landscape, you know, when people think about faith actors, they usually roll their eyes and think, okay, I'm not even going to engage faith actors because we exactly know what they're going to say. They are part of the problem. And of course, I understand that positionality, and I understand that also exhaustion with that patriarchal discourse and that way of navigating this landscape. But I think ignoring faith actors and sort of bracketing them all as they're problematic, they're part of the problem, they're not going to make any difference, really undercuts the role that the church could potentially play as a first responder to the survivors of gender-based violence, as Nompilo has also argued, you know, as places of healing, as safe spaces. If the church lives up to what she could be, we could create spaces where people could find safety and where people's value could be affirmed. But for that, I mean, and I think that's what I do for a living, is to try to sit with faith leaders and people who are already functioning as leaders within faith communities, and to try to conscientize faith leaders and to develop vocabulary with faith leaders to speak about these issues, to help them with systematic analysis tools to say, how do you engage the gospel in a way that doesn't reinforce patriarchy. So I think my approach has been to say, if we cultivate in faith leaders change agents, so people who speak in a new way, people who act in a new way, you've got the potential to bridge that gap between high-level policy making and the demands within communities. Faith communities function at that exact space between those things. So if they do their job, they could be an immensely powerful tool in addressing gender-based violence.
Thank you, Charlene. Thank you so much. Thank you all for sharing your knowledge and experience. These conversations have been very, very rich, and I think there have been lots for all of us to think about. Some of the things that I will take away from this discussion is the challenges of living in a patriarchal society where rape culture is normalized and where other forms of violence follow on that. The importance of placing survivors at the center of all approaches to address gender-based violence. And also the importance of addressing destructive norms and attitudes in society to be able to identify the root causes. And how faith actors can be part of a positive change if you provide the right support. I would also like to encourage the audience to, who all of you have listened to learn a bit more about a survivor-centered approach and really advocate for new innovative partnership with FBOs, for example, such as Charlene spoke about. The late Ruth Bader Ginsburg of the US Supreme Court, who dedicated her life to fight for gender equality, she once said, "Real change, enduring change, happens one step at a time." Let us hope that this moment that we've spent together has inspired us to stretch a bit further, to be part of reaching and realizing enduring change and access to human rights for all. Thank you.
Hjärtligt välkommen till
So, a warm welcome to this Saturday's broadcast from the Global Square. The Global Square is Swedish civil society's organizations within international aid that together provide an exhibit together, usually in Gothenburg, where we normally meet lovely people, but this pandemic year we're broadcasting everything online. We're broadcasting live, and we will post everything afterwards, so you can follow today's broadcast live and chat with other people watching. And you can also watch what we broadcast yesterday when we spent a lot of time on democracy and democratic aid, and we took a particular look at Eastern Europe and Belarus. This morning we'll be talking about South Africa. We have our own South Africa project here now, 30 years since the country was liberated, and we will be talking a lot about equality. Yesterday we spoke about the UN, very vital 75-year-old. Today we'll be talking quite a lot about Resolution 1325, a perky 20-year-old. It is a resolution about women's role in war and peace, which was ratified 20 years ago after the wars in Bosnia and Rwanda. And there is a very strong civil society backing this up. One of those organizations is Operation 1325, who has a particular session today. Welcome to this seminar of Operation 1325. We're an umbrella organization working to see full implementation of the UN Resolution 1325. My name is Sofia Nordenving, and for the next 20 minutes I'll be moderating this conversation about the work to prevent violent extremism and our project Motkraft, or Counterpunch. Motkraft is part of our operations in Sweden, where we use Resolution 250 about young people's safety and security. It's about including young people, and in this instance, young women in particular, in work to prevent all forms of violent extremism and its breeding grounds. Our experience of Operation 1325's collaboration around conflict-ridden countries in the world highlights the importance of looking at conflict from a gender perspective, and that is something that we have looked at in Motkraft. Operation 1325 and the Resolution 1325 is about including women and women's perspective across all aspects of conflict, before, during and after. But in a conflict, it is also a matter of violence and extremism. The focus is often on young men as perpetrators, but also as recipients of resources for preventive measures. And in these environments, of course, there are women as well, and there is a risk that they are being ignored. But above all, there are around destructive movements, young women who want to stop violence and extremism. And thanks to Motkraft, we have some of them here with us today who will be talking to us about their work and their involvement. So Tindra Hallgren, Yusra Ali and Hedvig Munters, welcome. And I would like to start by asking you, what experience made you contact Motkraft? How about you, Hedvig? Well, I chose to contact Motkraft because right now there are a lot of polarizing voices. You notice that many young people around you are attracted by these polarizing voices. And it's interesting to know what could the background to this be, and how can we work to counter it. And for that reason I thought this project was very interesting in order to learn more about the work behind it and how we can counter people ending up in these extreme movements, in particular when the climate is the way it is at the moment. Jusra? Well, I was previously a part of Project Diabella, which was also started by you, Operation 1325, and there I learned so much, and I really feel that it was an amazing project. So when I subsequently heard about the project Motkraft, Counterpunch, I felt absolutely this is something I will be involved in. As a racial Muslim woman, I tick a lot of boxes for oppression, and such as racism, Islamophobia. There's so much, and it's almost. Without a doubt, I will find myself in situations where we see conflict. So I felt that this is something that I really want to be involved in and learn more about. I agree with everything you said there. I contacted the project because I feel that the climate in our society has become so much more harsh, particularly in social media. Language is so much harder now, and opinions that previously weren't accepted now suddenly are accepted and ubiquitous. And I feel like a city like Stockholm is very polarized. There are no meeting places for people who belong to different groups in society to meet each other. And that, in connection with the use of language that we hear now, is very disconcerting. So I felt I wanted to participate and contribute to an alternative voice or a different path. So I was very happy to see that Motkraft had started this. So I wanted to get involved, simply put. So within these extremist environments that you have learned a little bit more about and studied, there are very strong notions about the gender roles, and that is also very evident in the propaganda and the ideologies. Can you give some examples of what that might look like, and also what you think, how we can strengthen the preventive efforts if we can understand violent extremism from a gender perspective? Would you like to start? Yes, absolutely. We've worked during this project with a gender perspective very much. Because frequently in media and in the public discourse, women are reduced to some form of victim in these roles, and often you think, oh, it's a boyfriend who lured the woman into this or something, and that's not at all the truth. And we've really learned that through the lectures that were being held. The role of the women in these environments is a lot more complex than that. There are different ways in which the propaganda makes use of this. On the one hand, they try to create some kind of romanticizing role, like a Disney fairy tale narrative that appeals to many women who may not feel that they are at home in the roles assigned to them in society today. That is something that these groups are very skilled at doing. But on the other hand, which may sound a little bit alien to us, it's about female liberation, such as ISIS. They've used that type of messaging a lot in their propaganda, that they show lots of women acting together in a group. They show a sense of security between themselves. The women have a very active role in building the caliphate. They are raising the next generation of warriors, so they participate actively in society, and you often see in propaganda they see them as a weapon. So there's a different role for women that appeals to young people who might feel a little bit lost. And this is something we don't see when you think of it. It's not something that is on top of mind when you think of ISIS. And it's very important that we identify the right situation here to find the right solution, because like you said in your intro, a lot of resources are invested in the young men, but the women are also a driving force in this. That's my take on it. What do you think? Yeah, I can only agree completely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Can you, as young women, relate to this? some of these messages. Maybe not the violent extremism, but the emotions, the underlying emotions that they play off. Can you understand them better now? Well, you can always identify with a young person who's looking to see where they belong. Of course, everyone can identify with that. But maybe that you belong to a certain risk group, or that you've been isolated one way or another, and some form of vacuum has arisen, and you can feel particularly attracted to more extreme opinions. But I think all of us, at some period in our lives, we try to find out where we belong. And that is something that all young people go through. But depending on the situation you're in, you might have been become involved in different ways. Yes, and these groups have been so extremely good at identifying the needs of their target audience, and that is why they're so successful in their recruitment. In this project, Motkraft, you started developing ideas for campaigns to counteract this. A lot of work to influence, lobbying work, focus discussions with the other young people, but also a social media campaign that you can see here behind us. And you're just beginning this project. But in this project, you've chosen to address these kind of simplified, polarizing statements that you come across in your day-to-day life, but also on social media. And through this, you want to initiate dialogue with other young people about polarization. Can you explain your thoughts behind it? Who are you targeting, and why focus on polarization in particular? Well, I can begin. We've identified that polarization is one of these things that is a breeding ground for extremism. And in the society where we live today, it is fairly polarized. And by our constantly creating conflict between groups, you fan the flames even more. So what we wanted to do in this project was to produce alternative tools, different paths to meeting and seeing each other instead of fanning the flames of conflict. Anyone would like to add something? Yes. We concluded that one way of doing this may be to start this campaign, for example. It's an Instagram account that the purpose of which is to disseminate the knowledge that we have learned, all the things we've learned during this series of lectures. And the idea is, well, I don't know how to put this. Well, here, for example, here's an example. You only see men out in Rinkeby, outside of Stockholm. So we chose to use different forms of, well, quotes that you might hear out and about in the public discourse. And what could you respond to those statements in a constructive manner? So we have one, Marianne here, who lives in Rinkeby, who've chosen to respond to this in light of her own personal experience, in an explanatory tone, instead of trying to, reinforce this notion that there are only men at Rinkeby out and about, instead of trying to provoke, instead trying to tell her perspective in a way that provides an explanation, instead of demonizing what someone is saying or fully agreeing with them. So through this account, we will bring up different extremist statements or notions, and then we try to show how we, in a constructive and educational manner, can respond to that, because often you just want to go on the offensive immediately, or maybe answer in a more aggressive manner, if you like. Because of course it is upsetting, but we want to try to show that by being open and curious and really show that this is an opinion. Just as I have an opinion, this extremist person also has an opinion. And even if we don't agree, we can still have a constructive dialogue, and in that way conclude that perhaps we can change the opinion of this person by being open and curious. How come you think like that? Or can you contribute in any way instead of just going on the offensive saying, yeah, you can't say that? Excellent, yes. And I know that you work really hard on these responses, because it's very difficult to kind of step out of that first reaction, you know, when you hear something, to separate between someone having an opinion and that individual in itself, in himself or herself, and trying to approach this with curiosity, something that might be very upsetting. So it's not an easy task that you've given yourselves. As a final question, really, then, I would like to ask you, what kind of recommendations can you provide to others who also want to work to prevent extremism, but also this polarization that you have identified as a breeding ground for these movements becoming stronger? So what do you have to pass on to others who want to join you? Well, it's very important to distinguish between the person and the individual, and also try to identify why does this individual have these opinions, to try to curiously, with an open mind, listen to what they have to say and how they approach these things. And then, based on that, you can tell them, I have these opinions, I see what you mean, but I do not agree. And instead of ending up in an adversarial situation, you can have an open dialogue when you talk and listen to what are the underlying causes to things, rather than, you know, becoming defensive immediately. You can still stand by the opinions that you have, but you have to argue why, and you have to listen and take on board the other person's perspective, because there's always a human being behind all this. That's important. Yeah, I think so too. By having a particular focus on separating the individual from their opinion, and then address it in a constructive manner rather than going on the attack, in order to be able to contribute to a dialogue and to see what you might conclude some neutral ground perhaps, or maybe where you can get this person to start pondering what is it they actually believe in, and is it in actual fact true what they've been believing. Yes, and also presenting alternative narratives, because we will never be able to reach those who are like super extremists already, but the people that we can reach are the people who are at risk, young people who want a sense of community, a sense of security, and you have to start looking at these people and talking to them and show them that there are other paths to community. And you can also work preventively. Like, you don't have to walk out and talk to someone who is already in the midst of an extremist movement. But if you see someone at a distance who starts becoming interested in a certain specific extremist movement or group, then you can try to reach out to that individual. And if you don't know how to do that, I mean, your tools, look for help. There are several different organizations. This account on Instagram, there are several similar accounts to this one. So that's my recommendation, really. It's to use the tools you have and try to expand and reach out to people who are not already in one of these movements, because that will be far, far more difficult. Thank you very much to all of you, both for participating here today, but above all for your involvement. Yusra, Hedvig and Tindra. And a warm thank you to all of you who've been listening. Please continue the conversation with us via social media or contact one of us at Operation 1325. Thank you very much.
Whoa.
Välkommen till
Welcome
Bokmässans
to
globala torg.
Book Fair's
Det
global
globala torget
square.
är civilsamhället
The
inom
global square is the
biståndet
civil
som
society
ställer ut
within
tillsammans.
international
Vanligtvis i
aid who
Göteborg,
are
detta är ett väldigt
organizing this
speciellt år.
expo.
Vi finns på webben.
Usually would be in
Alla
Gothenburg, but
seminarier
this is
som
a
vi har
particular
kört
year, as you
nu
know.
4 dagar kan man titta på
We're
där.
online.
Kommentera
All
och
the
delta
seminars
som
that
vanligt.
we've had over the past few days you can watch online, and next year I hope to see you in Gothenburg. It is civil society who's exhibiting here. Civil society are free people who do things together. And in the 60s and 70s, there was a very strong involvement with South Africa in Sweden. And our theme today is South Africa, because students in Uppsala and Lund started something called Afrikagrupperna, the Africa groups. And that organization is still with us today. And they are holding the next seminar called Global News South Africa. Aside from that, we have talked a lot about equality today. We have talked throughout yesterday, we talked about democracy, looking at several countries in Eastern Europe, such as Belarus. You can watch that online. We're discussing, because we have a free and open civil society, we are not afraid to criticize the government when we think they're doing something wrong. But now it's time for the seminar, please. Hello and warm welcome to Global News. Today, we are broadcasting live from South Africa. My name is Louise Lindfors. I'm the Secretary General of the Africa Groups, which Martin introduced and told you about, that struggle for a free society that have encouraged dialogue and contact between Southern Africa and civil society in Sweden. This has been going on for 40 or 50 years. And today we will have a wonderful guest via satellite link, and that is Erik Esbjörnsson from Johannesburg. Welcome. Hello, thank you. Hi there, nice to see you. How are you doing? Well, fine. Spring is back in South Africa, and I'm looking out the window at a clear blue sky, and slowly normality is returning to society, and that feels lovely after 6 months of a very peculiar life that no one was really used to, but it's feeling fine right now. You are a correspondent for Dagens Nyheter, Swedish broadsheet, and you are looking at the entire African region, but you're based in Johannesburg. That's true, yes. A few weeks ago, this 10-year anniversary. I started in Nairobi, 6 years in Nairobi, and then I moved to Johannesburg 4 years ago. So I am trying to cover sub-Saharan Africa with my base here in Johannesburg. And the past 6 months, there's been a lot of focus on South Africa because I haven't been able to travel. And what are you working on currently? Currently, I'm about to start traveling a little, but I've looked at the gold industry because gold has reached new record levels because of the financial crisis in the wake of COVID. So I've looked at how that affects South Africa and Johannesburg, which produced 30% of all the known gold in the world. Now the mines are closed, but there's still operations ongoing. So I've interviewed illegal gold miners who climb into the mines to look for a few ounces of gold, as it were. So what was it like working on that piece? Well, it's incredibly frightening and fascinating at the same time. There's so much symbolism involved as soon as you write about gold, because it's a metal that throughout human history, as long as we've had civilization, gold has been a symbol of happiness, wealth and riches. And here we have people at the bottom of society who risk everything, spending weeks underground in the hope of finding a few grams of gold they can sell and make some money. So these incredible this incredible inequality that is greater in South Africa than in almost any other country in the world, and that amplifies this particular subject matter. Well, you touched upon it, that the context in South Africa, which is one of the unequal countries in the world socioeconomically, and also suffering from structural racism and post-colonial structures that still remain, And the effects of the pandemic and maybe the effects of the restrictions that were imposed will be different if you compare to a Swedish context. How have you seen that? What can you tell us about what is happening to people at the moment? The problem with South Africa is that they have been struggling for over 25 years now. There was a symbolic election last year when they celebrated 25 years of democracy, but at the same time there was a collective realization that we have a long way to go. The huge societal project has been to elevate the large group of poor people to the same level as white middle class or upper middle class, but it hasn't been successful to the extent they wished. And when COVID hit, I thought early on in this crisis, you realize that this exposes leadership more than any other crisis, because it hits globally, all over at the same time. So you can very quickly see how different governments react. And you can see that many governments felt pressure because their own electorate and their own citizens can see in real time what is happening in the neighboring country or in other places in the world. So it's about living up to expectations very rapidly. And what happened in South Africa, it's interesting as a Swede to study this, because we have a completely different approach to tackling this problem. And I do not agree with many of the decisions made by Cyril Ramaphosa, who is the president. But at the same time, I can understand why he made those decisions. I probably would have made precisely the same decisions, because what has defined modern South African society has been this HIV epidemic that Mbeki completely failed to manage. And with that in mind, Ramaphosa could not be perceived as ignoring a health threat that came so quickly. Because hadn't it been for the fact that they failed with the HIV epidemic previously, probably would have seen a more modified approach to this. But the consequences were a financial crisis that is the worst in modern history. It's particularly the financial crisis has been the huge problem in South Africa of the past few months. And it's like you said, there was an intersection there. It seemed to be coming a little bit better. Just before the COVID pandemic, the economic upturn seemed to be coming. The finances seemed to becoming more positive, and then this COVID threshold arose that the country stumbled on. And you talk about shrinking space, and you hinted at certain decision made by the government. You felt a certain sense of discomfort before them. Have you seen that the pandemic has had such consequences that they have exploited it politically to reduce democracy? Well, they say that throughout the entire region, but not only here. I mean, we've seen basic democratic freedoms being limited in very developed democracies across the world. Very few countries have managed to have their freedom to congregate, for example, intact throughout this pandemic. But you've seen other countries in the region who've taken the opportunity, such as Burundi, where they really rushed an election in breach of the recommendations, but they also use the COVID pandemic as an excuse not to invite international observers, for example. In Zimbabwe, the northern neighbor of South Africa, they have an incredibly difficult situation right now in civil society, so that has happened everywhere. And then there is the other aspect, which is that there's very little money in the economy, but there's been a lot of money coming in from the international community, global community, when it comes to specific measures for COVID. And a lot of money in a short period of time is not always the most appropriate when it comes to the quality of governance here. We've seen a lot of corruption, both in Kenya, that I've followed quite a lot, and here in South Africa, we've seen one scandal after another over the past few months, with money that hasn't reached its destination. with friends of top politicians, been offered contracts to provide protective equipment, etc. So this, of course, has an impact on the government. The Africa groups work in partnership with civil society in South Africa and adjacent countries, and we've also seen that Zimbabwe, who had a very fragile political situation before the pandemic, was hit a lot harder by that shrinking space. But we see those types of consequences in South Africa as well for the most vulnerable groups that we work in close partnership with, such as community healthcare workers, who from one day to the next were banned from doing their job to travel to people with health problems or providing care to the large group of HIV-positive patients. There are also way stickers that can maintain the entire infrastructure by cleaning the cities, picking up litter from the streets. From one day to the next, they were banned from going out to do this. So there were consequences for the most vulnerable groups, where it felt from the perspective of civil society that the government and the regime had not anticipated. So we work in partnership with civil society, as I said, and we feel that there is at least some point of light at the end of the tunnel, because the core support in civil society is by definition a vaccine against shrinking space, because if you stop civil society in a shrinking democratic context, then that will have a positive effect on democratic development. At least it inhibits a negative trend. How would you say, Eric, now that you have interviewed and met with people who live, as you described it, like below Johannesburg, is like a Swiss cheese of tunnels that are part of all these gold mines that are both abandoned and now illegal, but they're still being mined, and the workers who illegally have entered them, and many people died there. I mentioned a few other very vulnerable groups. How would you say the situation, what the situation is like for these most vulnerable people in South Africa? Well, I think it is improving a little bit now when other people are out and about, but when it was first implemented here in South Africa, it was incredibly strict. You had police and military patrolling the streets. There was no plan as to what to do with the tens of thousands of homeless people who were just rounded up. There are a lot of migrant workers, laborers who work. The entire restaurant industry in Johannesburg is built on labor from Mozambique and Zimbabwe, and suddenly they had no jobs, but they couldn't go back to their home their countries either, because the borders were closed. So those were the ones who were so exposed. I remember those weeks. I got piles of 20 rand notes, because those people who are normally on the street corner, they can get some income from all the thousands of cars that pass, and suddenly it's completely empty in the street. Only journalists who have permits can travel, for example. So that was the major issue there. And we have to remember that South Africa has a social safety net. They have mechanism. They can distribute food packages to people who need them, which is not the case in Zimbabwe, where we already have a complete financial crisis where people are starving because the economy has imploded. They have no such mechanisms, and that is what's so disconcerting. And we also have to remember, because you mentioned civil society, the support there, because a lot of money comes from wealthier countries that channel their support through these organizations. But wealthier countries in OECD often have conditions attached to their aid, and it should be like a certain percentage of their GDP, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9%. And when the GDP shrinks in richer, wealthier countries, that means less money is being sent in aid, and that means that in the long term, large amounts of money is disappearing from the international system. Yes, that's an incredibly important aspect, also from a Swedish perspective, where before the election in 2022, we're already hearing voices talking about reducing our percentage target. And that will, of course, have consequences because of the wealthier OECD countries seeing reduced GDP because of the pandemic. So the money there's a lot less money for international aid and humanitarian aid. And in that situation, restrict the opportunities to work on site even further is incredibly destructive, both from a solidarity perspective, but also in light of how we are trying to create sustainability and resolving conflicts globally. So it's really important what you're talking about. So the light at the end of the tunnel, you said. What level of lockdown do we have right now? Well, it's gone from level 5 to 4, 3, 2, and now they don't call it level 1. They call it the new normal. So they have made it clear that the current plan is a more long-term policy. It's more or less normal life, but restricted opening hours, mandatory masks, etc. But this is about conveying a sense of we have to get used to this new normal. If we look at the positive aspects, that is difficult right now, because what concerns me is that things will get even worse. But a long-term positive trend, if you look at the first 5 or 6 Sustainable Development Goals that replace the millennial goals, we've seen a very positive trend within a lot of these goals over the past 10 years, and I am concerned that that positive trend will dip. The greatest relief right now is that what distinguishes Africa from all other continents is that they have such a young population, and that was a blessing for COVID, because we saw that that was an illness that primarily hit older people. So Africa has seen very small number of cases. Even if we could question certain statistics, there is no doubt that the medical consequences of this disease has not at all been as severe at all as in other places of the world. And that was a huge relief, because that was a concern that these weaker healthcare systems couldn't handle it, but obviously they have, and that is very positive, and that should be highlighted more. Could you say something about the women's situation as well, because our theme for today is equality, and before the pandemic we saw fairly major demonstrations in South Africa under the hashtag Total Shutdown, for example, and the hashtag #MINext, who wanted to address the brutal violence towards women in South Africa. Statistically, we can compare to Sweden. In Sweden, a woman is murdered every 3 weeks in a close relationship. That's terrible statistics. But in South Africa, a woman is murdered every 3 hours. So there's, of course, a difference in population as well. But there's still a dreadful statistic. Do you see any hope for the women? Because you can imagine that a lot of these restrictions may have led to increased domestic violence, and unemployment is increasing, and men's frustrations that they take out on women. That could be a negative trend. But are there some other positive trends as you can see as well? Well, that was paradoxical in a sense, because we have to remember that violence in general in South Africa is extremely high. The murder statistics in general, both men and women, is very, very high, which also drives up the number of people suffering from it. We saw during lockdown that day-to-day life is so difficult in South Africa with murder and traffic accidents. So when society closes down, we see fewer deaths. We see 3,500 fewer in just a few months, which is an absurd situation, really. But what happens with violence against women in South Africa? It kind of, there's fluctuating public discourse. You get one very major case that is discussed for a while, and then it dies out, and then 6 months later there's another huge case that people talk about it for a while, and then it dies out. And then it has been going on for years without anything happening. But during lockdown, there was an actual national discourse about how dangerous it is for women when they have to remain at home and they have nowhere to go. And when the men are locked down at home, when they can't go anywhere else and go to the pub in the corner and drink, they have to sit at home instead. And that was a huge concern. We haven't seen the statistics regarding this because there is a certain lag. So we don't know because it's not been possible to report on this or talk about this. So we have still not seen the effects of this. But from President Ramaphosa and the government, we've seen completely a different messaging than we've seen over the past 10 years. They've started talking about this issue in a different way. And previously, the standard answer has always been that, oh, we'll have a look at this, we'll appoint a commission, etc., etc. But now they're saying we have to start a national dialogue about what alcohol does to our society. We have to start talking about these matters in a different way. And there is, I find, some form of positive to take on board from this. Just as with corruption, I'm hoping that when everyone, because what happened in society was that they really locked down all the distractions. People had nothing to talk about except this. So a lot of national conversations that took place on social media and in traditional media, and I do hope that they can maintain that when they're opening up the lockdown. And like in Europe, we're talking about using this as a green new deal, as it were. Talk a lot about the climate. In South Africa, it's not so much about that, but rather how can we start up our society, and when we do so, what kind of society do we want? And the violence against women is something that everyone has identified as a massive problem. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, but that was an excellent conclusion, because the Africa Groups is a feminist organization, and we can see that there is some hope to invest in women to get a new start to society after the pandemics. Thank you very much, Erik Esbjörnsson, and everyone who listened. The fight against apartheid, what we did and what we learned. Sweden had a leading role in the fight against apartheid in South Africa, both official Sweden and also a popular movement that were involved to fight this racist regime, while governments in other countries chose to ignore the oppression. But what did we learn? How do we continue to collaborate between Sweden and South Africa? Now we'll hear a conversation between those who were there at the time and those who continued their involvement. We have a guest, Linde Mabuza, poet and ANC's representative in Sweden during the apartheid years. We have Thomas Ledin, who is a well-known singer, who were very strongly involved against apartheid and were involved in organizing the ANC concert. We have Sanna Eliasson, South Africa admin at Olof Palme's International Center, and moderator is Anna Sundström from Olof Palme's International Center, and this conversation will be held in English.
Welcome everyone to our guests, and of course also to all our viewers. And as said, Sweden had a very prominent role in supporting the fight against apartheid in Southern Africa, both from top to bottom, and we had a broad civil society movement engaged. Student movements, youth organizations, solidarity groups, trade unions and women's movements. This solidarity engagement is quite unprecedented ever since. So we're going to talk a little bit about what evoked this very strong feeling of engagement back then, and what can we also learn from that to the future. I would want to start with a special warm welcome to you, Linde Mabuza. You were at, well, quite a few years, Sweden's, well, the representative in Sweden from from ANC, and you came to Sweden in 1971, and I've heard, at least, and you must correct me if this is not true, that you were sent off to Sweden by Oliver Tambo, and he said to you something like, "You are going to Friends. Sweden stands as a brilliant landmark in the history of our struggle." So maybe you can talk a little bit about how was it to come to Sweden and what made Sweden so special?
Thank you very much, Anna, for the introduction. Let me correct one thing. I came to Sweden, to Scandinavia actually, in 1979, not 71. And I stayed there until 1987. How was it? It was the most amazing experience of my life. We're talking about it with Thomas, that for both of us, it was an incredible period in history that we were able to take part in such a momentous struggle against a very, very powerful monster, apartheid. And when I arrived, there was so much warmth everywhere I went, and I had to go from country to country to present myself, first of all. And as I went around, I realized that there was a lot of good feeling about the ANC, a lot of anger about what was happening in South Africa. And fortunately, when I left Lusaka, I had a program that I brought to Scandinavia. And it comprised 3 elements. First of all, I was asked to make sure that ANC has offices in all the Scandinavian countries, not just Sweden. And we managed to do that eventually, but it took some time because the first office we opened in Copenhagen in 1985. In 1986, we opened in Oslo. And just before I left, we were making arrangements to open an office of the ANC in Helsinki. So that first mission was accomplished before I left Scandinavia. But also when I came there, I had 2 specific programs that I had to ensure happened. One, the construction of our school in Tanzania, Solomon Mahlangu Freedom College, which we call SOMAFCO. We had to make sure there was money, there were resources to build the entire complex in Tanzania. And there was also the second program that I was to ensure, that was the promotion of an ANC cultural group, Amandla. And this was a song and dance and theater cultural group, about 30 people. We managed all of these things. And it was done because the countries of the Nordic countries had the nobility of the human spirit. I've never been anywhere where from a child, young, crushed children, when you told them about apartheid, their faces would turn red, angry at what they were hearing about the inhumanity of people that were the bosses of apartheid. The people of the whole region gave us so much support in so many different ways. For example, for us to be able to construct the school in Tanzania, I had to move from country to country, but also from school to school, because we found out you had what you call Operation Tagswerk, the Operation One Day's Work, done by people's organization. When I told them about our school, they said, we want to build the science block at that school. For me, that was so moving because apartheid had said science and mathematics are not good for Africans or for Black people in general. But here the students were saying, we want the school to have a science block as good as our own science blocks in Sweden. The quality of that thinking, the quality of the involvement of school pupils to raise the money, and they did raise the money for that. We also had to had after the school pupils had raised the money for the school for the science block, the teachers approached us. Teachers Association of Sweden said, well, we have this good example from our young people, the students who have built the science block. We would like to do the teachers block for your school. I mean, there was no end to the amount of goodwill and readiness to make sure that that school did thrive.
So Lindive, may I ask you, how would you then explain this solidarity that you met from school students to teachers to, well, the Swedish government, political parties, student movements? What do you think is the reason behind Sweden at such an early stage recognized and supported ANC?
Well, I think it's the way the Swedish child was brought up. There's a sense of decency. There's a sense of wrong and right that they grow up knowing. And we were the benefits of that sense, the communal sense you have. Somebody told me recently that you have Jantelagen, the law that really determines your relations with each other. But we were benefits of all of that, the good upbringing of the people of Sweden. But we're going to go into further explaining, because the churches in Sweden played a significant role in that. The moral, the ethical, unethical behavior of the people in South Africa is something that went against the grain. It wasn't decent, it was just immoral. They took that position.
So Thomas, may I then ask you, Lindive talks about, well, the Jantelagen being maybe one reason behind the Swedish engagement, and she also witnessed to the fact that there was such a broad engagement in the Swedish society. You yourself were, well, not maybe a child, but young at this time, and became quite engaged as a artist, and also engaged other artists in Sweden. And you were one of the main organizers of the big ANC gala in 1985. How do you explain the fact that you became so engaged and also managed to sort of engage your fellow artists?
Well, Anna, I was aware of the situation, of course, in South Africa. But what really started things was this meeting with Lindive. I met Lindive at a restaurant together with some other Swedish artists, Mikael Wiehe, Björn Afzelius, Don Hylander, Py Beckman, I think, and also the organizer, Tommy Rander. And Lindive was really inspiring us. She really made us understand that we could be part of making a change, you know, and also the need for it to raise the awareness of the situation. So I remember after that meeting, actually sitting at the meeting, it just felt very natural, and of course we have to do this. And of course we have to reach out to our colleagues, other Swedish artists, which I must say also was quite easy. Mikael and me and Don and P, we picked up our phones and called other artists, and I would say almost everyone said yes directly, you know. So it was not very complicated to get the artists together for the concerts in Gothenburg some months later.
And tell us, for those of our viewers that maybe wasn't around in 1985 and do not have memories of the gala, tell us a little bit about the gala itself.
The gala took place in Gothenburg at Scandinavium, and it was in November. I think it was 28th of November in 85. Some 20 artists. Imperiet was a very big rock. And at the time with Joakim Thåström, they were performing, taught us bluesband, Eva Dahlgren, Mikael Rickfors, och de artister jag nämnde tidigare. Hans and the Wolves United var också ett band som var med. Also a band playing. What more artists? Sanne Samuelsson from Denmark.
So most famous Swedish artists at that time, it seems, many of them at least.
At the time, participated. And it was a concert, 20 artists. I think the show went on for some 3-4 hours. And the first one sold out really fast. So a second concert was added the night after, also sold out. And it was taped for TV, and there was a live album made, and we recorded a single for this special occasion, Berg ett till för att flyttas, a song that Mikael Wien and I wrote together. And all this, you know, it's sold lots of records, and SVT sent the concert on TV later on, so it had a huge impact, I would say, in Sweden, on all levels, for kids and old people. So the awareness of the situation rose quite significantly, I must say.
Sanna, may I then turn to you? You work today at the Olof Palme International Center, also treasuring, you might say, the strong relations between South Africa and Sweden, and not the least the labor movement here in Sweden and the labor movement in South Africa. You yourself was not part of the struggle back then, but would you say that it still affects you and that it has affected you, and how can you see this in the people that you meet today?
Well, I was just a small kid myself when ANC came to power in '94. But despite this fact, I would say that it has affected me a lot personally, but also the work that we do. To me personally, I think that the Swedish support to the struggle in South Africa serves a perfect example of international solidarity. And it helps convincing me the role that international solidarity can have and can play in the world also today. And also that changes that you might think are impossible actually are possible when people go together. And what concerns the work that we do, I would say that the work we do today is to a big extent possible because of what we did back then. Even if there were thousands of Swedes active in the movement and in the solidarity movement back then, Olof Palme as a person became to be a symbol of the broad movement. And working for organization, coming to South Africa with this organization helps a lot, and it still opens doors. Because of what Sweden did back then, Sweden are still seen as a legit and a trustworthy partner, and that we are there because we care and not because of economic or other kind of self-interests. However, I must say that the younger population, the younger generation in South Africa that were not part of the struggle and they were not part of the solidarity movement, they're of course not as aware of the strong ties between South Africa and Sweden. So often when I travel to South Africa, I feel a responsibility of bringing the history up. But also that I think that it helps to create an understanding of why we do what we do today. And then I think it's also important to just mention that we cannot only live on the old merits forever. We also need to be judged by what we do today.
Absolutely, and I think we will come back to that a bit later on in the discussion. But Lindive, may I turn back to you and ask you, Sanna says that, well, in the younger generation today, there's not this vivid memory maybe of how the solidarity looked back then. But you yourself, of course, is, well, living this kind of solidarity and the remembrance of these days today. How do you also see it in the South African society, and how can we also make sure to remain or uphold the strong relations and remember the solidarity?
Memory is very important to continue the work. We must remember exactly what people did. It's important for us. That's why we decided to do a special book, and Thomas contributed to that book, a book written by people who were involved in that solidarity, to show the kinds of things that South Africans did together with the Swedish people in order to bring down apartheid. And it's amazing the kinds of work that were done clandestinely, not open, but important work, connecting with the labor movement inside the country, when the labor movement itself was very unpopular with the government at the time, to be able to make those inroads into South Africa by people like Magnus Wallen. He was in and out of South Africa, getting information so that the press in Sweden would have the right information. Well, I hope that the book that we're working on is really something that will go into the schools and universities of both South Africa and Sweden, because it's part of an important history, and we live with that history, and we can take it off from there.
I've also put a few books here on the table because apparently this has been a very important and special part of the Swedish international solidarity work, and there's been some documentations already made. We will of course also look forward to the book that the two of you are planning, and maybe we on the next year's book fair can come back to this. To me, what is also so special is also the stories by so many people that I've also met over the years, how they witness to the fact that this struggle has also changed them personally. And I mentioned to you earlier that only yesterday I received an email from Anders Hagström, who is a Swedish technician, sound technician, that was also part of the BOA, sort of a music rock concert that toured also the African continent, and he worked also together with you, Lindiwe. And what was so nice was that he also said that this really had changed him for life. Thomas, do you sort of recognize this? Do you think that this experience also changed your view upon how the world is organized and what we as individuals can also do to change the world?
I think so, very much so. When I think back, for me it was an eye-opener in many ways, working with this. On many levels, also seeing that it's possible to do things together, and when there is an obvious cause that people can find important to do together, you feel that force, and that's a very positive thing to bear with you in the future. And I would say that what we did, all the artists those years, I think it has had quite a big impact on all of us. I think so, absolutely. Mm. And of course also politically, to see that, you can change. There is possible to make changes, Mm. So I would say it influenced me a lot, that experience.
The knowledge of the possibility to change the world is, of course, extremely important and strong in its own right, so to say. But at the same time, it's not always easy. And there were, of course, those who did not want an end to the apartheid regime, and it wasn't easy, the struggle back then. We know, of course, this. But how did this also affect you here in Sweden, Lindiwe? Could you also feel the ones that did not want you to succeed, did they also follow you here to Sweden? I think there was some kind of an incident with the ANC office here in Sweden, for example.
Yes, there was. But we expected that, because in South Africa they were murdering our people. Children were slaughtered. In the frontline states, they were sending their agents to kill our people. So we knew that the arm of apartheid was very long, that it could reach out anywhere. But we didn't think it would go as far as it went with the bombing of our office. I would like to read what my niece, who was inside the office, wrote about it. Can I do that for you?
Of course,
so
please.
You understand how it impacts on a human being. She says to enter the office, you had to get to the 4th floor with a lift, or you could walk all the way up the long staircase if you were energetic enough. You first came through a double door, which you had to unlock. And if you worked at the office, you had the key. You could not just arrive and tumble in the office. You were expected so. Like the Chilean guy who would have been expected was inside the office at that time. This double door was metal. I later discovered that it had a cement bag sandwiched between the outside and the inside metal. A heavy door, a struggle to open with double keys. Inside, a few steps led to the next floor with a lighter door. Mohammed, who was the deputy chief rep, and our guest sat in the office directly facing the door leading to the bottom floor when I offered them tea. I went to the boardroom with a big table. It was mainly used for official meetings. They also used it as a utility table when they were preparing for Amandla, cutting cloth or sewing costume. But just as I made the tea, suddenly there was a huge explosion. Stunned, I turned my back, but I couldn't remember what I was doing when I heard what was louder than the sound of thunder. It was a huge explosion. Somewhere in my mind, I assumed that the kettle had exploded because that is the only thing that was connected to electricity which could possibly make that sound. It was just so humongous. Instinctively, I just dived under the boardroom table. I don't know what I was expecting, but in no time, there was a horrible smell of sulfur, a putrid smell. There was smoke all over, all around. I heard Mohammed calling my name from afar, Lindiwe. I could not see. I was choking from the fumes. He came to find me, and they pulled me out. And we went to his little office, which had a small window. All three of us stood at the window for oxygen, and we were all coughing uncontrollably. He then explained that we had been bombed. I heard sirens and chaos, the noise of the people running down the stairs. So our office was right at the top. The office block was being evacuated, but we couldn't even go out of the office. That's the experience of somebody. But
fortunately, no one was injured, right? But there was no one injured at the time, right? No. The struggle was, of course, very hard, and we know that also many were victimized during these years. The South Africa today, Sanna, if I may ask you, how would you say that it's sort of affected by these, this history? Can you see it today in the South African society, and can you also see still a polarization or a growing racist movement in the country?
To some extent, I would say yes, but I would not like to compare what's happening in South Africa to what's happening in Europe or the Western world in general. Like right-wing extremists, they exist, but I would say they're relatively low in numbers. They have the idea of that the white minority, they are oppressed by the black majority. And I think that it comes from some kind of fear of losing supremacy and power that the white minority still have in many aspects in South Africa today. But what's a bigger challenge, I would say, in South Africa today is the rise of radical far-left party, which is called the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF. And even if South Africa abolished the apartheid system, which was deeply rooted in the legal system, many of those structures are still there in society. And what concerns economic and social power, the white minority still has a lot of that power. And for example, what concerns the privately owned land, around 72% of that land is still owned by 9% of the population, the white minority. And on this topic, not much has changed the last 25 years. And the white people still have a lot of economic power in the society. And this is what the economic freedom fighters build their political idea on. And one of the main issues that they advocate for is the expropriation of this land from the white people without compensation. And this is a very, this can threaten the stability in the country because we can just see what happened in the neighboring country, Zimbabwe, when they implemented a similar reform and the total chaos that it has affected. And the EFF, they are now the third largest party in South Africa with 11% in the parliament. And their way of speaking and campaigning creates a lot of polarization in the country, I would say. And they also attract a lot of young people. Because a lot of the young people, my own generation that was born after '94, they don't see the developments in the country. They're tired of nothing happening, that the youth unemployment is still a very big issue. So they think that maybe EFF could create this real change they are waiting for and hoping for. So this is a very big challenge, and what the other political parties have to do is to find better solutions on these challenges.
The road towards democracy was not without bumps, of course, and not also the structure or the creation of a solid democratic system with less of inequality and more of social justice is still under its way, of course, in South Africa, and we are many that are still remains engaged and active in this struggle, the remaining struggle. May I ask you, Lindiwe, what today's world is, of course, different in many ways, more interconnected, and at the same time it seems that popular solidarity movements like the one we had for South Africa at this time that we're talking about is not as common anymore. Why is this? I'd like to pose this question to all of you, but Lindiwe, maybe you can start. How can we learn from the work that you did? Thomas said that you were also a contributing part to here in Sweden to get this engagement going. What can we learn from the work that you did to also evoke more of solidarity movements in today's world?
Well, I think our work was based on the philosophy of justice and equality. We believe strongly in that. And that's what the Thomases were also endorsing, that we had a moral compass that was guiding our operations. And the ANC had a freedom charter, which is what guided our operations. We said South Africa belongs to those who live in it, all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it's based on the will of the people. Now we have a government that's based on the will of the people. But of course, 400 years of oppression cannot be solved. The problems that came in 400 years can't be solved in 2 decades. This is what the reality is. That of course, there will be contestation, the different parties, but we still have the guidelines of what is just and what is right for the people of South Africa. That's what I think the world has to realize, that we need to be, instead, what happened is that many countries withdrew their support to South Africa because they thought, well, they are free now. But it's when we need more support now, because the schools in rural South Africa are in serious trouble. So serious, some don't even have toilets. And all of this cannot be solved by a new government overnight or in 2 decades. But we need some more solidarity. That's what I wanted to appeal to, because without the assistance of the outside world, it will take us much, much longer to solve the problems we have. Yes, there is violence in South Africa, but the violence is because we had a violent system and everybody was a victim of the system. The whites themselves, even though they were beneficiaries of apartheid, were violated. They couldn't be proper human beings. Africans had pent-up feelings over the years, seeing your children die out of school. The poverty that is all over South Africa is something that we shall need to address seriously if we're going to have an end to the suffering of the people.
Thomas, what is your advice or lessons learned? What do you think that we can learn from this engagement and bring into the evoking of a new solidarity movement?
Well, we live in very different times, you know. I think about internet and so on, and doing solidarity gala concerts like this, it doesn't happen that often anymore. I think in many ways it's a big problem because I have personally a feeling that people can get very involved in different issues, but for a very short time. You know, the time span is not that long. So what can you learn? I mean, I spoke to Mikael V half a year ago, and we speak once in a while about this issue that we would like to see a younger generation of artists get involved in politics on this kind of level, you know, but it doesn't happen. That not in that way that it did back in '85, because it was it was huge. People were really getting involved, and it was possible to have this one question on the agenda for a long time. So it became. It really added up to big changes. Now things are moving really fast, so I don't know what to say, actually.
Maybe persistence is one thing that must be, well, realized that you need to sort of hang in there and not abandon,
yeah.
You know, a struggle takes time.
You need really passionate people. You need passion. That's what you need. You need people like Lindiva, who came to Scandinavia and lobbied for this, and didn't give up, you know. She was persistent. So I think it's still possible. Of course it is. Of course it is, you know. But I think a very important ingredient is passion for the cause, you know.
We need passion, we need maybe persistence. I think also, Thomas, you mentioned that there are so many things. We know so much about the world now, and there are so many struggles ongoing maybe at the same time that it's hard to sort of gather this for just one cause. What would you say, Sanna? How can we evoke more of solidarity, and what can we bring with us for people's engagement?
I think the crucial point is to make it simple. I mean, we need to guide people how to engage and how to show solidarity, because I think the solidarity is there. I mean, we have seen current examples of the Black Lives Matter, of the Fridays for the Future, and we see how young people engage when they know how to do it. So I think that that's the crucial point. We need to make it simple and support people in doing that.
Lindiva, you mentioned earlier the Freedom Charter, which still is an extremely powerful document. I actually the other day met one of the opposition leaders in Belarus, and I sent her a photo. I have the Freedom Charter on my wall in my office, so I sent her a photo of the Freedom Charter, because I think that this is also something that liberation movements of today really can learn from the work that you did in South Africa, a clear and very well political but specific document that you can sort of gather a broad movement behind. I think that, with the passion and also the clear objective is also something that is very much needed. So with this, our time is coming to an end. I would like to thank you all so much, and of course also working in the name of Olof Palme, as both Sanna and I are doing, is quite powerful still, not the least when you come to a country like South Africa. And he himself was also, of course, speaking at the gala in 1985, and I know that you've had also a close relation, Lindive, to him, and of course also Oliver Tambo. So with this, thank you both so much, and we will, of course, continue the struggle for a free and democratic South Africa, and our solidarity is not diminishing. We still keep up the good work. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anna, for arranging this.
Thank you.
A warm welcome to everyone who is as excited as I am to listen to the fantastic writer, poet, activist Maneo Mohale. We will discuss her amazing book, a collection of poems describing the time after surviving a trauma. She will address a little bit on the current situation in South Africa, and I look immensely forward to talk to Maneo, and I hope you are also very excited on this. Welcome, Maneo.
Hi, I don't know if you can see me or hear me, but I'm over here.
We can see you and we can hear you loud and clear. And I wanted to give you like an applause, but there's no audience here. It's just you and me, but we are also, we're sending in out in the cyberspace, so hopefully many people are watching.
Thank you.
Where are you?
I'm in Johannesburg at the moment. I'm in my home. I have my sweet puppy also just sleeping over here, so it's just I'm just home.
That is great. As mentioned in the introduction, we will talk about this book. This is your debut collection.
Yes, it is.
When was it published?
It was published last year, actually, this time, around about this time, within a couple of days. So this is around the first anniversary of the book. So it's just turning 1.
How has it been releasing it out into reality?
It's been a wild journey, honestly. I've received such warm critical praise, and I've also received, which I think means more to me, just a lot of love from my community, especially queer and trans communities that have connected with the work, and it's definitely lit a fire up my bum with the work ahead, organizing and writing around queer sexual assault.
Why did you write this book? When did it emerge, and what was the message or level of awareness that you wanted to bring out to the world?
So the book started out as a thought in the back of my mind while I was a Bitch Fellow for Bitch Media. It was a global feminism fellow. And as part of that journey, I had to write 4 sort of short pieces, but I was also lucky enough to write a long form piece, and I had already decided that I wanted to write about my sexual assault as part of the long form piece and the long form requirement of the fellowship. But what was wonderful about that, but also that was a spark for this book, is that nonfiction can be quite limiting in the ways and the language and the nuances that I wanted to explore and the themes that I wanted to explore. Whereas in an essay form, I got to be quite explicit and specific. What I think that poetry expands upon in that sort of space, that it gives me space to think about the muddier aspects, the more difficult aspects to name, and poetry gives that kind of space and expansiveness for it. So I had decided once the long form essay was published that I wanted to write and explore the assault from a different direction and from a different angle.
It gives a very powerful strength to your message, and also a sense of being timeless, more or less. Could you elaborate a little bit about the actual title of the collection? Everything is a deathly flower. It sounds almost Shakespearean in its sort of it's very both heavy and light.
Readiness.
Where did it come from?
So Everything is a Deathly Flower as a title was something that is a line in one of the poems, the titular poem in the collection. And it was a sort of fever dream that I wrote the particular poem inside. I was in Cape Town, and it was one of the first poems to introduce itself to me in the collection. And what I wanted to kind of touch on, it's interesting that you say Shakespearean, because I'm obviously deeply influenced by Shakespeare's sonnets specifically. But what I like about the title, which also keeps unfolding itself to me, was I wanted to explore the kind of duality of things. That I wanted to write about a terrible thing, sexual assault, but I wanted to imbue the experience and the trauma with lush, lavish, beautiful language and imagery. And I think that death is something that's been on my mind more and more now, because it feels closer with this pandemic that's slowed the world down in so many different ways and has peeled back so many layers that a lot of us who have been looking have been aware of, but I think it's never been this as explicit as it is now. So I think the title hints at the beauty of things and the ugliness of things, and the vividness of things, but also the darkness of things, in a sort of total way, in a totalizing way. Hence, the everything is.
Yes, and the forms, you explore many forms of poetry and different styles, and also even you've worked with the layout of the book. Some of the poetry is published like on another angle. You have to turn the book, etc. It's very experimental, and it's like graphics. I don't know if you can see this, but it's very interesting, like form-wise and ambitious in that sense. And I think that's what also gives this very sort of heavy feeling of this being very like serious literature. But and I strongly recommend everyone to buy this book, because there are so many layers in this. It has to do with both your identity. You are very, very vulnerable and open and close in when reading the book. I feel very close to you, but also you're like this omnipotent sort of storyteller, and try to give an image of the world, and as you say, about dynamics of power, and also historical relations, and also language as one aspect of exploring human both behavior and relationships, etc. I wanted, instead of trying to explain the book, I wanted you to give an example and actually read one of the poems. So I asked you in advance if it was possible to read Gazania, which is on page 30.
Yes.
Just for everyone to enjoy this amazing piece of literature.
So yes, this is Gazania Treasure Flower. I am looking for the exit. I am looking for my stomach's voice. I am looking for Nkhono. I am looking for her twisted root. I am looking for the door above it. I am looking for her iron cross. I am looking for a Catholic shoot. I am looking for thick-ankled sky. I am looking for a railway. I am looking for his soapy arm. I am looking for a remedy. I am looking for the dream. I am looking for it soaked in snakes. I am looking for my blood's message. I am looking for my country's jaw. I am looking for the night mountain. I am looking for her flooding wounds. I am looking for answers. I am looking for my tongue again. I am looking for rancid prophecy. I am looking for revenge. I am looking for a blade now. I am looking for the word splitting my spine. I am looking for my lover's teeth. I am looking for their tongues again. I am looking for a seed. I am looking for the lizard in my name. I am looking for betrayal. I am looking for a sterile light. I am looking for the word eating my eye. I am looking for the backwards river. I am looking for my gender now. I am looking for its burial. I am looking for the dead. And I am looking for the depthless pool. I am looking for Baradibaga. I am looking for the yellowed men. I am looking for my fever's birth. I am looking for Buta Bute. I am looking for blood. I am looking for burnt women. I am looking underneath me. I am looking for the way they left. I am looking for the moaning. I am looking for a sweeter shame. I am looking for the dogs and why they speak my name in Januaries. I am looking for my mother, for the mound and its only reason. I am looking for my sugared mouth, now open again for another.
It's shivers when you read. It's so amazing. It's a sort of music to both the language and all the seeds you plant with your imagery. What is that? The jaw of your country. What is that?
I think what I love about poetry and how expansive it can be and how much space there is, the space that there is for interpretation. So instead of me being as prescriptive of saying what I mean by my country's jaw, but I can say that the space that I was writing out of is, I think and I write a lot through consumption and about consumption. And I think it's no surprise to say that there are certain people here that are consumed and are marked as consumable, marked as endangered, marginalized, placed in deliberate, systemic, chronic danger when we're thinking about Black people, when we're thinking about poor people, and from the position that I write from people of marginalized identities and sexualities. So I think when I am writing about my country's jaw, I'm signaling to something about the weaponry and the machinery of the state and how it chews up certain people and spits them out. And I'm signaling, historically, I'm signaling to the present. I'm thinking in not just anthropomorphizing the state, but I'm thinking, or I'm trying to think quite intensely about empire. Always, I think in all my writing, I'm thinking about empire. Sometimes explicitly, but I think there I'm trying to kind of hint at the layers underneath things, but consumption as a central theme.
That is so amazing. I'm so glad I asked you, even though it's blunt, to explain an imagery and a metaphor, because that's exactly the kind of linkages I made in my head when I saw this sort of Gillette, you know, an ad for Gillette with a jaw, the perfect line, and this like very masculine sort of patriarchal kind of imagery. Another line that really struck on a string in me was looking for your blood's message. Is that only, do you think of heritage and like ancestry, or do you also think of other things in this message?
Ancestry is the doorstep, I think, through which I'm kind of writing, and lineage specifically. I think it's astute that you pick that up, but I think it's also it's littered throughout the book that I'm thinking about lineage, especially when I'm speaking to my grandmother, and in that space I'm problematizing language, and the language that a lot of us queer people have inherited from the global north, and the tensions that language then kind of elicit and inspire inside of us when we try to explain ourselves and introduce ourselves to people that raised us, that have their own language for, and a lot of it is derogatory, but have their own language for who we find ourselves as, who we are as queer people. But I think that I'm thinking about blood in a really sort of abstract way, while also being quite direct and thinking about my own blood, my own family. But I'm also thinking about life force. I'm also thinking about spiritual power. I'm also thinking about political power, in that so much the borders are protected and enforced and drawn with blood. So I'm thinking about that, and especially when I'm thinking or writing about my own body, I invoke borders and invoke border imperialism in my writing to kind of link that, to say it's not just about my own blood, but also blood that was spilt in the name of this thing that we call nation. So yeah, that's one level.
You're mentioning you're an activist within the queer community, and of course this calls for an intersectional analysis of feminism. Could you give us some advice on how to work in solidarity with the intersectional feminist struggle in South Africa today as a civil society NGO organization trying to support this movement? What can we do, and what shouldn't we do, maybe?
I think a very important lesson that we're finding now when we are watching the uprisings and the movements and the radicalization of more and more people, especially around Black Lives Matter, and even deeper inside of that, around the abolition of carceral systems, and now calls for the abolition of police. That I think that the most important principle is to let the people closest to the issue speak the loudest, and to center those voices, and not just in a tokenizing way, because I think that that's something that we've been seeing more and more of, and especially in the diluting of language and theory online, on Twitter, on Instagram, etc., that it's not as encouraged to engage and earnestly and intellectually with theory, and also deeply and genuinely with movements, and movements are made of people. And I think by listening to people when they describe themselves and their struggles on their own terms, amplifying the voices that need amplification, and never speaking for people or assuming another person's experience, and in having a deep and continued analysis of power and how power functions and moves inside social movements, and through that understanding, earnest analysis of power, then you can find your own place and situate your locality and positionality to give up power or to take space, etc. But that can only happen in community. And it's difficult to do so now because we find ourselves in online spaces, and it's more digital, and it's more difficult to find and nurture and protect community. But in the spaces where that is happening, because it has been happening, it will always be happening, true solidarity is fostered when you listen to the voices closest to the issue and believe them.
I'm so happy to. That's like also music to my ears, since that's the principles we work by. We work by feminism and also solidarity, and especially the circle of solidarity. That it's always the right bearer, the one who is struggling, who has the strongest analysis of what should be done. And if you are working in civil society, that's where you should keep your focus and listen in and understand what should be done and how. We have to quit this conversation now because the time has run out. But I wanted to ask you, do you work on something new right now?
Yes, I'm kind of learning now, at least in these lockdown days, of how to switch mediums. So at the moment, I'm both a writer, but I've always been an editor, but I'm leaning more into the editing space, and I'm developing and hoping and dreaming to start my own imprint.
Oh.
So yeah, big dreams.
Amazing,
but,
yeah.
I think that's what's on the horizon for me. It might take a long time, but that's definitely the dream from here on out.
That is so amazing to hear, because also we will at the book fair, since this is now a digital book fair, we decided that not next year because that was already arranged for, but 2022 will be Focus South Africa on the Swedish Book Fair. So hopefully we can meet in person when you come and talk about this book or something else on your interesting imprint next time in 2022. It's been so amazing to listen to you. Thank you so much for taking the time, and thank you for this extraordinary book that you've written, and to all the Swedish viewers. You can probably find this one on the internet bookshops, or you could email to the publishing house and ask for a copy and read it, because it's great literature. Thank you so much to Mane Mohale, and thank you for you who has been listening. Att vara ung i Sydafrika och dessutom leva
young
i
in South Africa and also be part of the LGBTQ plus community is, as everyone can understand, a huge challenge. Fighting against prejudice and threats of violence, the country has one of the most progressive laws in the world to protect minorities, but in actual fact, the situation is different. We're listening to Kim, who lives in Johannesburg. In spite of threats and discrimination, no one will tell her how to live her life. Meet Kim in a conversation about a new kind of struggle in South Africa and how a young generation of activists are fighting for everyone's equal rights. In this conversation we'll also hear Steve Miller, Secretary General of South Africa Save the Children, about civil societies to fight for everyone's equal rights, and it'll be moderated by Oscar Kohlberg from Save the Children in Sweden. This conversation will take place in English.
Hi and welcome everyone. We're going to start this talk about being young LGBTQ woman in Johannesburg today by a short clip, and it's from the TV series Johannesburg Stories. And Johannesburg Stories is a 5-part documentary TV series about LGBTQ rights, gender, equality, poverty, and also about friendship and love and being young and in South Africa today. And Kim is one of 4 young people that you can see in the TV series. And the series had premiered last year at Johannesburg Pride, and is now out on UR Play in Sweden for teachers and students to use in discussions in classrooms about the topics being raised in the series. So we start by a short clip, and you will see Kim in this clip.
You know, people say that just trying to be a man and stuff. No. You are not a man. You're just a girl that is in love with another girl. Yes.
So it's pride time right now. I saw Homoso, she's up there.
we're at Santon now, and then we're about to go to the bride. We're about to go to the bride. I don't even know how to explain it. This is awesome. This is lit. Make sure to catch me sometime when you go to other brides. Yeah, you know. Yeah. God.
Hi, Kim. Hi, Kim, and hi, Steve. So we're going to start with you, Kim. It's lovely to have you with us today. And this clip always makes me glad when I see it. It's such a positive energy. And that was your first Pride Parade 2 years ago. But first, can you start just telling us shortly, Alexandra, where you're born and raised, and this series takes place. What kind of neighborhood is it?
Alexander is a very cool neighborhood. It's not safe as much, but then it's a very cool community. Mostly for LGBTQI people, it's not a safe environment like for LGBTQI people to grow in because you're expected to behave in a certain way, dress up in a certain way. So it turned out not to be as safe as it should be when like an LGBTQI member and then growing in Alexander. And then recently we've been having a lot of children being killed because in South Africa right now we're having like the highest level of gender-based violence. Like people are getting killed, young people are killing young people, or people are killing young people. So Alexander is really one of those townships whereby it can be cool sometimes, but it is not as safe as it should be.
Yeah, the level of gender-based violence is high, and in particular for all the women, there's also threats of violence. But if you're also a member of the LGBTQ community, those threats are even more real. So what made the courage for you to be open about your sexuality, where does it come from, you think?
Well, for me, it's like, you know, when an egg is ready to hatch, it's just like, you can't stop it. It just hatches. So I did not want to live my life for people, or I didn't want to live my life like thinking, considering what are people going to say about my life. So I just wanted to live my life. I did not want to grow up living a lie or hiding because of the fear of what are people going to say. Are they going to expect me or what? So I just hatched, and yeah.
And so where do you think these the prejudice comes from? Why do people see and treat the LGBTQ community like you described?
I think it comes from our tradition, society, and culture. South Africa is one of the countries that has a strong sense when it comes to culture. So as like you grow up, you're being taught that you're a girl, you should behave this way, dress this way, do this, wash the dishes clean. And then if you're a boy, you are also raised in like a different way. You do like a more masculine thing. So if you are a masculine lesbian, the first thing that they think about when you're walking on the street, if you're a couple, let's say a gay couple or a lesbian couple, they ask like which one is the main in their relationship, and that question puts a lot of like masculine lesbian in risk because men tend to fight their masculine lesbian because they think that they're trying to take their masculinity role. So that's why it tends to be like dangerous for masculine lesbians to be out there, and the culture and the norms that we have as a country. So what I think should be done is that I think we need to like revisit our culture because at the end of the day, both women and men are getting hurt in this thing. So if we can revisit the culture in the society, whatever, we can like create equality between the males and the females.
And so how, for you and your friends, could you describe how is the LGBT community where you're living? Is it strong? Is it visible? Or are people trying to hide it? Or how is it?
The LGBTQI community is a very strong community, and it is not hidden. Like it's out there. Hence, each and every month, like not each and every month, but each and everywhere, they try and host Pride so that people can go there, express who they are, be free, do whatever. So that's how, like out there, it is like it's so out there. It is not something that is hidden, and a lot of people know about it. People just don't want to understand and accept that these people are living this way and these people are who they are. They just want to like create their expectations. No matter how hard, like we have Soweto Pride. Soweto Pride is like one of the prides that like have teaches about the community and everything. Also Jovet Pride does like teach about the community, what happens in the community, whatever. Just that people don't want to learn, people don't want to accept. They like want to stick on what they think and what they expect.
So you have to educate people.
Yes.
Yeah, and last year you went to Johannesburg Pride, and Steve was also there, and I was with you as well. And it was just a great party and a massive celebration. And that time you brought yourself many of your friends, and they seemed to be very supportive of you.
Yes, my friends are very supportive of me because the way I came out to them, I did not give them a choice whether to accept me or not. I just told them that this is who I am. If you don't accept me, just deal with it in your own way. Understand? So that's why I think they're so supportive and they like accept me for who I am. So it was very easy. Like my friends are not homophobic. They're not judging and stuff. They're cool actually. So yeah, it was easy for me.
Yeah, it's great to hear. And Steve, you were there as well last year, and you were also part of the premiere of this series at Joburg Pride. And Steve, could you say a little bit about, because we know that South Africa has a very progressive legislation when it comes to protecting minorities and for the LGBT community, but there seems to be a huge gap between that and the reality as Kim describes it. Why do you think the policy level is so far away from the reality? And how can you deal with that?
Hi, Oscar. Thanks for having me. Firstly, I just love being around Kim. She's such a confident young person and so strong, and it really encourages all of us. So thank you, Kim. It's good to be with you again. It's a big question, Oscar. You know, in the previous year, we had 943 children murdered in this country. And during the year, we saw a 5.8% increase in children committing those murders too. So violence is clearly an issue here in South Africa. It has been for a very long time, but we're seeing an increase in it. The problem is not the legal system. You know, in South Africa, we have a really strong legal framework. We have one of the most progressive constitutions in the world that protects people like Kim. And we have a strong legal framework that goes with that. But there's this disconnect between that in theory and what's actually happening on the ground. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that. And Kim has already touched on a few of them. But you need to remember that South Africa is the most unequal society in the world. And that context really explains a lot of the violence we see in our society too. Our unemployment levels are extraordinarily high. There's very limited hope for people living in certain parts of our society because who you are, the color of your skin, where you are born is a big predictor of what's going to happen to you later in life. And so you have all of these environmental stresses, and on top of that, the real toxic masculinity in places like Alexandra that leads to these high levels of violence against children.
Yeah, and back to you, Kim, because I know that you been part of the Save the Children youth groups in Alexandra for a while, and in that group you met one of the staff, Hogomotso Papo, and she herself is an LGBTQ activist. And what did it mean for you to meet an older woman saying to you that be proud of who you am, stand strong?
That was amazing because I knew that okay, she's lesbian, she got to grow older, nothing happened to her. It's okay to be like that. Like people are, like you're gonna have people that are gonna expect you, and you're gonna have like people who won't. But then it's okay to be who you are. She inspired me to like live my life. Don't be scared of like what people are gonna say, how people are gonna react. Just live my life for the best. So I was very inspired when I met Hogomotso.
And in the film, we follow you, and we can see when you go with Hogomotso to the first Pride Parade. And can you describe that feeling? How was it?
it was awesome. Like going to my first Pride was awesome. Like I was happy and nervous at the same time because I was just going there with Komoto. I wish I would have taken my friend on my first Pride, but because it was my first Pride, I had to like go see how things work and stuff. But it was awesome because the march and everything that was there was just amazing. So it was really an awesome experience.
Mm. And yeah, we can hear how important it was for you to meet, get a role model like that, and you did it through SAVE. And so Steve, what would you say? Like, we all know that South Africa has a tradition and history of a strong civil society and movements fighting against injustice. So what can you say, like organizations like Save the Children, how can you support the young queer communities in South Africa today?
Yeah, I think what you've seen, Oscar, is somebody like Kim who clearly is a loud advocate for issues around LGBTQI+. And it's our role essentially is to create these platforms that enables people like Kim to speak out and to say truth to power, as it were. And so that's a lot of what we do. On the other side, we try to bring together coalitions of other civil society groups so that we can all work as a united front on these issues. And that's been one of the silver linings, I suppose, if you want to look optimistically at the COVID-19 crisis, is that over the last 6 months, we've all been in this emergency state, as you have been in Sweden as well. And it's brought civil society together. You know, we've formed the South African National Coalition for Child Rights. It's something we've been wanting to do for many years, and it's been difficult. And this crisis, because of the urgency of things, has really made it happen. And that's what we need in South Africa from civil society. We've had it at those very important moments in our history. We had it during the apartheid struggle. We had it again during the struggle for access to ARVs during the HIV crisis. And I think now we will start to really mobilize for children and child protection during this post-pandemic period.
Okay, sounds interesting. And finally, someone can say something optimistic about what happened in the COVID-19 crisis the last 6 months. And Kim, how do you feel for yourself? What do you think, Kim? Do you feel optimistic or about the future for the LGBTQ community where you live? Or I think it's getting worse, or is it getting better? What do you think?
I'm not really certain about how things are because recently we just had a young lesbian that was murdered and was like killed and raped and thrown into a pit hole in the Mpumalanga province. Also, it happened in Cape Town. So I feel like it's safe for LGBTQI members to like stay in their closet because they are exposed to more challenges when they're coming out, and people don't understand how hard it is to like lose your life because of your sexuality. So it's not getting any better. It will be rather safe for them to stay in their closet, as much as I would advise them to come out. But what's going on in the country right now, it won't be a good idea if like you come out and people like you will be putting your life into risk. You'll be putting your life into like a risk of like losing your life, whatever. So it's safer when you're in your closet, and a lot of people don't know about it because they will try and kill you for your sexuality.
Yeah, I understand. And this year there will be no Johannesburg Pride because of the pandemic. But did I understand right that you will go ahead with the Soweto Pride this year?
Yes, I was told yesterday that I will be attending the Soweto Pride. I've never been to Soweto Pride, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm really excited.
Yeah, sure. And we are running out of time now, and but we have a few minutes left. And so we have also made a podcast about you as well. And I used to have to say to the audience, if they want to hear more about your life, they can log in, search for Save the Children documentary, which is a longer interview with you, which is very, very interesting. That was made last year at Pride and follows you for almost 2 years. And so last now, Kim, so what do you hope for? What kind of change would you like to see for yourself and for the queer community that you're part of?
I would like to see us like creating quality between the gender roles that are in our society that we are raised in, so that we can have like a better, happy environment, safe environment. So my priority is like having safety in the communities for our LGBTQ like people to be safe, because that's the most important thing, being safe and being who you are without being judged. So yeah, safety. Yeah.
And what do you think would be required for that to be achieved?
I think we just have to like educate people more, but people are being educated. They just don't want to expect. But I think if we like go there, show them who we are, like we have nothing against them, they just have to expect us, accept us for who we are, then I think we'll like have a better environment.
Yeah, and I'm very, very happy that you could join us today. Always a pleasure to see you. And I wish you a fantastic Soweto Pride, of course. And Steve, also a big thank you for talking to us from your home. And so good luck for the both of you with everything. And be safe, and thank you for this talk today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. We really appreciated the time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
How can you get a job where you can also make a difference? We will now, on this global square, continue with a seminar that I know interests many people. This is the Association for Development Matters, who asked this question: what is the path to working in development? In this seminar, we will be talking, provide recommendations and inspire you to get a job, perhaps in human rights and the climate matter, or peace preservation. We are welcoming Tove Melin, who's the chair of the association. She'll be talking to Malin Eriksson from SIDA and Malaika Mikaelsson from ICLD. Welcome. Thank you. Well, a warm welcome to all the viewers out there. This is our podcast, but also our TV cast, Paths to Working in Development, and this conversation is being organized by the Association for Development Issues in collaboration with ICLD and SIDA, as we heard. And I would like to take the opportunity to ask you, members of the panel, Malaika Mikaelsson and Malin Eriksson. My name is Tove Melin, and I work for the Association of Development Issues. And we are here today to try to untangle the path to working in the development sector. We know that it's a fairly tricky industry, but we see so much commitment, particularly among the young. And you are experts on recruitment within your respective workplace. So I hope you have a lot of recommendations for us. We only have 20 minutes, so let's get started. So let's go straight into the presentation. Would you like to tell us a little bit about who you are and how you entered this industry? Malin? Yes, my name is Malin Eriksson, and I work for SIDA's Department for African Matters, and I work with democracy and human rights. I started at SIDA by coincidence. I had a friend who had an internship through FUF, actually, who had a colleague that quickly needed help with something, and I was just applying for jobs. So she called me, and I said that I'm very interested. So I got there, and I got a few assignments and made some contacts, and that's how it started, really, for me. Oh, wow, what a dream. Yeah, it's very much coincidental, and I think it often is. Yeah, absolutely. Great. And Malaika, how about you? Well, I have in my entire life almost with democracy and development. And I moved to Sweden almost 14 years ago, and at the time I had no contacts. I knew no one who worked within the sector. But after a few years, you start going to conferences or seminars and started looking at various websites in order to try to find out who is working within the sector. And I managed to get in, also by coincidence actually. I met a friend over a cup of coffee one day, and I mentioned that I really want to work in this sector, but I really want to work with this organization, ICLD. And she said, well, contact them and just reach out to them. So I did, and the rest is history. Yes, precisely. Very good. So I'm thinking you've been working for quite a while at your respective jobs. So if you want new blood in your organizations, where do you go looking? What do you look for in younger candidates? Malika, if you'd like to start. Well, above all, we want them to have a lot of energy and an interest in these matters where we're involved, an interest in democracy, of course, but sustainability, and we want them to be creative and curious as well, and don't be afraid of getting involved and asking questions. So, yeah, but you don't have to be kind of already have a certain skill set. Oh, no, who has that? We don't either. How about you, Malin? I agree completely. The personal involvement, that is the most important aspect. And we're talking about democracy and human rights here, but in general, it's about development. And that you can achieve that in different ways. You can get involved in an NGO, in various NGOs, volunteer work. You might have an interest. You study perhaps a subject that concerns development. But that involvement, that commitment, that is the most important thing somehow. And also a diverse crowd of people with different backgrounds. I agree with that, because then you get so many different perspectives then. So that will really enrich your organization. Excellent points there. We'll play a game now that I call try to rate your experience. You have got your little tags there with numbers 1 to 5, and you'll also get 5 different types of experience that many students think are important when they apply for a job. So I'd like you to rank these from 1 to 5, where 1 is the most important. Can we look at them? Yeah, 1 is the most important and 5 is the least important for your particular workplace. And I give you 20 seconds to do this, to rank them. So you do it intuitively, go with your gut feeling, and turn over your cards now. And while they rank these tags, I thought I'd tell you what the 5 different experiences are. It's hands-on practice, living abroad, volunteer involvement, having a master's degree, or knowing at least 3 languages fluently. And we're out of time. Oh gosh, that was very, very quick. Let me see here. Like that, I think. Yeah. Excellent. Malika, would you like to start? What? How did you rank them? I've got. What's the most important? Volunteer work, volunteer involvement. Because it doesn't really matter where you've worked or what you've done. It's important that you're passionate about these issues, because it's not an easy job and you have to be very patient. You work every day without perhaps seeing a change immediately. So this, I think, is the number 1 for us. What did you have as number 1? Same. Yeah, that personal commitment, and I agree completely. And then if we just quickly go through the others, what did you have? having lived abroad, I had that as number 2 because you can't really work in a vacuum. If you have some experience from other countries, that helps a lot. Mm? And you can continue. Number 3 is master's degree. Just because it's not that we don't value other educational backgrounds, more or less, but at least you have a theoretical background that might facilitate the job. And then if you had hands-on practice, an internship or something like that, and that is also in order to kind of widen your perspective and learn more about the operations. And then at least 3 languages, that I felt was, I put that at the bottom because it's not that important. It's good if you have several languages, and in particular if you have languages from these countries, our partner countries, but it's not necessary to do a good job. Very good. And you? Yeah, it's fairly similar, maybe somewhat different. I had hands-on practice as number 2, and I felt then hands-on practice and experience in a larger sense, that you show that you can have some kind of experience. It could be an internship, but it could be some other form of previous experience as well. And then number 3, I have having stayed abroad or lived abroad. That's fairly high because that shows that you have a proper commitment and an interest in development. And that may be different. And a master's degree, yes. If you're going to work with this in a professional capacity, it's important to have a degree. That's true. But when you start your career, you may not have started with a master's. Maybe you have a BA or something. And I do agree, the languages, it's amazing. It's always impressive with people, who speak several languages fluently. But it's not entirely necessary, no. Okay, great. Then we've got some fairly similar answers, I have to say. And another thing, which is, of course, important when you apply for a job, is to have a bit of a network of contacts. And that's often the difficult thing for young people, because they may not have had much experience of working. And we at FUF always tell our young applicants to try to network where they can, but that can be very difficult, and difficult to know who to network with. What would you say are your best recommendations on how to approach the big shots without being nervous and a bit shaky? Well, the big shots, then it could be anyone, really. Yeah, that's a matter of definition. But no, I think that what you tell them about networking, that is definitely the most important recommendation somehow, because that often sorts itself out. You're in a context where you meet several organizations, several people who all work in this industry, if you like. And you often naturally come into contact with various organizations, and you may have different interests. And also, if you say UN as a big shot, there are different inroads to the UN, different ways of approaching them by internships and such things. So networking and commitment, those are the most important aspects, I would say. How about you, Malaka? I agree, but I would add that you have the courage to pick up the phone and reach out. And I understand that is difficult, and I myself, I was a little bit afraid of doing that before I had got a foot in the door, as it were. But I've got experience of people calling me or sending me an email, and I was very impressed by their courage to do that. And that matters. That creates something, that creates some interest within the organization. And I would say that you don't have to talk to the big shot, the senior executives. Just turn up and visit or check out LinkedIn. That's a good way of approaching an organization, to see who works there, see if you have any shared contacts, for example. That's a good way. Yeah, that's very good. That's actually my follow-up question around whether you need to approach the senior manager. But you said you might be better to look for common denominators. Do you have any follow-up comment to that? Who you think you should contact? Well, first of all, you should not be afraid to call the senior management, because what might be good about that sometimes is that they have often an overview of the organization and what the situation is currently about the staff. It could be some manager of a department who works with a certain matter, or someone who works with HR, so don't be afraid of that. But of course, it might still be difficult to get a job. But I believe, just like Malaika there, you should call around to different people in different departments and organizations. Introduce yourself and show that you're interested and what skills you have and what you want to contribute. So it's maybe a combination. All right? Scary, but very good. And then I have a follow-up question that is about recruitment, because I think many people have the notion that you have to have studied specifically development issues or political science or some of these major degrees to get a job within the sector. What is your position as regards that? Well, that may matter. It might play a role, but it's not the most important aspect. Because we are not only what we studied, we bring so much more of us to work, and we can contribute so much more. And I don't think that we answer questions that are all about humanities. I think even if you come from a different sector, maybe a creative sector or liberal arts, perhaps, I think that you have something to contribute anyway, because I think, like we said, the most important aspect is the commitment, personal commitment, engagement. So it's not a definite no if you don't have a relevant training. Well, I agree, and if we look at the whole development sector, it's incredibly wide-ranging. You can work with these issues as an environmental expert, you can work within this sector as a physician or a nurse, so it is your own interest in the issues that kind of govern the way in which you want to work with development. So I would say that sometimes we have a little bit too many political scientists, perhaps. So it's very good to have people who come from a different background. Excellent. A wonderful conclusion there, I think. Thank you so much for coming here and sharing your insights into what you need to keep in mind if you want to work within this industry or this sector. And a huge thank you to everyone watching. And if you want to find out more about FUF, you can just go to our website and read more about our internship program, for example, or our various engagements. Thank you very much. Very interesting day here at the Global Square. We focus on South Africa today, and the next conversation is called Curing Hangover by Removing Monuments. And this is something that we see in several major cities, a desire to remove the traces of colonialism and oppression that we see in our cityscapes. In South Africa, the heritage of slavery and colonialism still permeates society as a whole. It has several phases: socioeconomic inequalities, lack of freedom and equal opportunities, xenophobia and violence. In this seminar, some of these shadows of the past will be highlighted, and the hopes for the future will be enlisted. Görel Esplund will be the moderator. She's a journalist and an author, and the conversation involves Fred Kumalo, South African journalist and author, Henning Melber, is a senior researcher assistant at Nordic Africa Institute, and Mthabo Tobejane, who's South African student and curator with experience of the Rhodes Must Fall movement, and Rodilia Ojerge, who is a senior researcher at the Nordic African Institute African Scholarship Program. This has been organized by the Nordic African Institute, and the conversation will happen in English.
Welcome everyone to join us for this Nordic Africa Institute. No. Ja. Nu vill jag ta om det och sen så blir det inga mer fel där. Det var lite, ja. Welcome everyone to join us for this seminar of the Nordic Africa Institute, Curing a Hangover by Removing Monuments. We are going to discuss South Africa's need to deal with its heritage of colonialism and apartheid. My name is Görel Esplund. I am a Swedish journalist and I will be moderating this seminar. To discuss this issue, I have the honor to introduce you on stage Nadira Omarjee, Senior Researcher at the Nordic Africa Institute. You're from South Africa. We also have Henning Melber, German-Namibian Senior Research Associate at the Nordic Africa Institute. Mabatu Tubajani, South African curator and student. And with us from Johannesburg, Fred Kumalo, South African journalist and writer. Welcome, everyone. Before we start, just a quick recap. In 2015, students at the University of Cape Town launched the Rhodes Must Fall movement and called for the removal of the statue of the British imperialist, colonist and politician Cecil Rhodes. Mabatu, you were one of the students at University of Cape Town, UCT, when this movement started. Can you tell us a little bit about the core issues?
Sure. So the movement was centered around the removal of the statue of the British imperialist Cecil John Rhodes. But I mean, this statue was a starting point. There were other issues like you've obviously asking me about, which included just the Eurocentric education we were getting at the university, included the very sexist and sexist culture on campus, which fed into rape culture on campus. It included issues around mental health, and yeah, so many issues of which the statue was the beginning, I would say. Yeah.
And you said that there was a rape culture?
Yeah, I mean, rape culture is, I hope, a global thing that we all understand, that there are certain ways of thinking, certain ways of being that make it easy for women to be violated, that support the violation and abuse of women or gendered others.
What made you join?
At the time, I was part of a small, just starting out, like smaller movement called like Black Monday, and it was basically a group of Black students who, perhaps my peers, who were just gathering to kind of discuss issues around racism on campus and around, or just gathering to kind of have some sort of political education. And at the same time, on the same Monday that we kind of had our first meeting of sorts, or like commemoration, the statue was, I forgot his name, Kamani Matwele had his protest. And
yeah, I mean, there was just too many synchronicities, alignments that happened that just meant that it felt right too, because we're already on this trajectory towards thinking and about these issues, and that moment accelerated it. And then Rosemo's Fall happened in that week of, what is it, March 9th now? Yeah, 2015.
And there were hundreds and there were thousands of students who joined the movement.
Yeah.
And eventually they actually removed the statue.
Yeah.
After some weeks of protest.
Yeah.
And I would like to ask you, Fred, how important are symbolic changes like removing Rhodes from UCT when we're dealing with historical scars in South Africa?
Thank you for the question. The Rhodes Must Fall movement, and specifically the removal of the statue from the premises at UCT, was very powerful in its symbolism, because it said this is where we are, however many years after the demise of apartheid and its removal from its statutes, but its symbols, its symbolical underpinnings are still there, as manifested by all these statues, including the one of Cecil John Rhodes. So the beginning of that movement was very powerful and very significant in sending out that message to say we want to change the narrative. So in that sense, I really appreciated how the whole movement itself constituted itself, and how then it influenced the trajectory of student politics, not only in South Africa, because you will recall that it spread to other urban centers across the continent, and all the way to London. We saw some students demonstrating at Oxford University, amongst other centers of higher learning. So the symbolism was highly appreciated. It was, I think, long overdue that something had to be said, or some message had to be sent out there to say we want to change the tenor of how we tell the story of South Africa.
That's another thing I wanted to ask you also. I mean, why do you think that the movement started when it did, some 20 years after the fall of apartheid? I mean, it took some time for the students there.
I think it couldn't have happened before then, because the kids, the Mabatas of this world, were born after 1994, well, most of them. So there was no attachment or sentimental attachment to what would have happened before 1994, unlike people of our generation. Even though we were opposed to apartheid, the psychological damage and attachment was still there. It manifested in how we related to symbols of power. So these kids who were born after that were coming with a fresh slate. They were figuratively a clean slate on which the story of South Africa was going to be written on. So I think that's how I perceive and understand why it came about, that they became the players in this ongoing drama, because it's not over yet.
Right, thank you. Henning, changing names and changing symbols, do you think it matters if we look at the bigger pictures of social change?
It does matter. It's a significant intervention, but as Fred already stressed, it's a symbolic intervention. Of course, removing monuments doesn't cure a hangover, but it's an important ingredient in social processes to detox a society. And to that extent, I think the students have achieved something by impacting on a public discourse in the public domain, which is of much deeper and wider significance. And it's not only a student affair, it's a socio-cultural, socio-political, but at the end also a socio-economic affair. And removing monuments contributes to a necessary discussion how to transform society. But as an act in itself, the transformation of society is very limited. So that might be the only risk in it. While it's necessary, there is the alert that it's not enough. It's a step in the right direction, and it's an encouragement to motivate to take matters further.
Right. And we've heard that already from Fred, that Rhodes Must Fall wasn't just a South African movement, it actually went much further. Nadira, what importance do you think this movement had if we look in a global perspective?
Well, you know, Rhodes Must Fall was so interesting because it happened in March 2015. And then in April 2015, the newer Amsterdam movement happened at the University of Amsterdam. And these were now parallel movements, and they were opposing the neoliberal university in Amsterdam. But out of that came the University of Color, which was actually a decolonial movement within the pushback against neoliberalism and the corporatization of the university. And a lot of that movement followed the Rhodes Must Fall movement. So it became in some ways, or at least it snowballed into a global movement where it went to Harvard University, it went all over the world, it went to Delhi, it had such a huge impact on students saying, well, you know, this curricula is actually the problem. It's Eurocentric, it's not reflective of where we at, and it's also not historically correct. Our narratives have been erased, and so that was also partly what the success of Rhodes Must Fall. And I think, and I always say this, and you know, we always laugh because I don't think that the Rhodes Must Fall generation realizes what a massive impact they've had historically and globally.
What about you? You are the Rhodes Must Fall generation. Did you think it was going to have that impact?
I mean, no, I don't think we're thinking about making history as you take down like statues or whatever, but you're thinking about like feeling somehow at comfortable or at like ease in the space that you spend most of your time, which was the university. So no, we were just thinking about how to make it a decolonial, decolonized university. Yeah.
Right. And do you think that the movement were able to highlight the social issues, bigger structures of inequality in South Africa?
Yeah, I do. I mean, one of the other demands or part of the mission statement that I forgot to mention was like the ending of outsourcing, for example.
Right.
Which I think, for me anyways, highlighted just the complete inequality within the university itself.
Outsourcing of
workers.
Right.
So yeah, the outsourcing of workers, of labor, of like cleaning, I suppose, and like gardening, and so yeah, laborers who were working at UCT but employed by another like.
And that was quite
company.
an important part of the movement. Right?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I think Rhodes Must Fall did a good job. But I think Fees Must Fall did a better job in kind of connecting the issues to wider socio-economic like landscape of South Africa. For example, calling also for like for free decolonized education.
And just to explain a little bit, Fees Must Fall was calling for free universities, right? Free university education.
Yeah, well, my perspective, free decolonized university education. But yeah, free university in South Africa.
And Fred, you were nodding, and do you want to add something there to Mabatu?
Major tributary of this great river. So Rhodes Must Fall is the river, and Fees Must Fall and other things are tributaries of this great river. So Fees Must Fall was a major development, and as parents who have kids at university, we appreciated it because university education in South Africa is very expensive. It's not affordable to the ordinary South African. So that intervention was very long overdue and necessary.
Right. And at the core of the Rhodes Must Fall and other Must Fall movements, it called for the decolonization of higher education. You just mentioned it. And it's easy to just have like buzzwords and like decolonizing higher education, but what does it actually mean in your words about it?
I mean, I think a key aspect of the decolonial and the decolonized means the agency or allowing for different ways, different knowledges to exist. And I think what coloniality does is it affirms itself as the only center of knowledge, or only it's where you can it observes but cannot be observed, right? So a key aspect of the decolonial is how to have ways of being that can coexist for me, and also just ways of acknowledging different ways of knowledge that a body creates, and not just the mind, and just looking at it as like a cohesive knowledge production, but also like central to Rhodes Must Fall, return of the land, for example, is a very key aspect for me of decolonization.
And Nadira, when I say decolonized higher education, what does it mean to you?
Well, I think decolonized higher education is exactly what Mobata said. It's epistemological and ontological. So it's looking at the ways in which we produce knowledge, but knowledge not from the provinciality of Europe, but rather knowledge from all centers of our pluriverse, what we call many universities that exist and are producing knowledges from where they're located. So we talk about the local, and the global, and how we produce knowledge, and how that knowledge becomes relevant, and for who is it relevant. So it's also contesting the ways in which knowledge was produced and how we think of knowledge. And Mobata said, central to that is to oppose Western Cartesian models of the mind-body split, but actually going back into it and understanding that the body is a site of knowledge production. Our lived experiences are part of knowledge production, and not to have the colonial gaze onto us, but actually for us to produce our own meanings and to give sense of our own narratives and our own world. And that's, I think, part of what a decolonized higher education looks like, is how do we produce our own knowledges from where we're located, and how does that contribute to a larger project of knowledge production?
Henning, would you like to add something?
I would add decolonizing higher education would require to decolonize education. And to decolonize education means to decolonize societies in the plural. You cannot decolonize in a particularistic, limited way. The challenge is to overcome the asymmetric global power relations. And it's like pieces of a puzzle. You need to complete the puzzle to achieve decolonization. And what we are talking about is a very important piece in the puzzle, but it's not the full picture. We need more than epistemologic changes. We need to change the transfer of knowledge. We need to change the structures, and the contents was made reference to. But we also have to be aware of the material implications. As long as the students have to return to the Cape Flats and they have to make earning money, it might make them feel better to pass where the Rhodes statue was standing, but I'm afraid it will not improve their examination results. We have to go much further. We need socio-economic transformation as integral part of decolonizing. And that's not an argument against, but it's just, again, to say we need to look at the fundamental forms of transforming societies. And in the plural, because we need to transform on a global scale.
Fred, can you come in here, please, as well? Decolonizing society, how do we actually do that in South Africa?
Okay, I'm coming here from the perspective of a storyteller, a writer, a journalist. It is a tragedy. For example, I want to confine myself to one specific story. The story of the SS Manly. It relates to a group of black men who were sent over to Europe during the First World War to serve over there. Altogether, South Africa sent 25,000 men, but one of the battalions had an accident and their ship collided with another one, and we lost 700 men. Until recently, that story hadn't been captured either by academics or historians or novelists working in South Africa or social historians whatsoever. So that is a clear manifestation of where we as writers and storytellers could probably contribute towards colonizing the telling of our stories. So as Henning correctly points out, these are small pieces of a bigger puzzle. The structure itself, structurally, society has to change for change, effective change, to be realizable and sustainable.
So is that the politician's job to change the structure, or is it every single member of societies?
I think every single member, academia, the media, and of course government could play a role, but of course we can't always leave things at the door of government, especially under the current climate. They've got their own challenges. They can't be entrusted with so much if they can't fix such minor things. So the challenge is for society in all its manifestations, academia, media, and commerce, to gradually contribute towards this change. Yeah.
And is that the way to heal the scars of South Africa? Mabati, do you want to come in?
What way? Sorry, the way that Fred
yes,
has
exactly.
mentioned. I don't know. I mean, I completely agree that everyone must do their work, right? Audre Lorde, at I think, conference, she says, "I'm doing mine, are you doing yours?" And that, I think, also extends to, like, Sweden. What is the conversation around decoloniality here? It's about having this conversation globally and locally, and doing the work where you are, and learning what it means to do the work, and being in solidarity with people doing the work in different places.
Fred?
No, I'll pass for now.
You pass on that. Right. Yeah, sure. So if we just go back to the UCT and the Roads Must Fall movement, Nadira, you have done some research and had long conversation with many of the students there, I know. And if you were going to conclude a little bit their experience, the born frees, we talked about the born frees, the South Africans born after 1994. In your discussions, what are your conclusions of when they talk about social structures, heritage of apartheid and colonialism? How do they feel today about these things?
Well, you're basically asking the question to Mabato because she's...
Yes, but in your research...
In my research, but she's here. I mean, this is the Roads Must Fall activist. But in my research, and Mabato, you can correct me because here we have the opportunity for correction. One of the things was that a lot of the Roads Must Fall generation are children of my generation and, you know, older, and we have all these ideologies, we had all these visions for a better South Africa, and we haven't done that. We haven't done the work, as Mabata said. And we hand over, we sort of decided, you know, okay, well, now you have to accept it as it is. This is what it is. We can vote, but that's not good enough. It's never good enough. And I think that that's something that these students have seen. This is why they align themselves with the workers and the workers' rights. I think because it was about racial capitalism as well. It was about the neoliberal state. It was about the corporatization of the university. Whereas, you know, we were all saying, okay, well, you know, we're tired or we've done our best, but it's never good enough. The work is ongoing. And the world that we live in is our responsibility, each and every one of us, to do that work, to push back against these systems of domination, of oppression, of coloniality. And I mean, post-apartheid South Africa, how different is it to apartheid South Africa? Materially, how different is it to apartheid South Africa?
Henning, you wanted to come in there?
I think the Born Free personify the limits to liberation. It's the end of the heroic narratives of the liberation struggle, because they rightly so ask the veterans, from what have you liberated us? You haven't. Apartheid was gone when we were born. Where have you delivered beyond apartheid? Where Rainbow Nation is more than just a fancy slogan which the world likes. Where we need more than the iconic Madiba. Where is the social transformation which provides us with the fair chances and opportunities we deserve? And the liberation movements as governments, not only in South Africa, are measured against the delivery, or I'm afraid to say against the lack of delivery. And we see the results. The younger generation in South Africa campaigned not to vote in the elections as a political vote, to say we are not voting, to tell off those veterans who say we have liberated you. I would dare to say, despite the fact that I would be the grandfather of that generation, they rightly would say, you haven't liberated us from anything.
Mabata, do you want to add something?
Yeah, we were talking earlier, you and I, about the black students being accepted at university, and do they feel at ease now? Are they?
I mean, I'm not a student.
No, but when you were.
When I was there, I want to just kind of piggyback on what Henrik is saying, right? I said your name incorrectly, but just to kind of shout out to there's a collective that is right now occupying a house in Camps Bay, kind of along these issues on land and the lack of land, called We See You Collective, which is a queer art collective. And I think the fact that these occupations are occurring in like empty, like holiday houses, they're signifying just the complete inequality in our society, and it's perpetual. Like we are in this constant failure, actually, and it's up to these born frees, which to kind of in some ways address it in the little ways we can. So I mean, I would just love to send love and solidarity to this movement. But in terms of being at ease, no, I mean, you're not at ease because our statue's gone, but you're still contesting with so many other issues. I mean, at the same time, as this movement, I mean, Roads Must Fall happened, but the queer revolution happened, Patriarchy Must Fall happened. There was so much that happened at the university because we were just generally not comfortable at ease. Yeah, I mean, the university at the time I was still a student had little facilities to deal with sexual violence. So that again, like, became the responsibility of students through these movements of like Patriarchy Must Fall. So no, not at all.
Not at all.
No.
We have not much time left. Just wanted to round the whole thing off with, as we said, South Africa, Roads Must Fall. This was not a national movement as such. It's spread out in the world. So what can the world learn from South Africa's experience and the Roads Must Fall movement? Do you would like to start, Mabachi?
I think you have to do the work where you are. I think Sweden must think about its questions of coloniality, think about its questions of exclusion, and think about just its, the lack of justice here.
Fred?
I think I want to go back to some issues that Henning raised, potentially controversial issues. What did the older generation free Mabato's generation from? One free is a misnomer because they're not free. They've inherited a very sad legacy, a harvest of thorns, as somebody has called it. But we have to remember, we emerged from a negotiated settlement. There were no victors. In fact, the former oppressors, I could arguably say they emerged as victors in that they haven't been made uncomfortable from the lifestyle, the economic power that they wielded in the past. But a facade has been created, or a lie has been told that the country is free, everyone is free to compete in the workplace, in academia and so on. The reality is we still have to deal with the land question, for example, deal with the economic inequalities.
Fred?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I have to stop.
Yes, we have to stop. We have to stop.
Okay, thank you.
I'm really sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you all for joining us. 30 minutes is up, and thank you for joining us out there in the audience.
Då fortsätter vi programmet här på Globala
And
torget.
thus we continue our program here at the Global Market Square, where our focus today is South Africa. Koleka Potuma is a poet that shook the country with her collection Collective Amnesia. We'll be hearing her in a conversation with the writer Judith Kiros.
Hello and welcome to this conversation with the South African poet Koleka Potuma. My name is Judith Kiros, and I have a ton of questions to go through. I don't know if we'll be able to manage them in 15 minutes, but we'll see what we can do. I'm very excited to talk to Koleka about her collection, Collective Amnesia, which is now out in Swedish, soon to be out in Swedish, as Kollektiv minnesförlust. Welcome.
Hi.
Hey. I was thinking we could start with talking about Collective Amnesia. So it's a poetry collection that examines blackness and queerness and class and Christianity, and sounds like a lot. But it's so to the point, so solid, and so kind of complex at the same time. And I'm thinking that the book is also about the political aspects of memory. What are we encouraged to forget and why? And I was thinking about your poetry in connection to collective amnesia. Would you say that your poetry is an attempt to combat that?
First of all, can I just say how strange this is to be doing everything in this format, but I'm going to try my best to focus. Yeah, I guess when I started writing Collective Amnesia, the process for me kind of felt like a digging up, and an attempt to kind of find out certain things about my own lineage, my country, myself, and trying to place what I was taught in my upbringing at school up against what it was that I was not taught or told, or the things that we were kind of taught in school that were not necessarily the full truth. And so starting to write these poems for me was a process of like opening up and trying to remember certain things in an attempt to move forward, for myself anyway. And I also think that part of healing, or part of that process, includes remembering. And I think that remembering or memory is an important component to healing, or the process of healing. And as the panel before spoke about this as well, you know, like South Africa is a country that has a very traumatic past. And, you know, the transition from apartheid into democracy was not one that necessarily afforded the people who were wounded the most the process of healing. And so we now live in a country, in a society where we are encouraged to kind of, you know, forget about the past, to move on, or, you know, oh, apartheid happened such a long time ago, we need to be looking forward. But that process of healing, or that process of remembering so that people can move forward and heal and work through things, was not necessarily afforded to the people who were most harmed by the legacies of apartheid and colonialism.
I find that really interesting, actually, because I've been thinking a lot about Black writing and memory, and how important memory seems to be in a lot of Black writing. I recently reread Beloved by Toni Morrison, where she is sort of, the main character is haunted by the not quite ghost of her past, and also the not quite ghost of slavery. And I also recently reread Kindred, in which memory is, it's a book by Octavia Butler, in which memory is kind of activated by time travel. And so I find that interesting. I mean, in when it comes to kind of, you mention it in healing, but also I think in writing as you describe it as storytelling and memory. And also as, I know that there are 3 parts in your book, one of which is buried memory. And the final one is post-memory. And I know this isn't one of the questions I sent to you, but what is post-memory to you?
Post-memory is, for me, I guess, give me 1 second. Post-memory for me, I guess, is all the residue stuff, remembering the stuff that is in what was left behind by the thing that happened, the residue, the memory of something you did not quite experience, but it affects you by way of where you come from, or what the people who raised you and the people who are in your bloodline and your lineage and what they went through. And so the stuff that's passed down through them, or through their teachings, or through their traumas even, is the stuff that you can't quite articulate because you didn't necessarily live through it and you didn't experience it firsthand. But the residue of it, what it's meant that you, like what it's meant for how you were brought up, what it's meant for where you were brought up, what it's meant for the kind of education that you had. Because of that, that's the residue stuff. You remember not what you went through, but what the people who raised you went through affects you. And so you remember those things. They're not quite in your memory, but they're in your they're not quite in the somatic memory, like body memory, but they're in like your subconscious memory and your habits and how it is that you have understood the ways in which you can navigate your identity and your society.
So memory can be a conscious thing, a conscious knowing, but also an inherited knowing.
Yeah. And memory can be passed down too, you know. So
yeah.
I don't know if like this has ever happened to you, or I think it's happened to a lot of people. I think there's also a psychologist whose name I can't remember now, but who explains this properly, that sometimes you and your siblings will hold different memories, will hold the same memory differently. And that's because sometimes like memories are not necessarily things, particularly as children, that we remember necessarily, but because the story was told to you so many times and it was kind of tweaked whenever it was told like the next time, as you grow up, like you and the people around you hold different knowledges of the same memory. And so memory can be passed down. It's not something that, you know, necessarily is your truth.
You write, some poems show up to undo your silence. Interestingly, you write that as a footnote. I thought that was very interesting. And do you think that's, well, rather, is that what you want your poetry to do in the world, to undo a silence?
There were poems in Collective Amnesia just before like we were getting down to like the final editions of the book that I was like, I cannot release this collection with like this poem or this poem or this poem. And a large part of that is that, you know, sometimes your story does not only belong to you, that sometimes you share parts of your narrative with the people who hurt you, with the people who raised you, ex-lovers, for example. And so to tell your story is to, in a way, sometimes expose the other person who's a part of that story. And so the biggest challenge for me when writing this was to undo certain silences that I'd learned or that I'd been conditioned to learn as a Black queer woman, raised Christian, raised in post-apartheid South Africa. That's not really post-apartheid because a lot of the residues are still there. And so there was a learned silencing or a learned kind of reservation that we are taught as Black women specifically, that you learn growing up by observing, you know, the women around you, by observing the women in society. And so I really wanted to, I don't know, I think in writing these poems, I subconsciously or consciously like was undoing that thing that says, hey, you can't talk about that, or hey, you can't, you know, talk about these family violences in public. And so I think it was an attempt. I don't know if it was accomplished because I feel like it's an everyday process, but yeah.
I was thinking about the way in which your poetry frequently creates a space in which grief and trauma and healing and joy coexist simultaneously, and how there is heartbreak and a sly sense of humor at work at the same time and often in the same line. I'm thinking particularly about, I want someone who is going to look at me and love me the way that white people look at and love Mandela, which is brilliant because it's so tragic and so funny at the same time. Can you talk a bit about writing about trauma and joy as a Black queer writer?
This question is loaded, but I think the dominant narrative that sells in the media, first of all, and in popular culture, or the dominant narrative and the way that the Black queer body is represented in the spaces that we consume the most, which is pop culture, which is mainstream media, is that body is always in a constant state of hiding, violence, negotiating a lot, going through a lot, pain, rejection. And so there's all of these kind of states of being that are always projected onto a body like mine, for example, like a black queer woman body. And so the narrative that doesn't often, well, I think that's changing now anyway, in the media and popular culture, but the dominant narrative is not always the one of the fact that a black queer body can experience joy or love, even though we do hold all of those things in like this one body, and that those things, trauma, joy, love, sex, lust, can coexist and can coexist at the same time, actually, in queer women, black bodies. But yet the dominant narrative is that that body is only a site of trauma, or that the stories that, you know, popular culture and also media and award shows, you know, like, is the one where that always portrays pain or trauma. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your response. And with that, I would just like to thank you so much for the poem Coming Home, which is one of the sexiest and horniest lesbian poems I've read in a while. And, you know, I just really love being able to read that kind of poetry by women of color who love women of color. Like, it's just brilliant. Yeah. And I'm so glad it exists in Swedish now. And with those words, I'd like to thank you, Kaleka, for this conversation. We have to wrap up now. I wish you the best of luck. And I know that if you're going to read tomorrow at Se Människan at 7 o'clock. So if you want to listen to Kaleka read, which is strongly recommended, then 19 at Se Människan tomorrow. And thank you so much to the audience at home for listening.
South Africa is also a very popular wine country, a wine producer, but at what price? Swedes and Danes drink more imported South African wine than any other country in the world. In 2018, the Swedish off-license system sold 20.9 million liters of South African wine. The most popular wine was a cheap bag-in-box. In the book South African Wine, a different book of wine, the award-winning writer and journalist Emil Boss portrays an amazing wine producer who is now going through a very interesting development. How is the wine produced? How do the people live who produce a wine? Follow us on a different tour of South Africa's wine district. Hello and welcome to this seminar. My name is Johanna Liljegren and I'm a member of the Africa groups, and I have just finished my master's thesis in human safety and the relationship between the Swedish off-license and the work on a South African vineyard. Today I will be talking to Emil Boss about his newly published book. Oh yes, I'm very fond of wine because I've spent a lot of time talking about wine in different forms. I've been working for 15 years in an off-license store here in Sweden. And there is currently a lot going on in the South African wine world, as it were. There's a new generation of wine producers now who are in various ways revolutionizing the craft. So currently the best South African wines are competing with the best wines in the world. And Swedes love South African wine. 19 million liter was consumed in 2019. And they say that it's Swedes and Danes who consume the most South African export wine in the world, if you look at the per capita numbers. But something that there is no trace of in the advertising or in the information from the Swedish off-license system is information about people who make this wine, about 16,000 people in South Africa working in the vineyards. And there is a reason why we don't see them in the communication. And the best way of getting an insight into their existence is to show a short film. It's a clip from an ongoing project that some food workers are doing voluntarily, and it'll be released in a few months. So let's have a look at this short clip.
This is only a glimpse of the horror movie farm workers have to put up each and every day in South Africa. It's our duty to restore our people's dignity, because no one is going to do that. We have to organize our people here. We have to give our people hope. And we have to ensure that we make a difference to improve the lives of our people. Because farm workers don't get the recognition they deserve. It's farm workers who feed us. It's farm workers. Without farm workers we can't live. Because the vegetables comes from the farm, the meat comes from the farm, but farm workers are being...
So an interesting comparison that you make in the book is between the system for farm workers in South Africa today and the Swedish farm worker system in the 1800s. Can you tell me why you made that comparison? Well, there is a very strong financial bond between Sweden and South Africa. This wine import, because it's a Swedish state that imports it, but it feels quite distant when you look at the film. It feels quite far removed from us, the conditions they live under. But the truth is that far into the 1800s, farm workers lived under similar conditions in Sweden under the then system, and there are people who are alive today who grew up in those in that type of housing when they were children. And that is because they had the same kind of paternalistic way of organizing workers that were used in Sweden in the 19th century and in South Africa today. And there are, of course, enormous differences, such as the inequalities in South Africa is entirely governed by ethnicity. More or less all farm owners are white, and all farm workers, with no exceptions, are colored or black. You're also implying that there is an injustice in the bottle, the price of a bottle or a bag and box of wine, because between the Systembolaget, the off-license stores, and the Swedish state, and the discrepancy with the farm workers in South Africa. Can you tell me about that financial bond? Well, first of all, I want to say we need more studies. but there has been a handful of studies conducted over the past 10 years, and they give a very clear picture. In 2013, Swedwatch conducted a survey of a bag-in-box that cost 160 krona at Systembolaget, wine bag-in-box that is. And they looked at what is the value end up, or who gets the money when we buy this box. And they found that 72% of that value went to the Swedish government in various forms, and the remaining 28% would cover the Swedish importers' costs and the costs of the producer. So if you look at these studies and ask yourself, how much are we paying the Swedish government? How much do we pay per liter for South African wines? That example would yield 11.3 krona per liter, and that indicates an enormous pressure on the prices. And if we demand these very cheap wines, that's going to have a domino effect all the way down the chain. So the salary, a room for negotiating salary for farm workers is incredibly limited. Absolutely. I wanted to check because Systembolaget, the off-license, they say themselves that they have a code of conduct. They have a standard for ethical production of wine. What do that tell us about them in this issue? Well, like most major corporations today, Systembolaget has an ethical code of conduct, and they conduct various controls to ensure that it's followed. And that means in practice that if you want to sell wine to a Systembolaget, you have to sign a paper where you promise to comply with human rights. And if you're very unlucky, someone will come and inspect the conditions, and they report that in advance, saying, we'll be there in a few months to check on the production. And if you do not comply with human rights law, then you get an action plan so that you can comply with human rights within a few years by building new houses, etc. But precisely 0 South African wines so far have been stopped by the Systembolaget. Got a sales stop. And when I wrote this book, I visited a number of vineyards. I did kind of a check, and you can see that in quite a number of vineyards, this code of conduct is not followed. One of the people who know most about code of conduct is Niklas Egil-Sandén, and he can be found at the School of Economics in Gothenburg. And he says that research has now caught up this fairly new phenomenon. Codes of conduct. It's about 20 years old, but now we have sufficient amount of empirical data, so you can ask the question, is this working, this code of conducts and inspections? And the answer is fairly unequivocal, because the span on these global value chains and the labor conditions vary, according to him, vary from no effect at all to a marginal effect. That's the interval. So it's basically not working, you could say. So, well, then begs the final question here. In Sweden, those of us who drink South African wine, what can we do? That's a very good question. And in many ways, it's also a very simple question, because there is a lot you can do. And at the same time, there is a certain amount of complexity here, in the sense that if you look at this historically, how have labor conditions improved? How have the burdens been lifted off the shoulders of so many different jobs and workers? And that is because all the people involved together, by organizing better, have changed their own lives. So I think that the best and the simplest answer is to support the social movements in South Africa, the unions, farm workers' unions. Yeah, and they do exist. We've seen that they've organized strikes. Yes, they do exist, and they're still quite young, you could say. It's over the past 15, 20 years that farm workers have had unions. And the first strikes, the first demonstrations, open protest at the gates of vineyards, for example, all of that is very new. And what you can do in a more tangible fashion is that you can go to a Facebook page called Food Workers for Solidarity in Swedish. You can find a link in the chat on Facebook, and you can swish money that will go straight to this farm workers union. And 100 Swedish krona is worth a lot more to them in South Africa. So that's a simple way you can support them financially. And you can also put pressure on Systembolaget, the off-license, as a consumer. When you buy wine, you can talk to the staff in the store and tell them that you think it's very important that the wine is produced under decent conditions and ask questions about how is this wine produced. And on a political level, you could support the initiatives that exist for setting forth conditions that major corporations have to accept responsibility for the labor conditions and among their suppliers. And there is you can sign a petition if you want to see more such mandatory conditions on the UN level, so that we can see legislations for this. Yeah, because we don't have that today. Do you say something about the price of the wine you're buying? Yes, you can definitely do that. If you want to increase the profit margins that producers and farm workers are fighting over, if you want higher salaries, you want to see a margin, and that margin is far greater in the premium wines, the more expensive bottled wines. The cheap bag-in-boxes have no margin whatsoever almost. All right, so we need to pay more for our South African wine. Yes, well, the demand in Sweden will govern how the wine producers will act. If we ask for more expensive wines, they would produce more expensive wines to those of us who are European consumers. Yes, you can see that on these boxes that you get 4 bottles and one of them is for free. Yeah, you could say. And you can also support the Africa groups who do work with these unions in South Africa and support them in various ways. Well, thank you so much for joining us in this conversation. The conversation between me and Emil, and I do hope that you follow our work in the future as well. For example, through those Facebook groups, Fair Wine Trade and Food Workers for Solidarity. So thank you for us.
And now on the Global Square, Globala Torget, we will continue our focus on South Africa by actually visiting a South African book fair. We're going to Josie Book Fair, and in this arrangement between Afrikagrupperna and Josie Book Fair, we will meet community healthcare workers and talk about their victories in improving their working lives and conditions. They have also produced a book, so it's also focused on literature. And I would like to take the opportunity also to highlight a positive news that we got yesterday about the connections between Swedish and South African book fairs. As we do now, we have a focus on South Africa, but even next year, South African writers will attend the Swedish Book Fair. And 2022, the focus and theme of the whole book fair in Sweden will be South Africa, and also extended to 2023, where there will be a focus on children's literature and the connection between Swedish and South African literature. But now, over to Kanya College and the Josie Book Fair, and we will have the moderator, Dr. Maria van Riel, and she will talk to the authors of a book called Ida Idonis and Doreen Mongale. And the readers of their text will be Patricia Makubu and Andile Ngema. And the book is called Our Lives, Our Communities. So welcome to this vibrant space of Joburg.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Josie Book Fair. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Maria van Driel and I work for Kanya College. The Jozi Book Fair was formed in 2009 in response to the weak culture of reading and writing in all South Africa's languages, and really a reflection of the deep social inequalities that COVID-19 has once again confirmed. So we're a book fair that promotes movement building, solidarity and citizenship, and today we celebrate the victory of the community healthcare workers who are with us today. They have been precarious workers, etc. And what this affirms as well has been Jozi Book Fair's work with them as well over a number of years in different spheres. So with me today, I want to invite very quickly, and they will wave to you. We've got Ida Adonis, who's the treasurer of the Community Healthcare Workers Forum. We've got Doreen Mongale, who is a former office bearer. We've got Patricia Makubu, who is the current chairperson. And we've got Sisanda Kulima, who is an active member. So we will do two segments today. We will discuss the victory of the community healthcare workers, and then we will talk to the community healthcare workers as readers and writers in their own right. So welcome, and comrades, enjoy yourselves as well. Please relax and let's have this conversation. I think when we first met with community healthcare workers, they came to Kanya in 2010. They lacked a lot of confidence. They had a string of grievances, etc., in terms of not being paid, not having job security, not having medicine, not having equipment, and we realize how important PPEs are today. They also had no job security. They weren't covered by health and safety regulations. They also were not covered by the labor legislation. Since then, and of course, they were brought in 2010, particularly because of the HIV/AIDS pandemic. And because of the South African government's neoliberal program, many nursing colleges had been closed. And so women were brought in, Black women were brought in as community healthcare workers, as casual workers, as contract workers, etc., precarious, either working in clinics or attached to NGOs. And after many struggles, the community healthcare workers in 2016, we won a victory at the South African Labour Court, and Judge Benjamin deemed them as permanent employees of the Department of Health. The South African government's response, however, was to immediately outsource them to another NGO called Smart Purse. And so the struggle continues. In 2018, they managed to take the case again for arbitration to the South African Public Sector Bargaining Council. And once again, the Public Sector Bargaining Council confirmed that they are indeed members of, full permanent members, and should be treated as such with full benefits of the South African government. Once again, the South African government refused. And I must add here that if it was not for the pro bono support of lawyers and advocates, we would not have also been able to go that far, because although the community healthcare workers can talk about this today in terms of what were the methods that they used to actually get this. So it was only in 2020, this year, in July, that the community healthcare workers in Gauteng, one of the country's 9 provinces, right, have been made permanent with benefits, etc., medical aid, housing, subsidies, etc., and so forth. It's still a bit rocky because it hasn't all been done, smoothly. But I think to talk to us now about the long journey that they've traversed, I want to turn to Doreen. Comrade Doreen, can you talk a little bit about looking back at the lessons that you've learned as a community healthcare worker, as the Gauteng Forum? What did you actually learn when you think back now on this long struggle? It's taken almost 10 years to get to this point in time where these resolutions and legislation was eventually passed to recognize community healthcare workers, women workers, as permanent employees of the health department.
There are many lessons that I've learned about South African government One, it's ignorance to its citizens because they were ignorant when we engaged with them in many times trying to show them why would it be important for us to be permanent. And then we started by begging them, and then they still being ignorant to that. And then I've learned that our government doesn't even comply with its own law that is in their constitution. They didn't comply with their laws with us as community health workers, yet when they say we are frontliners of the department, but yet they couldn't practice the laws that if you volunteer for 3 months, after 3 months, you are permanent to the job that you've been doing. That has never happened to us till we fought and demand our permanent till this year in July.
Congratulations. Thanks, Comrade Doreen. Maybe if I can turn to Comrade Patricia, can you talk, Comrade Patricia, about how difficult it was, how you organized, how you had to change the attitudes of community healthcare workers, women workers. Many of them were single breadwinners, single parents as well, etc., scattered in different clinics. What methods did you use, as the Community Healthcare Forum to actually organize and to get to this point in time?
Good afternoon, Comrade Maria. Firstly, I would like to address the issue that as the Gauteng Community Healthcare Forum, we wanted to capitalize on the issue that we wanted people who wanted to stand up for themselves and voice out the issues and the challenges that they face in the household when they visit, and even voice out the patriarchy that they face in their household. In most cases, women are afraid to show up because they are mostly hiding behind men. So this was the platform because mostly in our organization, it's mostly women who are dominating. So here we wanted everyone to be in a free platform to speak out and voice out everything that she's facing. Another thing that we went to the clinics, that's where we tried and mobilize everyone who was vocal, who was able to share each and every challenge that they have, and even try to be on the forefront, as we are called the forefront. It wasn't because of the money that we earned. The stipend didn't mean anything. Only the job that we were doing out of passion, that meant everything. So by so meaning that we meant the lives of the community that we serve, it matters mostly other than having that stipend. But mostly what we were afraid of is that we were not treated well as the community healthcare workers by the employer. But we wanted that to be more realized, that we wanted to be at least treated fairly at work. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I think perhaps, in 2017, the forum also then manages to form its organization, etc., and it takes these positions. One of the things that I think has also struck, that has been very different about community healthcare workers, is the fact that even though they never got their stipend during this period, they would still continue to go and do their work in the community. Now, this is very different to most trade unions and workers who go on strike, they withhold their labor, and they don't actually participate. We've even seen this amongst healthcare workers in some unions as well, yeah? Why was your response different? I mean, why, even though you didn't get, throughout the struggle as well, how come you didn't withhold your labor? You continue to work with communities. Can I ask Comrade Ida maybe to respond to this question? Can you unmute, Comrade Ida?
Yes, Comrade Maria, thank you. Even if we didn't get stipend, we fought for this community that we forum, we are so unique to say we don't ban the resources that we have in our community, because we also involve the community that we are serving to help us to fight for health for all, so that everyone can get treatment and equally in their household, as we are doing as community health workers. So we didn't care about the stipend. We only really care about the passion that we have of our work to serve the community that we're staying in. That's all I can say that, Kumari. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Comrade Ida. I think last, Comrade Tisanda, one of the things that is important with the community healthcare work is that you are 90% women, yeah? And what have the lessons that you've learned? Because one of your resolutions is that all positions in the forum must be 75% women. And I also want to ask you to maybe reflect on what is being, how did you cope as women with husbands or boyfriends who didn't want you to participate, who expected you to do household work, etc.? How do you see this position as women as well in terms of feminism, a mobilizing of other grassroots women in, because I think, as we know, in South Africa, we're still very, very far from, patriarchy is still very strong. Violence against women is still very strong in South Africa. Perhaps, Comrade Sisanda, you can reflect a little bit on that.
Afternoon, Comrade Maria. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Forum's vision is that all the CHWs must be able to stand for themselves. As we know that we are still living in the country where there is patriarchal systems in places, attached at home, also in workplaces. And then the forum, what it did is that we started to have workshops. We asked that we can have a workshop that will teach us on feminism. Then there was a feminist network that was established, where women are taught how to be able to be confident and go out there and fight and stand on their own. And in the workshops, we are also taught about patriarchy, and these workshops helped a lot in terms of the people that came to the workshop did teach the community care workers how to differentiate between everything. And then those people went back home and taught their families in their respected homes on what is a feminism and what is patriarchy, and going forward, how are we going to deal with women having to be part of bigger making decisions and be able to stand their ground when it comes to other unfairness, which is in the workplace and at home also.
I also want to take this opportunity to invite viewers on Facebook and, to also send through any questions or comments that they might want to make in the interim. So how easy has this been actually now in terms of actually organizing? How many clinics do you actually organize in, Comrade Ida, more or less, if you can, talk to, your actual organizing strength?
More or less 213 clinics that we have now, which mostly are women in the struggle, and then mostly the breadwinners, though there are males there, but not most of them are working as community health workers. We're still organizing further because we are still exploring ourselves to Mpumalanga and Northwest. We still have, we have other members from those places that we are still we're still organizing them.
Okay. And Patricia, so what are the kinds of issues that you're coming up now against? Because this is a different phase of the forum's history and life. Now that you are, gaining so much more, are you gaining much more membership now that you are permanent as well?
For now, I could say that we're having a culture challenge because people now, they believe that they've reached the part of the struggle where they are done. Everything is now sorted. While we are still on probation, we're still gonna have to fight this probation thing, and the struggle still goes on.
So we're having a big challenge because some of the comrades that we had last time, they are now moving to the unions, of which they believe that the unions are the ones who made this happen. While we were struggling on our own here, going down the streets, but now the unions, because they are in part of signage at the bargaining council, they believe that if we are not in the bargaining council, you can't do anything. But we managed to win each and every case that we had against the Department of Health, and we won it outside of the bargaining council. I also believe that the CHWs now, they are not in favor of this probation thing, but they'll come across with it.
I know you've picked up a little bit on this, Isanda, but I would also like Doreen to pick up on this because, you know, one of the things was the attitudes that I think, the change in attitudes for women, because when they came to Kanya in 2010, they had this long list of grievances that, Kanya, can you do this for us? Kanya, can you do that? And we were saying to the comrades, Kanya can assist you, but it's important for you to do this. And I know you say, you know, you've asked people to stand up for themselves, etc. But how easy was this in a country that is so patriarchal, in a society? Where were your allies? And I mean, how did you get support from other organizations? And how did you build the confidence of women?
I think the reason that has made us to become positive as women and realize that we will one day conquer what we want is that we were always checking on each other to say, let's do this thing. We will come up all right one day. And then that spirit of going out to another clinic, doing siasholas and road shows is that spirit that we were one spirit by that time. The unions were not giving us this difficult time because they told us bold that they couldn't assist us without a PESA. So everybody should understand that we can't be assisted, let us do it on our own. That's when we started getting a positive attitude from all women on the CHW level at all the clinics. So I think the positiveness in us has made them see that we really, really want to be permanent, as some of us were breadwinners, some of us were only women who were raising children alone. So they felt positive to join the struggle.
Thanks very much. I want to turn now to the last section of our discussion, and really it's to discuss the book, Our Lives, Our Communities, which is the story about 16 remarkable women who are community healthcare workers. The stories are very specific to their lives, but if you read their stories actually talk to the lives of Black working class women in South Africa. So let me turn to Comrade Ida and to Comrade Doreen as writers. Perhaps you can just read an extract for us and tell us, you know, what meaning and how reading and writing has helped you in your development as community healthcare workers and building a strong forum for women and for workers, and to what extent it's contributed to this victory that we have today. Shall we start with you, Comrade Ida?
Yes, Comrade Maria. I was born in Hamburg Hospital near Rodiport on the West Rand, but I was nearly resigned much later. I am the third born in a family, and my mother was a domestic worker. My mother had to breastfeed her employees' children, and I stayed with my younger brother in a back house, and for a whole year, we were hiding away because my mother was not allowed to have her children with her while she's She is looking after employees' children. If my mother's employer found us, they will terminate her job eventually. Thank you.
Thanks, Comrade Ida. So how was it? I mean, you saw your story in print as well.
Yes, it's very, very, very much personal, because being a working class, and my mother also, you have to change. We have to change some to break the silence, to say to community, no, this has to end here, because no one can stop you to stand up and say, this is my chance to stand up and say, I want to be heard. I want people to change life from my story as I read my story.
Okay, thanks, Comrade Ida. Comrade Doreen, do you want to just read an extract from your story?
Yes, my name is Doreen Mongale. I was born in Bethel Dorong near Klerksdorp in the Northwest. My parents were Elizabeth Mongale and Isaac Mthobani. I only started attending primary at Temba Elisha in Randfontein when I was 9. I completed my matric in 2001, but I didn't pass well. I looked for a job, but there were no opportunities for women. I started working in 2002 as a domestic worker. When the opportunity arose, I started working as a CHW from 2006, and I had to report at Randfontein local municipality. And later in 2006, I moved and started working as a CHW in Port Stewart Clinic, where we educate patient community about HIV and AIDS.
Thanks, Comrade Doreen. What was it like when you got your book for the first time as well?
When I got this book, I was very happy and nervous and emotional at the same time, because I never thought I would one day be an author of a book or a writer of a book. So it was very emotional for me to see that I made it, and it makes me feel very special.
Okay. Can I turn to, and I will probably give you, I think we still have a bit of time, to Sisanda and to Patricia. I mean, you were also readers as well. When you read this book as well about community healthcare workers, but also if you can just reflect on the importance of reading and writing for workers and for women who are struggling like yourselves around particular issues. Patricia, perhaps we can start with you.
Yes, ma'am, when I read the book, the first time I read it, it was somehow reflecting on myself and the issues that I've overcome and the challenges that all the CHWs are facing each and every day. Mostly the patriarchy that is happening on our household and the gender-based violence that we come across. It also highlights on how important it is to write and read so that you can be able to express yourself. We are very thankful that Kanya College was always there to help us do this, because in our workplace, we don't have some kind of debriefing and some kind of these sessions so that we can express our feelings on how we overcome each and every day that we face on our lives. And reading in our lives makes our intellectuality very, very boosted. And we must always be on a focus that we must always read and be focused. If you don't read, your life will never get better. You won't know anything. We are here because we read of our struggles. We are here because we are groomed. If we didn't do anything of those, we wouldn't be here as the CHWs. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Sisanda, can I come to you with the same questions?
Yes, Comrade Maria. Getting to read the book our lives, our communities got us thinking and got us to see how far we have come, and to be able to see that it's not only me who's struggling with patriarchy, who's struggling with gender-based violence, like my colleague has said. Getting the book out there in the public was a form of recognition for us as community care workers. We saw that there are people who care to hear our stories. There are people who want to actually get in our shoes and see how we have lived. Even though the stories are not the same, the stories differ from each and every culture, but then they are the same as to what I experience is what Comrade Maria has experienced, what Comrade Doreen has experienced in a different angle. But the book has really made us to see that we are indeed one family, and we are indeed the people who love to work for our community. The strongest part that I've loved about the book is the commitment and the love that we had for our jobs. That's the most encouraging part that makes me smile.
I think that's true, and that runs throughout the book, because it was a very moving experience for me, who was working with you, to go through the book and so forth. And as you say, also you see how women change and transform, and they struggle and they rise and they hold all their children together, etc., and so forth. So I want to give you last few minutes now. I think you've all got just under a minute to maybe your last comments in terms of what advice you would give other community healthcare workers, but other precarious workers like yourself, you know, because there were days when things were so dark, when things seemed like we would, you know, you would never get success, etc. What advice would you give other workers, other women especially as well, who are facing struggles, either in communities, in workplaces, and so forth? What encouragement would you give them that you come out of in terms of the lessons that you've drawn from this experience? Who wants to go first? Doreen.
All I can say to add to fellow community health workers is that if you want to get something done, you must get it started. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Ida, nice and short, because you've got about 40 seconds, Ida.
I would say to comrades outside there, whether women and men, to say patience is a key to reach your destiny or to reach your goal. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sisanda?
I would say that there is nothing about us without us.
Okay.
We the first step, then the rest will follow.
Okay, thank you. Patricia, last word.
I'd like to say they must just show up, represent and stand their grounds and show up, make sure that they stand for themselves and don't waste time and wait for others to represent themselves. Thank you.
Okay. One question, Patricia, you can just answer while you're on the floor. How would you help other CHWs overcome the challenge of unions taking your membership? In 30 seconds.
I think they should just learn to have the spirit of representing themselves other than waiting for others to represent themselves. That's the only thing I could say just now.
I think just for me to say thank you to everybody, Göteborg Book Fair, the Global Square, our partner Africa Groupena, who stood with us and stands with us and is a very reliable partner. We really appreciate your support, and I think the people of Sweden and the people of South Africa, I think we need to really deepen our solidarity. It's been possible for the Göteborg Book Fair to do the work that we do because of your support. We have not received any support from our own government for reading and writing, whether it's the Department of Arts and Culture or the Department of Education. I think it's been through our solidarity partners that we've been able to really help ourselves, that we are able to help community healthcare workers to help themselves to reach their goals. So I think it is absolutely important that solidarity is vested in people, the importance of people, the importance of citizenship, the importance of solidarity and building. And I think we look forward to working with the people of Sweden as well, and to strengthening solidarity from our side to help other CHWs in other provinces and other parts of the world. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you very much, Gothenburg Book Fair and the Global Square and all the comrades. I think we more or less, we are really learning about keeping time. So thank you very, very much. And I think from our side, goodbye and solidarity.
Stort tack Maria
Thank
och
you
Josie
so
Book Fair från det
much,
här
Maria and
väldigt
Josie Book Fair,
rafflande
from
arrangemanget
this
direkt
very
från Johannesburg, så ska vi gå
interesting
vidare till ett arrangemang
event from
av Rädda
Johannesburg. We'll
Barnen.
now move on to a
Flickor
session
på
with
flykt i
Save the
södra
Children.
Afrika.
Fleeing
Tusentals
girls in
unga
Southern
flickor
Africa,
försöker varje år
thousands
ta
of
sig
young
till södra
girls
Afrika från
each year
andra
try
länder i södra
to
Afrika.
make their way to
Vissa
South
flyr
Africa
krig,
from other countries
konflikter,
in Southern
andra
Africa.
migrerar i hopp om ett
Some
bättre
flee
liv och
from war
utbildning.
and conflict, and others
Riskerna
migrate
längs
in the
vägen är
hope
många och väl
of getting a
framme
better
så väntar
life and an
ofta en osäker
education.
tillvaro.
The risks along the way
Samtidigt visar en
are
ny rapport från
legion,
Rädda
and
Barnen
once
att
they're
flickor
there,
som migrerar i södra Afrika
there's
ofta
often an
drivs av en stark
insecure
egen vilja
existence that
och gör
awaits.
aktiva val för att
But
skapa
studies
sig ett
show that
bättre
the
liv.
girls are
Vi
often
kommer nu att
driven
lyssna
and
till
are
Oskar Kollberg från
strong-willed
Rädda Barnen som
and
samtalar med
make active
Nika
choices to create a better
från
life.
Save the
And I will
Children
talk to
South
Nika
Africa
Machenjedze
och
from
Sara
Save the Children
Granat
South
från
Africa
Rädda
and
Barnen.
Sara Granat from Save the Children in Sweden.
Hi and welcome to this talk about Girls on the Move in Southern Africa, and we will start this talk with a short film about one of these girls, Gloria. She's 18 years old and she comes from Congo, Kinshasa.
When I came, I was young, so I just followed my mom's footsteps. It wasn't easy because we had problems with documents. So my brother and I had to stay behind because we got arrested in Zimbabwe. So apparently my mom was told that we will have to stay there until our documents get fixed. It's not easy, but then it's like a responsibility now because I'm a girl, I have that motherhood, and I'll have to take care of my brothers. Well, the good thing about coming here, I would say, it's made me grow, me and defend my brothers. So it's built me in a way. And it's also good because I've always wanted to speak English and French, because I felt like those are international languages. If I have to work in the media, I should know. I know I'll be a journalist because that's what I want to work in the media and also have a restaurant one day. You need courage, you have to be strong and believe in yourself. That's it.
Yes, hi Sarah, and we will have Nika with us as well pretty soon, I hope. And so Save the Children has compiled a series of reports. There are 4 reports. It's a report from Balkan and Greece, there are reports from Central America and Mexico, and on the border between Venezuela and Colombia, as well as the South African region. And the reports are looking at on girls on the move in every context. So could you please say why did you see the need to do this kind of research?
Well, it actually started when the Children on the Move advisors from South Africa, from the Save the Children in South Africa, were in Sweden. They were visiting us and looking at how we work with children in migration. They also visited the Swedish domestic program, how we work with refugee children in Sweden. And we had this discussion about the different children that are on the move, and we realized that a lot of concentration is on the boys, because in some contexts the boys are in majority and they're also more visible in the different contexts. And they, as much as we, realize that it's a little bit more difficult to reach the girls a lot of times. So that's when the idea came up to make this study, to actually look closer at where are the girls, why do they leave, what are their routes, what do they encounter on the way, and how could we support them better in our programs.
Okay, and the reports will be launched in around 2 weeks. And so is it anything that had surprised you in the findings of the report?
I think for the Southern Africa region, I think one of the things that surprised me the most was that during the route, a lot of the girls expressed that taxi drivers and truck drivers were people who really helped them along the way. They were sometimes also a risk for them, but a lot of times they actually got, like they would help them across borders, they would give them food, they would hide them inside their trucks, for example, to help them cross borders. And they also knew about, for example, this taxi company is safe to travel with, while these other ones are not safe to travel with. So I think that was an interesting find that one doesn't think so much about, that those people could be someone who could help you along the way, being a girl.
And in this talk, we also have Nika. He's Children on the Move program manager for Save the Children South Africa. Unfortunately, we have some problem with the technical part, but I think you can hear us and we can hear you, Nika. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We just can't see you. That's a shame. But we are happy that you're with us anyway. So, Nika, if you could add to what Sarah just said, was there anything that surprised you in the findings of the report?
Yeah, thank you, Oscar, for that. Definitely, there were very interesting findings that came out in this study. And one of them in particular was to find out that there was a group or network of older women in the communities in the country of destination, particularly in South Africa, who were identified by these girls on the move as a supporting structure, that when they had they needed advice, they needed protection, these women were there as a network of support. That was very interesting for me, and particularly that it actually opened our eyes up that when we program for girls on the move, it's actually important to look out for that kind of network of women to actually strengthen that natural protection that the girls have in the communities that we would have never known if it was not through a study like this.
And can you say a little bit from which countries the girls come from that try to make it to South Africa?
So it's quite a broad network and routes that girls take, but the predominant numbers of children that you find among girls that move to South Africa is girls from countries such as DRC, countries such as Mozambique. Those would have high numbers. Countries such as Zimbabwe would have the highest numbers. Then we have some girls moving from countries such as Burundi. We have girls from countries in the east of Africa, and a few from other surrounding countries like Swaziland. You would have a few girls coming from there, but the predominant ones would be mainly those girls from Mozambique, Malawi as well, I should add, and DRC, Burundi, Zimbabwe, those are predominantly the higher ones, but you would find children from predominantly most of the countries.
All right. And Sarah, could you say something about the reasons why girls leave their homes trying to make it to South Africa?
So a lot of the girls that were interviewed were talking about violence, which is one of the sort of reasons that came out quite strong. And that can be violence in the home. And if in the case of the DRC, for example, it's also the violent conflicts that go on there. So that would be a strong reason for them. But education also stood out as a strong reason for leaving, that they didn't have access to education in their home countries. Education or some way to make a living. So education, work, and to escape different forms of violence was predominant. I don't know if you want to add something there, Nika.
Just a quick one. I think the issue of girls trying to support their families has been one of the biggest reasons why girls move to try and find a livelihood to support their families and earn a living, and also to try and gain education, particularly for those girls that would have never had access to education in their country of origin. They have this desire that if they move, they might be able to go to school. And some of them move also to reconnect with family. So some of them were born and they were told that your parents moved to South Africa and now they have lost contact. They are trying to reconnect with their families. Then they, without knowing how big and vast South Africa is, they just venture into this move and try to find their parents when they get to South Africa, and in most cases realize they can't find them, and then they start living on their own and become separated or unaccompanied in that manner. So those are some of them. And some of them actually come as a result of trafficking. They are trafficked into South Africa for a number of reasons. So those are, I think, in addition to what Sarah has said, particularly abuse in the home, whether it is abuse towards them or abuse towards somebody in the home, maybe the mother is being abused and they escape, or it's a community-based abuse where there is rampant violation of girls in that community, then girls start running away, particularly where there are wars or instability, then they realize they are not safe.
And as we saw in the short film about Gloria, she's traveling without legal documents, and that made her get stuck in Zimbabwe. And are there any like safe ways for girls to migrate to South Africa? Would you say, Nika?
Well, the migration system, particularly if I can speak of the asylum and refugee protection system, has safer ways that it's actually a safer way that is agreed at UN level to make sure that traveling for girls is safe, particularly in the case of Gloria, who was running away from instability and war in her country of origin. It was quite important to have that safe passage. But the traveling that girls end up in is very difficult in most cases because the systems of migration have not been highly child sensitized. So it's very difficult for children to navigate the migration system in a safe way without being abused, without being violated, or without being deprived of the right to seek protection. It's there are still quite gaps, but I should say using the asylum system, it should be safe for girls to move between countries. But the major challenge that they face is mode of traveling, how they travel from one country to another with the trucks, with different mode of traveling, and in some cases crossing on irregular crossing pathways like through the river from one country to another, which is quite dangerous in some cases. But the issue of documentation remains a very big challenge for most of the girls, because when they leave, sometimes they are in a rush. They don't even take a birth certificate, and because the route has been long, they lose documents on the routes. They can't prove their age and so many things.
Yeah, and it's a shame that we can't see you, Nika. It feels strange to
Yes,
look
it is
out
very
in the
sad
void
because I can
when you're
see
speaking.
you.
But could you add, Sarah, to what Nika was saying about, you know, what does she face, the migrant girl, during her journey?
Well, what came out in the report is that a lot of girls, obviously, they have what Nika mentioned previously. As much as I mentioned at the beginning, these taxi drivers and truck drivers can be someone who keeps them safe. They are also a danger, so it's double. So a lot of the girls on the way, they encounter that they don't have any means of getting food, of moving forward. So a lot of them end up seeing that there's no other way to move forward than to trade sex for different favors. And so there's a lot of sexual abuse on the way. And they also, obviously, there are violations and there's rape and all those things across the way. And then also some of the girls also spoke about hunger, being hungry for a long time because they couldn't find food, being cold, as Nika mentioned, crossing dangerous parts. There's one girl in one of the studies who came very young. She was only 7. She tells about how they had to dig themselves under the fence, and that she was very, very scared doing that because it was difficult for them to try and physically cross that border. So there's a lot of things that are a lot of dangers on the way, both when it comes to abuse from people that they meet, but also a lack of food and somewhere to sleep and all those things.
Yeah, sure. And when they reach the destination, let's say Johannesburg, and let's say they don't have legal documents, they might not even speak the language. What faces them in the new country, so to speak?
Do you want to go ahead, Nika?
Yeah, I can. I think there is a very interesting balance of things and progression around what the girls meet when they get into the country of origin, depending with how they have been identified and found when they arrive. It's quite different. So for those girls that arrive and are able to be identified by the existing safety nets, they are able to be channeled into the care system, which is more protective, which is more allowing them to be children, access school, and all that. But for the majority that are not identified, that are still in the community, are confronted by a mammoth of difficulties, which includes very high levels of abuse. I will give you an example for children that do not have documentation, that they might be molested. And because they don't have documents and they are afraid of being deported or arrested, they end up not even reporting the abuse or the rape that they have faced. And even if they report to their parents will then say, you can't go to the police because then we will be arrested because we don't have documents, we don't have legal permits to be in this country. So they hide those form of molestation that they face. And in most cases as well, due to other policies that still need to be reviewed in South Africa, such as need to pay for health care for asylum seekers, they suffer. Recently we had a child who had a stick stuck in their ear and went to a very big hospital and was told that because she's an asylum, we can't remove take them into an emergency operations, he has to spend the whole weekend with a stick in the ear until it was reported to Save the Children, and were able to pay that bill, and the child was then immediately operated and that stick removed. So those are some of the challenges the girls would meet. But on the other side, we have a progressive social development policies that are also allowing children to be taken into children's homes, in children's care centers, allowed to be put into other forms of alternative care. And some successful court judgments that allow these children to access education even without documentation. So there is progress, but there is a lot of challenge that they face. And they also face risk of trafficking as well.
And going back again to Gloria in the film, we could see it's been a hard time, but now she looked quite bright on her future, and she was like dreaming big about her pursuing a future for herself and her brothers in South Africa. And what would you say, Sarah, because that's also part of the report, seeing girls' resilience?
Yeah, I think that's something that has struck us across all the reports, actually, is that the girls do talk about the hardships, why they left, the difficult journey and all, but when you talk to them about if it was worth it, if getting to where they are now, even when they are still in a quite difficult situation, they are all quite in agreement that they couldn't have done in any other way, that going back wasn't an option, that the possibilities, even being in South Africa, maybe undocumented, they still felt like the possibilities were bigger than if they had stayed home. So it was, for most girls, especially the ones who traveled by themselves, very much a conscious choice. And a lot of them were aware of difficulties, but maybe couldn't quite it was an abstract risk, so to speak. So they were still not quite ready for the risks, obviously, because you can never sort of prepare for abuse and things like that on the way. But also they experienced that they felt that it would have been good to give other type of...
We have Nika with us.
Great, finally.
Excellent.
Towards the end. But that they felt that a lot of people had, especially older relatives, have given them sort of half-truths about the journey. So to sort of encourage them to go, to try to make money and all that. And that they felt would have been better for them to get true information, not to make things seem better than they were, because then they could have prepared themselves better for the arrival. So there's a big difference, for example, for these girls who came quite young, who come often without documentation, as compared to the girls who are older and who were able to prepare a bit more, that maybe already has contacts in South Africa who told them, to bring your birth certificate or even a passport or something like that. That makes a big difference, especially for refugees, for example, in the process of trying to ask for asylum. So there was a lot of things that the girls felt could have been improved, but they still felt like even so they would have still left knowing, and they still felt like, that being where they were now was better than where they were, because they at least they saw that there were opportunities at least, which was a difference.
And could some of you just say, and Nika, we see you now, we are happy for that. And and could any one of you say a little bit about the girls who come to South Africa and try to go to South Africa? In what? How do they travel? Do they travel by themselves mostly, or with parents or families, or?
Yeah. Thank you very much for that question. I was going to add that to what the comment that Sarah just made, that some of these girls come with their parents, particularly when they escape from violence, either from countries that are war-torn, they normally come with their mothers. It's normally mothers and children. And in most cases then, the parents, when they settle in South Africa, anything happens to the parents, like for instance, in the case of Gloria, her mother passes away and the parents split and the children are left alone. And this is then what happens to the children to become separated or unaccompanied. And some girls come in the company of non-adults that they know from the country of origin, who their parents might have died in the country of origin, but there are these adults or neighbors who know them, who then do not leave them behind when they escape or when they travel. And they come with them, but those are children we regard as separated. And in most cases, then those children start to live independent lives when they are in South Africa. And some of them just take a walk. And they hear, for example, when I was saying earlier, some children have been in neighboring countries and they heard that your mother went to South Africa many years ago. And when they face difficulties in life, they think maybe if I find my mother, I'll be okay. They take a journey. We have one child we have documented 2 years ago in South Africa, a young boy who was 11 years old. After being orphaned and abused, he decided to take a walk. He walked for 300 kilometers on foot. He says he walked for 30 days and 1 day. That's how he describes it. And he came to South Africa and some drug dealers helped him cross the border. And that's how he came. So some come with trucks. Some are trafficked actually to come to South Africa by other people who promise them employment in South Africa. Come, I will get you a job, or intending to move over from South Africa to another country of destination using South Africa as transit. And when they get here, they get stuck here, and then they continue their life here as separated or unaccompanied children. And these are some of the girls that we then meet with. But some of these girls are actually born here in South Africa with the parents who then move from other countries for many different reasons. And while they are here, they are born here and they become either separated or unaccompanied while they are here, or escape abuse within a migrant family in South Africa, then they become separated in that way. But there are quite multiple ways of how these girls end up in South Africa. And some of them are brought as domestic servitude, if I may say. People that come from those countries of origin go back, take these girls to come and work for them, and keep them to work. They work, but they are not paid for the work that they do. They work for being kept at home, having food, or getting shelter. And we refer to that as domestic servitude. And that's quite common. And some of them are taken to come and work in the streets, sell a little bit of sweets and stuff like that, or even to come and help people with disabilities, where they are holding a mother who's blind, assisting them to beg on the robots or things like that, or others are actually used to beg in the streets to earn a living for somebody else. So it's quite a wide range of things that ways how they come to South Africa.
And 6th of October, we will have another talk on Girls on the Move, and then we will talk about all the 4 reports on the global scale. And the same day we will release a podcast on Girls on the Move from South Africa with interviews with 2 girls from DRC. And they also talk in the podcast about the threats of violence as a migrant in South Africa, and xenophobia as something that is very real to them, which make them more or less not go out for a long time because they are afraid. Can you say something about that, Nika?
Yeah, it's a very sad reality that we face in South Africa, but I should be very quick to say we've been very pleased of late to see initiatives coming from government officials, senior government representatives speaking publicly against actions such as xenophobia, because it is a reality of negative impact in the lives of migrant children, particularly girls. We recently had an initiative to get children send voice notes through the initiative of our project officers in Children on the Move, and children were expressing that these xenophobic attacks creates a lot of fear in them, to the extent that some of them stop going to school for extended months because they are afraid to be identified as migrants, and some of them end up trying to modify how they look, change their accent to try and just not be identifiable as a migrant in the community. And some of them have suffered direct physical attacks. Either their parents have suffered attacks, and that has really instilled a lot of fear in these children. But the psychological, the psychosocial effect of xenophobia is really a big component of what we focus in as Save the Children in South Africa, to try and help girls cope with this distress and the trauma that the visuals of those violences create in young children's minds. So the impact is quite great and big, and it creates a burden and distress upon children a lot. And it is also an economic impact for children, that for those whose families live, or even the migrant girls who live on selling a few things in the streets, when these things happen, it destroys their livelihoods, and it really makes it difficult for them to live on.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
There, I think that it's very interesting, actually, the work that Save the Children South Africa does with the community dialogues. Because the community dialogues is that colleagues from Save, they go out in different communities where there are children coming in, and they gather sort of different adults of the community that are important stakeholders, and then they have conversations, and they can answer questions, and they talk about why these children are there, what are their needs, and they very much emphasize this need of protection, and that they're children just like other children, and they have the same rights and things like that. So I think that it's a very good initiative to stem xenophobia at a quite early stage in smaller, especially in smaller communities, where you can sort of reach sort of all the important actors of one community with having those dialogues.
And soon we need to, sorry Nika for interrupt, but soon we need to wrap up. But we have just a few questions left. And so the report has been made, and there's been a lot of findings. Will this affect the work on the ground, Save the Children's work for these girls?
I didn't get that question clearly, Oscar. Can you say that again?
Yeah, so how the findings that you have seen in the report, will that affect how you work?
Yeah, definitely, Oscar. You know, the findings of this study has helped us structure how we look at the gender view to the effects of migration and displacement for children. Because it made us realize that looking at these children affected by migration and displacement as a collective group, it misses the specific gender-based needs of the children. So there are programs that needs to be designed that speaks to the challenges that girls face specifically, that boys face specifically, which are different. For example, with the findings of this study, finding that girls normally end up taken into households. That's why we do not greatly find them when we conduct outreach work, and where we find predominantly boys. Girls are taken into households as maids, as servants in the homes, or taken into sexual exploitation. So our programming needs to speak to protecting them in those spaces, particularly engaging households to protect children that may be brought in there, to make sure that they are not underage, if they are being employed, and all those kind of things. And also creating livelihoods programs that help empower girls so that they have the agency to live an independent life. Because one of the things that this study found out was that when girls come with those people that assist them to cross the border, those people become their support system. When they run out of money for rent, they go back to those people that have transported them, and then they ask for money, but then they have to pay in exchange with that in becoming a sexual partner to that particular adult now. And those are some of the interventions that if we have livelihoods programming, it would help those girls as they grow to actually have an independent living programs that assist them to be self-sustainable.
Thank you very much. And now we have maybe less than a minute left. So the very last question will be about the consequences of COVID-19 since the border have closed. So if borders are closed, what does it mean if you are in transit or if you're trying to make it to South Africa?
Yeah, COVID-19 was a very big challenge, particularly I was speaking specifically to girls, but generally to all children that are affected by migration. Those who were in transit, tomorrow morning the borders were closed. No one could cross. It means they had to stay where they were trying to escape, and that increased the vulnerability of these children. Some of them, it meant using illegal routes of crossing, which increased their danger to exploitation and abuse, and stealing of the properties that they would have, losing of documents that they had, increasing their risk in migration. And also for those that had arrived that were also in the country, in the beginning of COVID, all countries that were responding to COVID immediately responded to support their citizens who were facing challenges. It meant very difficult times for migrants. So a lot of advocacy and engagement had to take place between organizations like ours and other partners in different networks, such as the National Interagency Working Group, to engage government, to make sure that our response as a country reaches to all people, so that the risk of trying to earn a living does not expose them to infection and further spreading of COVID infection. So this has been a challenge. It has increased our humanitarian response. Even within our Children on the Move programming, we now have to provide humanitarian aid in terms of food, which we never used to do because the COVID really impacted income for these families and these girls.
Thank you so much, Nika.
Even hygiene material, simple things such as sanitary pads became very important, Oscar, that it was no more a priority. Girls were not affording those things, so our programming had to be sensitive enough to quickly respond and provide such needs.
Sure. And Nika, I'm sure we could speak another 35 minutes, but our time is running out. But I'm very happy that you could join this conversation and that you finally even appeared on screen. So thank you very much, and thank you for sharing sharing all your thoughts on the report and for this very important work that you've been doing with the report. And Sarah, the same to you. A huge thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
And we wrap up here and wish all the viewers a lovely day. And if you thought this was interesting, there will be another talk 6th of October about all the 4 of the reports. And you will see that on Rädda Barnens Facebook page. Thank you very much.
En intensiv
An
dag här på Globala
intense
torget.
day here at the Global Square with our focus on South Africa is coming to its end. We'll have the penultimate scenario that we're broadcasting with links to Palestine, apartheid and settler colonialism. We'll be hearing Helena Lindholm, who is a professor of peace and development research at the University of Gothenburg, talking to editor Gert Gelot about the current situation in Palestine and the political situation in Palestine and Israel. A little correction once. I once wrote editorials at the broadsheet in Gothenburg, but I'm retired. I'm a freelance writer and I'm a member of the Swedish Palestine Committee. Yeah, I looked online at the University of Gothenburg to see what they write about you, and it says that you are the professor of peace and development research with a special interest in the situation in Palestine. And I thought, ooh, what situation are you seeing in Palestine at the moment? Could we begin there? It is a very good question. There are different terms when you discuss the situation in Palestine. Sometimes they say that a Palestinian matter, sometimes they say the Palestine conflict, and sometimes the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and sometimes call it the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, with the stress on conflict, as if there is a situation between two fairly equal parties that somehow can compromise and negotiate with each other. But I believe that it would be valuable to diplomacy and conflict resolution efforts to take to heart what is happening in the world of academia, where they shift the perspective somewhat and instead talk about colonialism, settler colonialism, and a situation that is more like the situation we used to have in South Africa with an Israeli project, the aim of which is really to grasp as much territory as possible from the Palestinian population. So that provides a different perspective, and I think it'd be valuable to try to understand the situation based on that perspective to a greater extent than what may be done in diplomacy today. So you're talking about the ongoing colonization of Palestine, where they are moving more and more Israeli settlers onto Palestinian land, and there is no cohesive Palestinian territory anymore. I usually describe it as an archipelago of Palestinian islands in an Israeli occupational sea. That's perfectly true, and it is about the policy on the settlers, that the settlements by Israeli civilian citizens who these settlements are growing in number and in their size, their area, in the sense that how much of the surface area they use, and also in relation to the wall that surrounds the West Bank, all the checkpoints, the fragmentation of the territory on the West Bank that took place after the Oslo Accord, that there's an A, a B, and a C area with varying degrees of Palestinian and Israeli control, respectively, and how the Israeli control system cuts across the territory in a way that makes it almost impossible for the Palestinian population in the various areas to use or harness natural resources or even get to their olive orchards, so to get to a hospital, to visit relatives, having social contacts and relationships. That entire logic that cuts across and fragments the territory. Some people talk about this being a murder of a territory. Well, in public discourse, they usually refer to these two parties, and both parties have to give a little, have to want to see peace and sacrifice something. And for as long as the Palestinians don't want to, and if they don't want to acknowledge Israel, which they do, and as long as the Palestinians don't do what they need, the Israelis can't do what they have to. You said earlier that this is not a conflict between two equal parties, and it's very true. But in your view, is there anything at all that the Palestinians can do to improve their situation? Well, I'd like to hear your view of this as well, but I think that you're absolutely right, and that's really what I'm implying here, that the whole view that both of them are equally bad and the Palestinians must live up to their part of any agreements, etc., that becomes a little bit pointless in a situation where neither the Palestinian Authority, which you can criticize for a number of different things, or the Palestinian population have any kind of control or any mandate to... I mean, the Palestinian Authority don't have the mandate to exercise any kind of statesmanship or any control mechanisms or governance, because the power ratio is so incredibly unequal between them. And what is happening today, which I think if you want to try to see something positive in the situation, is the type of micro-resistance that is taking place in Palestine and the West Bank, which may be about, for example, ways of trying to till the earth there in a sustainable way, and to even just trying to make their way to their plots of land. That kind of micro-resistance is perhaps a positive aspect. But what are your thoughts? What do you think the Palestinians could do? Well, the way I see it, they can't really do anything that could influence Israel. Of course, in theory, they could say that Palestinians capitulate without condition and say that we accept any peace that Israel can offer us. But I mean, sometimes I'm thinking of the situation for the North American indigenous population that live on reservations. And today, already, you could argue on the West Bank that the Palestinians live in some kind of reservations. And if you listen to Israeli politicians and representatives of the Israeli government, that's more or less what they want to see. They want to have full control of the entire area with as few Palestinians as possible, and those who remain should live in these small reservations or Bantustans or whatever you want to call it. So what can they do? Well, they can resist in every way, but I don't think that there is anything that the Palestinians can do that would change Israeli policy. I would be very happy if you could point to something like that. Well, no. It's always like this with history, that you can never really predict. For example, that the wall fell in 1990, etc. You know, there is a... or that Mandela would be the president. That's true, yeah. But at the moment, there's nothing that points in any positive direction when it comes to Palestine. On the contrary, the pandemic also impacts the Palestinian population and the Palestinian economy in an extremely negative way. And really, maybe we shouldn't think like that the responsibility rests with the Palestinian population. Maybe we need to shift responsibility to an international level, and there must be a lot more pressure applied from the international community towards Israel. We're not seeing that at all today. On the contrary, the Palestinian question is becoming less and less tangible on the international stage, unfortunately. Well, we can elaborate on that, but first of all, I would like to tell you something. The other day I was involved in a discussion, a Facebook discussion, about Palestine, and one of my Facebook friends objected that along the lines of Israel, of course, has a right to defend themselves, and it's the Palestinians that represent the majority of the violence. First I thought, geez, what a rock he's been hiding under over the last few years. And then I realized that that's a fairly common notion, that the Palestinians represent violence, they're terrorists, and they attack Israel, who are defending themselves. And I, of course, think that it's a misconception, even though it's quite common, even among people from whom you'd expect a little bit more intellectual rigor. What would you say about that? Who represent the majority of the violence? Well, like you touched upon, there is a huge asymmetry. There is an unequal power relationship, also as regards the military violence. And it is evident that, from my perspective, that all violence should be condemned. Violence is rarely a viable path to change, but at the same time, we cannot forget that we can't get away from the fact that Israel are representing the majority of violence as the occupying power. It's quite easy to look at the data to see how many Palestinians and Israelis respectively are killed or injured over the course of 1 year in military violence or in a specific event. And what does the occupying forces, not only military violence, but also structural violence, what does that mean? And that's quite easy to just look at the numbers. So, of course, you are right in the sense that there are misconceptions out there, and that's also what you mentioned earlier, that there's a false equivalency here, that both parties must act in a certain way. Another peculiarity in our use of language is that normally Palestinian violence against Israel is considered terrorism, but in other contexts, if you look at resistance movements around the world, not least the resistance movements in Europe in the Second World War, we would never dream of calling the French Maquis or the Italian resistance movement or the Polish one terrorists. But the Palestinian resistance movement, they cannot shake that epithet terrorist, even though they of course have the same right to defend themselves against a colonizer and occupying force as the Polish or the French people had to defend against Nazism. How do you view this strange use of language? Why can the Palestinians not shake these allegations that their self-defense is terrorism? That's an excellent question, and I think that it's, on the one hand, it's about the fact that in the West we have not really, despite all the decades that have passed, we have not really accepted or understood what the Israeli occupation is about, that it actually is an occupation. And for that reason, the Palestinians' right to self-defense is not really acknowledged, because in international law you have that right, you have the right to defend yourself. And I think also that it's a little bit about 9/11 and how US policy, security policy, and their logic around a global comprehensive war on terrorism. That has been used by Israeli governments such as Benjamin Netanyahu, and has created international alliances aimed at maintaining a notion of the Palestinian resistance as being terrorism. There is also the signals from the EU, for example, concerning Hamas. But this is a question, a multi-layered, very complex question that we need to delve more deeply into. So could you say that at the end of the day it's about racism, in the sense that Israelis look like we do, and then it's easier to associate with Palestinians or Arabs in general? They do not look like us, and they speak an alien language, they have an alien culture and religion. So for that reason, racism becomes an aspect. I cannot imagine that the foundation of Israel would have been possible at the kind of final days of Europe's colonial era. Today it would be impossible. I think that's a very important question you're asking. And if you were to ask my personal opinion, it is that yes, it is about racism. And it is about the way in which the West includes certain governments, such as the Israeli government, in a kind of global war on terror in order to gain support for that policy and the military logic, etc. And then it's also about, I think, quite a lot about the Western world's guilt and their debt to Israel in relation to the Holocaust and anti-Semitism. And that debt is something that Europe has not handled in any other way aside from providing support to Israel in this. At the same time, of course, we also have to say that the EU policy, the European countries' approach to Israel and Palestine are very different. There are quite significant regional differences. But we're running out of time here. But there is no recognition in European politics of the huge Palestinian catastrophe, the Nakba, from 1948, when Palestinians were forced to flee and their villages were destroyed, etc. And that, to them, that is not just one single event. This is something that is still ongoing, and with the current Israeli settler colonialism is just an extension of that. And I think that we need to have a recognition of the Palestinian story. You said in the beginning of our conversation that what is required is that we take action on the international stage to help the Palestinians. And this is a bit peculiar because we have the Swedish government that is intensely lobbying for a two-state solution, even though even a Swedish minister would be able to observe the situation on the ground and realize that the two-state solution is dead. And it's a bit strange that you can argue that there is land that is reserved for people of a certain religion. But we have a little over 1 minute to go. How do you think we should act in order to, as it were, in some way, both on a national level and on an individual level, ensure this international pressure if we believe that that is what can help the Palestinians? Well, that is impossible to answer in 1 minute, but the most important thing to do is to continue to persevere, to highlight this issue and show, like what you say, that the two-state solution is not, as it stands today, possible. It's not on the table. It has been erased. And instead point to alternative solutions. So what is the alternative solution? Well, one alternative solution that many Palestinians is currently pursuing is to try to look at one state with equal rights for both populations. That is a solution, an alternative that is even further removed than the two-state solution. But that is really the only democratically acceptable solution. Well, we also have to look at alternative ways of approaching the issue. Thank you for joining me in this conversation. It was very interesting to talk to you, but unfortunately we are out of time. I'll see you too. Bye now. And then this amazing day with its focus on South Africa is coming to its end here at the Global Square. But we will now move to Market Theatre in Joburg and listen to Bodies Under Siege, a spoken word and music from South Africa. This is a spoken word poetry musical collective focusing on women's and LGBTQ plus people's situation, and through poetry and music their voices are amplified. This is an interesting production where we, during a little over an hour, we will be seeing testimony at people's ability to overcome challenges and use their creativity as their strength. Poets participating, well, I got you, Kristi Fossi Soul Fansil, Soli Soitri Gramatsui, and they will be performing together with a live band comprising Putti Sepuro, Concord Nakawinde, and David Klassen. Tomorrow we start here at the Global Square at 10:40 a.m. and then we will focus first on conflict, and then we will conclude with a focus on the environment and climate. We wish you welcome tomorrow morning and thank you for this amazing day at the Global Square. And Joburg Market Theatre, over to you.
Naga iya swa, naga iya swa, naga iya swa, naga iya swa, no. The city is burning down. Iya swa, naga iya swa. The city is burning down. When the men were burning, their wives' mouth became wood fire. Their huts a growing dry forest ready to burn beyond recognition. The soil an accomplice who had too much to drink with petrol the night before. Rebounds are for those ready to breathe again. But we are dead here. In the hands of a lover, patriarchy has clenched its fists, disguised as an intruder in toilet seats. Patriarchy has turned a teller at the post office. We have been burning here. Our third-degree burns recite their names as mantras. We are dead here. But when the men were burning, their wives' mouth-breathed Khaleesi's dragons breathe out fire, burning their temples beyond recognition. We have been burning here. But autopsy found that these men have been breathing chlorine trioxide. Autopsy must be wrong. How can a soccer ball do so much harm? Protested their wives. We are dead here. We have banned here. We have banned from both ends. Our hearts bend from both ends, a cremation of love, everlasting, reincarnating as love always. But in this village, love comes wrapped in blankets, warming caskets. We are dead here. We have been dead here. Welcome to bodies under siege. And what we have accustomed to is to peep through the window as we listen to the screams and shouting of women's skins brushing the iron in the hands of our lovers. We are dead. We are burned. Should we wait? But fossil soul, the stage is yours. Umoy, 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 oh ay, umoya, bazwile betsangesha umoya, kisebenzela umoya wesango. Gege kulunge ngizomtshela ubaba. Gege kulunge ngizomtshela ubaba. Gege kulunge ngizomtshela ubaba. Gege kulunge ngizomtshela ubaba. Ngibhalela wena, dlozi lam. How do we account for our brethren that act as agents for incest when our very own siblings, both male and female, took turns with us for their sexual explorations? Ngibhalela wena, mlando wegazi lami. How do we account for our kinship that molest us through coercion to make us believe that we want it in order to appease our brothers' curiosities? Of seeing a fully fledged, sexually competent woman in the 14-year-old girl that we were, oblivious of their being 16 years our senior. Ngibhalela wena thongo lam. How do we account for our brothers who are pedophiles? Ngoba babona abafazi kubangani bethu. Kodwa ke sithuswa yini ngoba nathi sajika saba omakhwapheni babo. Into esingakaze sabacabangela yona sibe sihlala nabafazi babo ezindlini zabo. Ngibhalela wena dlozi lami, how do we account for our brothers who are rapists? When my uncle did the same to my mother, my brother did the same to my sister, and I survived it by squealing about a forced hand job. Nginyange kanjani indlavini yasekhaya eyangihliphiza, yanginyukubeza, yangihlukumeza dlozi lami. Akekho nomunye wezingane zenu ofuna ukuhlambulula. Igama lokuba umndeni alisafikeleli ndawo. Igama lokuba umndeni alisafikeleli ndawo. Igama lokuba umndeni alisafikeleli ndawo. Ngibhalela wena dlozi lam. I was crowned with the very last place in your life. I knew it because your fist had stamped me of approval. All over my ribcage, your Bureau of Standards found home. I suppose you needed to know if I could stand all the faces of your being. And my abhorrence of your drinking was one of the ways you felt I never loved you enough. A girl-on-girl love that was tougher on me than loving any man had ever been. That night, you drank, and you two-stepped your way into the trenches of my psyche. You found ways of making me question the tenacity of your claims of ever loving me. Yet, watching you writhe from being so broken by life, I would rather have died than to have walked away without bringing you some light. That night, you drank and you forced me into a threesome between the walls and the clenching of your fists. Somehow, the skins of your fingertips brazed my skin with a grip so deep that my arm's length of self-defense made you pummel on me even harder. I remember repeatedly asking myself how I was even entertaining this. And every time I tried to walk away, your upheaval towards my fearlessness would pull me back and smack me, yet again, against another wall. Walls I had to continue finding life in as I cooked soulful meals in your aunt's kitchen because you drank away our opportunities to independence. And yet, again, my abhorrence of your drinking was one of the ways you felt that I never loved you enough. So bashing me against walls and pinning me to bricks with your fists was your way of asserting that you would always choose the bottom of green bottles over making the world green with envy about a love I believed you deserved. Now, every time I look at our portraits, I remember how to you, my tears turned to Amstel lagers. I remember how you had almost left my soul charred from inhaling the fumes of a Carling Black label, and how for another year you continued to violate my psyche with statements of me bitching you back to the bottle. Violate my heart as my tears fell on your deaf ears. Violate my elders as I tirelessly had to beg my ancestors to forgive you, even though you knew exactly what you were doing. Until the day you told me that I had become your outlet for 24 years of your pent-up anger because you couldn't handle the truth. Confronting your demons sprung a war on me that you should have directed towards your inner child wounds. I suppose I should take comfort in that you saw that far into the light. Sikhule kutshelwa abafana ukuthi intombazana ayishaywa. Akekho wasitshela ukuthi siyothandana namantombazane nawo asishayela ukuthandabuza izimo zabo zokuba yizidakwa. Angimangali. Sikhula sitshela ukuthi uma intombazane ikusukela nawe intombazane idumele. Bengazi ukuthi nothando lelu liyadunyelwa. Never have my tears meant less in my life than the love that you believed I deserved. Stamped yours. Your violated ex, the survivor. our broken hearts to bear. All because we cannot carry all our despair to the grave. For the mothers of lost souls, mothers who lost their brethren to distasteful hatred and the lingering stench of its loyalty to loss. For the mothers of sons and daughters betrayed by our lack of commitment to love via moral law that holds no shame when death creeps through its fingers. To stop an innocent child from living their life as all they really know it to be. For the mothers of hate crime victims, bestowed with the heavy burden of standing front and center of this defense of my child war, which forces her to kiss away the achievement of her endless hours of labor. No more graduations to celebrate, no first car to celebrate, no new house to denote adulthood, not even a new pair of shoes saying her fledgling can fly. Oh, what a friend we have in grievance. No more birthdays to celebrate, not a grandchild in sight. No debts from building the family home, not even failed report cards begging for another chance. Oh, what a friend we have in grievance. For the mothers who have been robbed by the systematic outcry of injustice, announcing its once again obliviousness to freedom of expression, followed by its murky council of bloodthirsty vultures who soar over the nation, hunting for none but nonconformity. This one is for our mothers, whose eyes bleed at the sight of their children found strewn across deserted fields with toilet plungers and broken glass bottles shoved up their vaginas, tearing up their anuses and their eyes gouged out of their sockets by perpetrators with no courage to stare fear in the face. This is for the mothers who meditate upon the stench of their children's bodies. Caskets have become the space between the bed and the floor, and a dignified funeral now means being shoved in a trash can to rot in an alley. As naked as the day I was born, now we stand here as naked as the day our children were raped. Oh, what a friend we have in grievance. This is for the mothers who never got to defend their child's honor because homophobic misogynists want to tell us how to enjoy our sexuality. This is for the mothers who stand strong every day, reminiscing on the day we were born because no child goes unnoticed, and death has become our daily bread. What a friend we have in grievance. All our broken hearts to bear. All because we cannot carry our despair to the grave.
Lobluane. Women, children, and nonconformists reek of unbroken chains of slavery. Existence is granted in sovereignty to those with denigrating authorities, power that seeks to destroy in order to maintain its stature. Intergenerational curses and the irreparable damage of cycles of traumas from being the sacrifice will continue to run rampage until you heal. When will you allow us to heal? Our invisibility in our communities is the manifestation of the woozing stench of our blood becoming the potion that binds the perpetrator's supremacy. The cries for cleansing and renewal of the forces of life within us are now louder than the gongs of protest that we need to reiterate every 3 hours as the bodies of women, children, and other beings become latrines for misused power purging its own self-hatred. Our blood will never cleanse you of the warfare from the festering wounds ruminating inside of you. Your lack of acknowledgement for your need to heal the generational sufferings and the delinquencies of your predecessors is what will continue the cycle of your kin finding influences as demolition forces because their spirits long to be cleansed of misinformation. And their souls long to be free from defamation. Allow them to build immunity towards dark forces that master them with puppetry for disparaging agendas. Every intangible wound manifests as the root cause of its onset. The saying goes, if a child feels unwelcome in their village, they will burn it down to feel its warmth. Damage will continue to mutilate until it is tended to. Their hearts want to be freed from being whirlwinds of disaster. When will you allow your bloodlines to heal? Break the cycle. Duhlu ntombi emnyama, umuhle ngathi ugezwa ubusha bendalo. Creation was only ever perceived at the moment of your conception. Isandla sankulunkulu sasiqhaqhazela ependa isikhumba sakho engabaza ubuhle bendalo yakhe in the many shades of black so striking not even the night sky can attest to its beauty. Duhlu ntombi emnyama, ubuhle bakho buza ngamandla, amehlo akho awuDavide. My heart, the defeated Goliath, they say, sometimes love knocks you down. Amashia akho angikeqe giligidi phansi. Your gaze has dismantled my stealth, saying yokugiyela ini kodwa mntana omuntu. Ngithi duhlu ntombazane banamanga bathaqali ngawe. God constructed mountains out of the formations of your cheekbones, wells on the furrows of your smile to encapsulate joy on the pores of your skin. Khona ngezinsuku zakho zokungabaza ubukhona bakho, joy will tickle your core so deep that you will laugh at the audacities of life that ever made you question your existence. Aw, suka nini madoda, umuhle mntana omuntu. Duhlu ntombi emnyama, Bengingazi ukuthi nekhala leli liyalazi uthando. Your nose flares up with the pride so intelligent. Asilingisi ukusukele ngoba lizokudwadla umhaha. Ngathi ubukhosi obuzosishaya ngombani. Kuyacaca ukuthi idlozi likuhlele ekhaleni. Thokoza gogo. Umuhle. Duhlu ntombi emnyama. Amagama ayanambitheka ngoba ephuma ngezindebe zakho. Fraternizing with fantasies of touching your lips keys me into the gateways of heaven. Umsoko obhodla ngenhliziyo uphihlika ngomlomo wakho uwehlele kwislevu sakho because your jawline carries railways that make us question. Oh, which train our questions of your beauty njengesikhathi. Ubuhle bendalo sibazi kuphela ngobudala. Githi mina Duhlu ntombazane in the likeness to India Ari. You know I love your black skin. Ubukhosi ububamba ngomkantsho somnyama ngonyama. Hail the dark lioness. Ziqhenye ntombazane. Duhlu. Dear young black lesbian, with time your faces will change. With time your swag will rearrange. With time your faces will cut frames, and in a stint you may look back and even consider yourself lame. In time your life may be taken for granted and maybe even slain. But let not the perils of this world define you as pain. Dear young, melanin abundant, same-sex loving woman, your fellow black woman asked of her message to you says, you grip the knife at the sharpest of edges. You may be grappling with definition because justice is for the conformist. It is transparently visible that you do not exist 3 times. You are black, visible only in relation to white. Woman, visible only in relation to man. Homosexual, visible only in relation to straight. And in protest, I declare that you are the romance to your own existence. The caress to your name, kissing the archives of times gone by. So wise up and read. Because the history books are how you have now become a legacy. Dear young black lesbian, with faces and phases anew, your life has officially been placed on a silver platter. Let not their misconceptions define you as pain. Let them make your fire burn brighter, for to the future generations you are a torchbearer. You are a peacekeeper. You are the bread to the builders who construct the bridging of gaps between us. You are a heavy-footed spirit. Because your purpose is the motive of greatness, and herein lies the existence of your life, ever so blatant. Dearest, fresh, colorful homosexual sister, you are the riches that will afford future generations an inheritance of social bonds that afford the comprehension of the freedom to choose. This year publication is acknowledgement of the barriers that you have had to clap through, while someone claimed to have recognized you. This publication is living proof that your existence supersedes the binaries of time. There is nothing left behind that cannot relate to you. Because if it is not documented, it means it never existed. This publication is living proof of your being that can never be wiped out by any kind of socio-historical amnesia. So, dear young black lesbian, continue to live. Thokozani, Fossil Soul on the mic.
Thokozani, 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 Thokozani. And when your ancestors cannot speak on your behalf, one is ought to cry. But my hands are knives. Be cautious. My hands are knives ready to castrate again. When a woman knows a kicking of a lover, kicking their belly with jewels of new life in their belly, all they have left is a baby blanket as a reminder that I too was supposed to be a mother. A reminder of a blanket put on display to show that I can also bear children. But these men know. They speak of our pain in Shabin's whiling away time. Poetry, the stage is yours.
There is no wanderer like an autumn leaf on an open field, free, light, and blown by instinct. It cringes into an open casket for the funeral of what is left of the rain. This leaf tussles through the floating, singing hymns of the stories of mothers who only knew how to live by leaving their husbands. Music always finds a congregation of leaves by the fence, waiting for the teeth of a rake and a burning. They still wander though, heavier with barely any blood to call their own. They wander with hands that suffocates their own. They wander with fragments of what remains of their soul. I'm a fist catching fire from my brother's breath. I'm smoke, a yet to be memorized poem burning. I am black and forgotten to be capable of ash. I'm the existence of an urn, a potter's dream beneath a mastered seed, a seed growing to be cut down for more paper. I'm a forest burning. I'm how to die and how to stay that I I'm a violent folding inside a writer's fist. I'm written, but I'm no longer seen. I'm folding my brother in my left fist, suffocating my nephew in my right fist. I have fist, papers, and dishonest poems. I am an unread poem passing flames to little boys. I'm a son to a present father. I'm trash, folded with tough love. I'm burning on my sister's pubic hair. I am fire, burning a city. I am skin, covering blood. I'm skin holding all of my family's rage. I am rage mistaken for a penis. I am capable of loving. I am capable of being red. I am black and boy hoping to stay alive. At least until my father opens me to read that there are more ways to being man than burning. I'm paper burning. I'm tears flowing to fists, that the fire does not reach the written parts of me. I am paper turned into a lighter. I am paper turned into a lighter. I am paper turned into a lighter. Whirlwind walks towards Malapile's home's dusty yard, and he watches from the mouth of his mother's kitchen, ready to send it away. He's been taught how to point at the hearts of whirlwinds to signal that he is not welcome here. The whirlwind then unclothes sand grains, wears its dust as organs as its spin walks to the neighbors. The neighbors too chases the whirlwinds further from where could have been his home, and the young storm does the same with the neighbors' dust. It collects. See, in this village, boys are told to go play with their neighbors. Malapile is told to play with Mashilo and his other friends. This would happen until there are enough barefooted boys to carry dust from their homes into the yards, and as they play, dust would grow as high as above their heads, dust on their skin, their hair turning brown, their broom-like feet dusting off playgrounds, dust on their clothes, and accompanying them to their mother's scolding, dust left hanging on air. See, this happened each and every time Malapile broke things at home. Grandmother's guest plates, her saucers, and more things made of bone ash. He broke them all before learning how to break other boys' bones. Now he is a whirlwind in his grandmother's house, wearing the village's dust and breaking into walls. It took me 24 years to know the identity of this dust. It is a lesson on how to break away from home, how to break the smaller boy away from his home, how Malapile breaks in tears until the dust in his eyes becomes mud, how mud holds in his crying, how mud builds a heart in his eyes as a heart in his eyes whispers a warning, how the heart in his eyes is a symbol for his heart being away from home but closer to clenched fists, how nothing but anger grows in his eyes, how his eyes are open doors to staying at home, but he's always told to go outside to grow. This dust is Mashilu and Malapile envying the bigger boys. It is Mashilu and Malapile impatiently waiting for their turn to stop crying. This dust is a boy making his father's house dusty. How his father's belt is the only hand that cares to whip the dust off his skin. This dust is Mashilu, Moraka in a clean classroom, dusting each other's faces with fists, littering the classroom with blood. It is the class cheering the chairs, betting on who kept the other one clean. Is keeping faces blue and fists red. This dust is every boy wanting to be dustier. It is violently breathing out until angry exhales storms out like the whirlwinds we chase away from their homes. This dust is Mashilu, Malapile, Moraka being whirlwinds. It's their mothers pointing at kitchen doors to puke them out during the day that they learn how not to cry or cough in each other's presence. It is Malapile not returning home on some nights, forgetting how to look at his sister, choking his brother with just a look. It is every boy in this village who are winding away from his home, but all towards each other's homes. It is every house in this village facing a blind storm, and this here is a story of how it took a village to raise a storm. In this place, there is a house abandoned like black boys' bodies and emotions. Spine and ribs are pillars, holding a body's heavy silence. Eyes are windows that forgot what rain feels like. This is a poem about men who left their bodies and a mother who tiptoes around their heart. In every house or mother, there is a wife or a mother searching for sons and a husband whose chest house storms she cannot see through. This house is a battlefield where a heartbeat is a ticking time bomb with fists exploding into those who are close. But a mother or a wife always dances near her beloved's heart. Her feet tread closer to death, or a crow's open mouth, or an open ditch that swallows bodies. On most days, walking in this house, in this body, is as suicidal as loving a black man. But how does she not love her own creation when carrying is a suicide note she writes too well? Her organs and blood write themselves on the walls of a son's heart. She knows the art of loving. She packs pieces of her breath in their deflated lungs. She gives everything to the hands of love, including her obituary. Behind her son's eyes, a heavy storm. Beautiful things are locked inside them, tears, love, a redefinition of what a spine is, and reasons to stay at home and in their bodies. The dust in this house and this body is a library telling her of the men who left as burnt anthologies their skin, holding death like a prayer that worshiped drunk and lost footsteps. Like a casket, a crow's mouth opens up to swallow her sons. Like a crow's feathers, her father's teeth flap death at the door of every ear, but she still searches, hands in kitchen, building a lifeboat she hopes they smell from afar. But their rage keeps a crow's mouth open, the way a shovel keeps the earth open. They strangle themselves, choke on their loved ones, their ribs break at each other's touch. The walls inside them wear their tears, the way broken, blood-stained lips wear their silence. Men paint each other's lips with fists, while teeth abandons their silent mouths. She touches the pain with the bandages she has, with the palms she has for bandages, keeping their blood on her hands, because mothers know how to carry blood like a seed or a father's forgotten name. Her hands letting go of places that don't need to be held. She notices how beautiful it is outside this body, retraces her lost footsteps and squeezes herself into throats that fall apart like rubble. Walking in this house, in this body, is as suicidal as loving a black man and looking down his throat to see that you are his silence, to see the inside of a coffin, to see the silence in each one of us, to see death, to see hope in a crow's open mouth. I am a quarter of a century bleeding black boy stories. My stories are made out of fathers, sons, nephews, and brothers. Fathers who evict children away from their homes, sometimes their mother's breath out of her body. Sons who nurse their wounds with more blood. Nephews who learn that blood clots, bleeding stops, thinking it is okay to make others bleed. And brothers who carry their family's blood in their mouths, writing poems like mine. I overuse the word men in most of my poems. We men insist on being part of poems on violence. I repeat the word fathers in most of my poems. Fathers leave to live in poems about leaving. These poems became homes they know how to stay at. I repeat the content in my poems. Repetition is a way of me not being silent. Silence is healing. Healing is inexistence. Life is looking at a wound and calling it a poem or death. It is seeing a blood clot as a good poem, seeing blood as black as ink, bleedings for humans. My mouth is a wound. I'm a quarter of a century bleeding black boy stories. But I'm hoping and praying that one day 80% of the content in my poems become irrelevant. I want my children to ask me what I meant by a village raising a blood storm, burning on my sister's pubic hair, and other lines that has violence for a tongue. My poems are never meant to stay. They're meant to leave with the violence that wrote them. Even if I am that violence, especially if I am that violence. My poetry is me holding my breath that I do not get to choke on my uncle's spine. If I die from holding my breath, I will leave poems wishing no one else write these stories. But if I find my breath, I will write love poems, making my lover's secrets fornicate in public.
Oh, Ramasedwa Poloko re tla go wena re kokobetša. Re kwatame ka dikhuru re re le rena o re lwele. Ramasedwa Poloko le rena re re ke rena ba gago. A na wa re bona na? A na wa re kwana? Ramasedwa Poloko ra re le rena ke rena ba gago. Oh, forgive us men for what we have wronged you. Re tshwareleng. Se a shweleza. Se a shweleza. Se a shweleza. Vangile gancho. The stage is yours. Oh, Mato.
We are small girls, stitched with scars and love, draped into breadths of fabric, colored, patched, hemmed, clots of moments quilted into human. Mama, I am burning. I am burning, Mama. Mama, I am burning. In a box set on fire while I slept. I slept, Mama. A girl faced the bullets head on. She caught a bullet in her eye. She is blind, Mama. Something is wrong, Mama. I kept pulling down my skirt, kept checking my lipstick. I was hiding in this box. They found me hiding, Mama. The fire is an uncle you trusted, Mama. And while you were gone, an uncle who promised to watch me while you were gone, and while you were gone, the fire burnt me, Mama. While you were gone, while I was sleeping, I forgot to pull down my skirt. I put too much lipstick on. I'm burning, Mama. Mama, I'm burning. On the 14th and 15th of April 2014, 269 girls were stolen from Chibok. 112 of those girls are still missing. This isn't just about those girls. Uyinene, Karabo, Khumutso, Tembani, Tandeka, Yasmin, Sibanins. My darling, it has been 2,357 days since you were stolen from us. And I have wept for you incessantly since. Every day. I know this letter will not reach you today or tomorrow even, but I pray in my heart that you will read it eventually. I have tried to write to you so many times, but what does one say to a stolen child? How do I comfort you or give you hope? How do I tell you that this will pass and you will survive? That you will come home and even there you will survive. I want to tell you that I would search those forests barefoot for as long as it takes if it would help find you, because we are the same, you and I. I am older, and we are separated by mountains and rivers and deserts even, but we are the same. We are two small girl pawns on different chessboards in the same tournament. Our lives are statements, objects. We exist to be taken from the grocery stores, from our schools, from our beds. Our bodies do not belong to us. The world remains silent for what must have been a lifetime when you were stolen. No one but Umama wept. And then there was noise, anger on airwaves. Voices from every corner of the globe sent out virtual search parties. But we know the truth about this virtual world, me and you. We know that hashtags don't bring girls home. In my mind, there are no politics. I don't care about fundamentalists and terrorists and bureaucracy. Right now, I don't even care about the politics of silence. All I care about is you and having you home. This world doesn't know who you are. To them, you are described only as black and girl and gone, but I have known you my whole life. I have watched you dream. This is not how I wanted to find out how strong you are. Every day you stay alive is a miracle testimony of divinity. You are my hero, but I need you to be brought back home now. And when you are home, we will speak of this silence and that noise and this silence again. We will start conversations about guerrilla movements, liberation movements, rape camps. We will talk about education and politics and religion and how our bodies are constant battlefields when you are home. I am afraid of who you are now, who you have had to become to survive our public service announcements, our virtual search parties. Everything has failed you. Umama waits for you every night. She still washes your uniform sometimes. She dishes up for you on other nights. Even now, after 2,357 days, everything is still waiting for you to be brought back home. We're not safe, you know? We're not safe. Small girl. Small girl with moths in her mouth. Speaks anger in glances, knows the dagger of words. Small girl, big voice, knows how earthquakes begin. In the rumbling of her stomach, entire families collapse. Small girl cares too much for such a small girl. Small girl with treacherous eyes, carries too much feeling in her lungs, knows the sting of lonely. Small girl sees too much, breathes too much, takes up too much air. Small girl is too much mirror and expectation, too much wanting more. Small girl should know better than to try to fight the sun. Small girl with hands of spades wants to plant and grow. Small girl dreams too much, hopes too much. Small girl thinks she is the ocean. Small girl is a stream. Small girl will break her heart with all this want. Small girl is not even the wind. Small girl must learn to swallow and be pretty. Yay. An old woman whispers into a small girl's navel.